Alright. How long is that song? Because I think that most of them are like 6 minutes long. I really need to adjust my my model a bit. That's 9 minutes long. Good lord. Either way. Let's bring these up. What is going on? That's doing that. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll deal. Let's get the game open. Wait until I actually get the game open before I switch over, because if I don't, then VTube Studio will take the front page. Something would happen when you visit the aquarium. Those involved in the making of this work bear no responsibility. Also, I need to shift a little to the side. Give me my elbow rest. So, I actually do have a plan for Saturday now, which is fun. I'm joining a relay type so I move this here. We've almost got half the bad endings. If we get multiple bad endings per now, then... But I'm in a relay charity event type deal. So that'll be interesting. Anyway, in the last episode we finally found out that our sister is probably a ghost, and has been kind of spotted multiple times since we lost her 5 years ago. 5 years ago also was the death of one of the directors of the area. And we need to save our friend. We also fought orcas. We need to save our friend. And god, freaking, I'm remembering the flashbang now. But we need to save Himeno, who is being eaten alive by nematodes. We have another friend, which didn't say her name, and then we've got a very cold, cruel woman. That's effectively our freaking nemesis of sorts. And even though we saved here, we're gonna keep following this route where we're focused on our sister. I don't know it... Also, this gave us a background story bit. I saved this as well, just because I wasn't sure if it would lead to a alternate ending based off of who we're focused on, because it actually did give us a different cutscene. But we're going to follow the original path that I chose, which is where we're going to go chasing after our sister. Also, what is our special thing for the entrance? There is no marking for the entrance. Welcome to the Oceans of Montan. An urban aquarium innocuously settled inside Mountain East building, situated at the top floor of... God. Top floor for the aquarium. Why? Of the section protruding outward, utilizing a sturdy steel frame. There was once an esteemed deep-sea fish booth, but it was closed down approximately 5 years ago. Alright. Throat, don't fail me now. My throat's genuinely kind of afraid of this. Because it was rather sore by the end of last time. What I need to do is, regardless of what I'm doing, I need to, when I run out of a drink, I need to just get up and get a refill. Because my throat does not want to freaking be dying again. I do not want my throat to be as dead as it was at the end of yesterday. Because this is 100% reading. Not It had voice acting to it. Either way. After I leave the staff room and walk for a bit, the entrance gate appears in my line of sight. This is... I exit into a different place from the staff passageway I entered with Yoshi-san. This aquarium has more back passages than I thought. Thinking it over, I've almost walked the entire aquarium. Only places I haven't visited are places for authorized personnel only and the closed-off deep-sea fish booth. Diagonally across from this area is apparently an authorized personnel only space. The director's office reachable by going behind the Fish of the World booth. There's a map for authorized personnel to use hanging on the door to the staff room. If I head out from the tunnel tank, I can make something of a shortcut, but I'm still afraid of the flying cutlass fish. I mean, if the door... Oh, well, I guess it doesn't really have a door into it. But we did go through several doors, so maybe the cutlass fish aren't there anymore. Because going through doors ourselves changes stuff. Going through the door will probably cause the state of things to change, but I can't handle things getting as bad as the tank breaking or something like that again. Okay, you know what, that's a fair argument. That's the case, I'll have to go by the jellyfish booth. In that room, even if the glass is broken, I know I can deal with it. If I walk carefully, I won't fall. Can't just loaf around here. Closing up the map and starting to walk, the gate to Mountain Aquarium appears in my line of sight. I wonder if I can get out this way. Question born from within me has a simple solution. That girl had said this aquarium was isolated in a different dimension, but she'd also said that she had not tested that idea. I think I should try tossing something in, so I roll a bucket that had been knocked over. Bucket passes through the gate. Very center of the gate disappears. It vanished. From here, I can see a Mountain East building elevator. Okay, this is the other ending that I remember. This is the really long bad ending. Might be some value in using my own body to test it. Okay, I'll try it. Prepare myself, then push the door to the automatic turnstile with my hands. There's the flash from the bang from yesterday. Oh god, that was a lot louder than I expected. Okay, we got our flash and our bang, good lord. What? For some time, my consciousness feels like it's gone and hazy. When my head clears, I can hear the sound of chatter. Could I be... What's wrong? This is Mountain Aquarium, isn't it? Yes, that's right. You can purchase tickets over there. Noticing that I look disoriented, a woman speaks to me in a kind voice. Her uniform is the same, but her manner is quite different from Saginuma-san's. It's kind. Could it be I have no room for any doubts? Numerous people are entering and exiting through the gate. can't hear any strange screams either. I was able to get back, but I have no time for relief. There's some problems that remain unsolved. I'd like a return ticket, please. Hold out my ticket and complete the re-entry procedure. I pass through the gate and find only customers having their fill of the aquarium. Fish of Tokyo Bay booth is exactly the same as it was before. I'm able to pass through the tunnel tank normally, no danger of anything like the flying cutlass fish. In the Fish of the World booth, there are tons of brightly colored fish, no mummified dead bodies or fragments of destruction. Jellyfish booth is as pretty as ever, however, with no phenomena taking place, it only causes my uneasiness to grow. I can't get back. The fact that I came back but now can't return is quite a contradiction. That's the way it is, after all. Want to return to that mountain aquarium that is full of phenomena, different dimensions, side-by-side worlds, parallel worlds, whatever. They really are is irrelevant. I just need to return to Himeno's side. What do I do? You deal. I run through the entire aquarium once. Even so, nothing happens. Mountain aquarium with the heavy atmosphere? It's gone away somewhere. Big sister? Mari? I am aware that it's only an auditory hallucination. Just wish that she could hear me. After that, search for Himeno until the building closes. But with a staff member hanging around me and urging me to go home, I am finally forced out. Slumping my shoulders, I tell the police what happened. "5 days ago, Himeno's parents filed a missing persons report. Despite my frantic feelings, no news comes about Himeno. A clownfish. On my end, I haven't had any major accidents. In regards to myself, even inside the aquarium, I've begun to see fish. I trip over things that aren't there, start to feel like I'm going to drown. Mom and everyone else are worried about me. For the past 3 days, it's been getting hard to breathe. It's hard to breathe. Finally, 1 week later, I'm in a bed. Here we go. Yes, I've been admitted to a hospital near Montan. While the cause is unknown, my lungs seem to be failing. Now I can't breathe without a machine to assist me. Wonder how long I'll be hospitalized. As much as I love reading, I've grown tired of even that. From the hospital window, I can see the top of Montan East building. Himeno. Even though I want to speak her name, my voice won't come out. My trachea is just too weak for it. If I can, I want to eat ice cream once more. My beloved cookies and cream with my beloved Himeno. The future of the reckless. That's, in my opinion, one of the sadder ones. I'd forgotten exactly how it ended. No, I should stop. Test having gone well, still isn't a guarantee that I can get back to the Montan Aquarium where phenomena are happening. Even if I succeed, I'll be separated from Himeno. But I'll definitely get home. Mutter to myself. Strange, since it's as if I'm talking to the entrance gate, but it's a declaration of my resolve. As I move forward, I spot the souvenir shop. Makes sense as I'm going back the way I came, but it gives me mixed feelings. Ah? Oh, huh? It's there that I witnessed an unexpected sight. The girl from earlier is standing in front of the souvenir shop, apparently lost in thought. Ew. So the coordinates where the doorways lead has to be fixed by someone. Otherwise, there would be no way you would have come across me being attacked by the orca in the machine room. Don't really get what the girl, who is reassuring herself, is saying, so I changed the subject. What's wrong? Did something happen at the souvenir shop? Just now, it looks like someone went inside. Someone? I don't know. It's just as they went in, but thanks to whoever it was, the coordinates are fixed on a safe place. Could have been Mari. Your missing little sister, right? Sorry, but no. It's definitely an adult. Glance over at the entrance to the souvenir shop. Even as I peer through the semi-transparent wall, there are no human shadows. Still, if the person she saw walked through the door and moved to different coordinates, it wouldn't be strange for there to be no one in there. Girl said it was an adult. Could it be Hiyoshi-san? Yoshi? Who's that? Someone who saved me when I was caught up in dangers at the Mountain Aquarium. He went crazy in a staff passageway and I moved ahead on my own. Do I explain as simply as possible what happened back then? The girl nods and says, Well, he might have regained his sanity and found an exit, or he might be wandering around still crazy. Whichever it is, I think it's worth checking out. Yoshi-san seemed like he knew things about Mountain Aquarium. Well, why don't you go? I'll be waiting here. Huh? Aren't you coming with me? Got all the way to my throat before I gulped it back down. Either way, if he's not here, I might not be able to go through the door and return to this safe place. Right. I don't know this Yoshi-san's face, so it's better for you to go. Come back in 5 minutes. If you don't, you'll leave me? Of course. Two of us both dying and getting hurt would just be stupid. Yeah, she's right. Got it. Oh, you're so sincere. I don't think you're mistaken in what you said. Well, I'll wait for you without worry. Okay. Quietly, I open the door to the souvenir shop. Door closes on its own, not that I had even tried to leave it open. Thinking back on it, no matter what room I entered, the door always shut on its own. Lights aren't on, but I can still see where I'm going by the light shining through the semi-transparent wall. The only thing I can't see is the girl. Scenery visible from this room seems to reflect the time distortion affecting this room as well. The fact that I've become used to this strange phenomena is a little weird even to me. The souvenir shop hasn't changed that much from how I remember it. Numerous shelves are arranged so that the purpose of each is visible. Some for confectionaries, stationery, and stuffed animals. Keychains and cell phone straps are in a place that stands out. Since I can't find any calendars or magazines, I don't know how many years ago or from now this is. Inside the glass balls on the shelves are specimens of shrimp jellyfish. Their price is high. Maybe this is the present. As one might expect, no sign of a shopkeeper. Walk the perimeter of the store in a semicircle. Study the room carefully, but find nothing. So many things that catch my interest, but can't seem to get interested in picking them up. I look them over closely. Crystal-like necklace, seal stuffed animal. Right now, have no interest in orca or jellyfish merchandise. I can't imagine why. Now I know how a dog being made to wait for a treat feels. should check over here as well. Go behind the cash register counter where I normally wouldn't be allowed to look. This is the staff's. It's what you would call a back room. Boxes full of products, a safe, and even employee uniforms. Looks similar to the staff room where the girl and I saw the diary, only this one is more narrow. Inside the back room, I find a door. Since this is a place for bringing in merchandise, makes sense that there would be a passageway connecting to somewhere else. Reach out further to see for myself, but it's locked. No good, huh? I turn back thinking this had been fruitless. I find something. A lanyard with an ID card. It's been thrown on the ground, so I pick it up and take a closer look. Strain my eyes in the darkness, it bears the name Yoshi Kenji. I mean, it hardly matters which one I choose, I think, in this case. Mountain Aquarium Souvenir Shop, smiling with your whole face, even at home. Mountain has its own original merchandise for sale. Logo of the building is made by the world-famous logo designer Mr. GK. Logo appears on popular products such as handkerchiefs and pen cases. Also, guidebooks are on sale for 500 yen per book. This is Kenji-san's. It's the same as the employee ID card that Hiyoshi-san... Why? What was the point in making me choose if I'm just immediately going to go back to calling him freaking Hiyoshi? Before we entered Mountain Aquarium. There's no picture on it, just words, but I remember it. The card is spotless. Unexpectedly, he's showing some propriety. So Hiyoshi has been here. Does that mean that the one the girl saw was him? Could it be that he headed for somewhere else from this room, but he was able to lock the door? When I entered the souvenir shop, he was already on his way out, and I only came after he locked the door. I just missed him. I don't think there's anything else important here. I'll go back to tell that girl. Say that just I realized it's almost been 5 minutes. So glad this is a safe place. As if in reaction to the fact I am leaving, the sound of a dull thunk echoes. Let out a small scream, the sound of something falling. Even in the gloom, I can make out the outline of what fell. What? It's just a frog. Oh god. It's always the frogs that freaking get you, though. Why is it always frogs? Not what? There shouldn't be frogs in the souvenir shop. Proof of its identity is the shiny exterior that doesn't belong to an ornament or toy. Large toad. Thinking it's the appropriately named giant toad. The reason I know it is because a TV show was talking about it recently. Stories about how in Australia the toads had been imported for pest control, but before they realized it, its population had increased and it was disrupting the ecosystem. Characteristic of the species is a gland in the back of its head. It looks like a wart from which it seems they can eject venom. Venom was cited as the cause for alligators and other native species being killed. That's right, poison. But bad luck, I think, as I clench my fist, but it's only one. Put a little more space than necessary between us in order to avoid the giant toad. That way, even if there's another lurking nearby, I should be okay. The shelves become a wall for me. Even though frogs have the ability to jump, they shouldn't reach that height. It's really loud for being one toad, making a wah sound, rather than the normal grout. Although it's poisonous, hearing its cry in a safe place like this makes me think it's kinda cute. Even though I think that, I can't be careless. The plopping sound resonates once more, the toad cries out, going from a death rattle-like sound to a thin breathing, then finally a pause. It soon resumes with an even lower voice than before. What? Oh, that's not good. Take a look where the toad was. Ah. Nothing less than ghastly. Toad has been crushed by another frog that has fallen from the ceiling. Okay, crushed is probably inappropriate for that. From the look of it, it looks like it freaking burst from it and then freaking crawled out onto its back. Its forelegs are widespread and its internal organs leaking from its abdomen due to the fall. But that isn't all. The second frog has the white striped pattern characteristic of a certain type, but I don't know its name. It's a type of poison dart frog from the looks of it. When the other frog fell on the giant toad, it stimulated the gland, so naturally poison leaked out. The edge of its right foot, its toes had begun melting. Oh no. Melting? No way. Frog's poisoned is an acid. It paralyzes or acts as a neurotoxin. If it gets in your eyes, you can lose your eyesight. But basically, it's for catching prey by poisoning it to death. No, not really. It's meant to freaking punish anything that tries to eat it. This poison is different and more brutal. However, the second frog is even more menacing. As if taking vengeance for its right leg lost to poison, it secretes its own venom. Toad's corpse puts up no resistance, its body steadily melting away. I pinch my nose at the mixed stench of the dead body and the acid. Even as my spine grows cold, the room steadily becomes humid, most likely due to the breath of the living creatures in the room. The sight of the frog melting away from the poison is enough to cause bile to rise up in the moment. There's no way I can look away from it. Beyond the fact that I don't know what's going to happen next, I have to pay attention as I head for the exit. Look up at the ceiling, but there's no sign that I'm being followed by any frogs. It's as if they fell from nowhere. One more falls on me. It means this place isn't safe anymore. Speed up as I head for the exit. The reason I don't break into a full run is because I know I might trip it or fall at a time like this. A nearby sound fills me with fear and despair. Lovely. Frogs fall right in front of me. 3, 4, it becomes difficult to count them. Just as I panic and attempt to turn back, I hear noises from behind me. They begin to speak in unison. Frogs are actually singing in a round, but I hate that they sound so joyful. Hearing the frogs' croaks on either side of me leaves me with nothing but fear. If I step on one of them, the poison will probably dissolve my foot. That being said, there isn't enough room to leap over them, and if I do, one of them may jump up and touch me. As if preparing to attack me while I'm off guard, their numbers increase even further. Crowded into a small space, they are melting each other's bodies with their poison. I avert my eyes from the damaged frogs. As the danger increases, it's not a tragedy I can continue to watch. As the amount of bodily fluids on the floor increases, the frogs who step on the puddles of poison have their toes melted off, then they secrete their own fluids and the cycle repeats. On top of that, there are those whose bodies are melted by their own poison as well. Somehow suppressing whatever is welling up inside me, I finalize my plan. Over here. Pulls some merchandise off the shelf with my hand and makes some space. The original 2 are still left, but it's better than being surrounded. Step out onto the floor and leave the shelf. To keep them from reproducing any more quickly. No. Oh, those are definitely poison dart frogs. If they had been lying in wait, numerous frogs fall from every which way. They're small creatures with shrill voices, red, yellow, green, and striped and varied. The intense amount of color saturation is making me feel sick. I know this variety of frog well. Among poisonous frogs, it's the most infamous type. Poison dart frog. Even in normal circumstances, it carries deadly poison stronger than that used in blow darts. The strength of the poison has been taken to intense levels like the other creatures here, could probably instantaneously melt even my bones. What should I? Still a distance between the door and I. 3 steps. No matter what, can't take those 3 steps. There's nowhere for my feet to land. The floor is covered in the squishy bodies of the frogs and their acidic poisonous fluids, as well as the corpses of those frogs that have melted themselves. Not knowing where they're coming from, there's nothing I can do. Even the sweat falling from my forehead seems like venom to me. as if some kind of illusion. Shh. I don't want to see it as if nothing else can be done. But, you're slow. Light suddenly shines through the darkness, soft breeze blowing through. A crack returns me to my senses. Cover your eyes. Immediately after saying this, the girl pulls the pin from a fire extinguisher she's holding. The entire inside of the souvenir shop is filled with the smoke from the fire extinguisher. Fire extinguisher? But now we can't jump over the frogs. I can see what's going on. That isn't all. Almost in sync with the girl's words, the sprinklers activate. A large amount of water immediately sprays us, an amount greater than the strongest rain striking my body. Yeah. When I open my eyes, the girl reaches out her hand with a firm expression. While the water's running, even if you get hit with a little venom, it'll wash right off. Don't be afraid, just run for it. If you fall, you'll die. The floor is soaked, I might slip. At this moment, I falter and... I'm assuming go around would be the smart one, but I can't. It's no laughing matter if I fall. I'll go that way. You doubt me? Huh? You get that you don't have time for that, right? The girl speaks in a cold voice and closes the door. As if recognizing my suddenly slowed heartbeat, the rain stops, the sprinkles have turned off. No words will come out. Even though as I come to understand my circumstances, I cannot say anything. Frog's cannon continues. They hop freely about, they spray liquid all over. Frightened, I kick the bright red frog at my feet in the air. He is crushed with a splat, his venom wetting the tips of my toes. Screams word reflexively. Actually, ouch would probably fit better than hot. Shaking, I look down at my feet. My right big toenail is slowly melting away. Spray from my right, raising my foot so high, scatters about, some of it getting in my left eye. My vision fades in sync with the intense pain. The stench of acid grows stronger once more. I have to get to the door. During the pain, I take a step, I crush several frogs, leaving the sensation of slippery meat, fluids that scatter about strike me around the knees. As I take my second step, I lose my balance. I can't balance on the leg that is melted. But it doesn't hurt. Why? Quickly get my answer. My nerves have already been paralyzed. As long as I can't feel the pain, at least not the intense pain of my flesh melting. I laugh natural, even though my body has begun to deteriorate, I feel no agonizing pain. How strange, my fading consciousness, I keep thinking that I should at least try to laugh. The madness that follows indecision. Yeah, I knew. Also, yeah, for sure I am in uncharted territory. I don't remember the frogs at all. So we have officially hit effectively halfway on the bad endings. Run straight through. Got it. Have no time for doubt. Run through the rain from the sprinklers. Try to run without looking at my feet. The sensation of squishing the slippery meat continues. Liquid that gets scattered about with the squirting sound is washed off in the rain. There's 3 steps. That's just a moment. So why are we able to see in there into the wet version? Idiot. One last step, I stumble. The girl grabs me with her extended hand and pulls me out. I collapse, but it's outside of the souvenir shop. The door's already closed. There are no frogs anywhere. Thank you. But it's already been more than 5 minutes, so why? As I catch my breath, I express my thanks to the girl. I just remembered that I owe you a debt. You're kind. Might have misjudged you a bit. You didn't misjudge me. If you had hesitated any further, I would have closed the door. And she did! But you believed in me, right? That I could do it. You're gonna drive me nuts, so stop with that stuff. Expressionlessly, the girl says this in a flat tone. Holding on to this gentle feeling, I prepare to move on. Speaking honestly, I want to rest here like this. My clothes are soaked and I've used up a lot of my strength. However, it feels like if I were to really relax, I might never get up again. If I don't keep my momentum, I can't save Himeno. I'm able to gain some relief from resting against the wall. The girl who rescued me seems to be resting just like I am. Huh. This gotcha is... As we were resting against the wall, I realized the type of gotcha situated in front of the souvenir shop have changed. How ironic. 5 years ago. What do you mean? You said it yourself. Your sister went missing 5 years ago. You remembered. Of course. Inside the gotcha machines, there are many keychains. All have charms with various creatures attached to the droplets. Link between Mari and I, now the item of my memories. Links to Himeno and I as well. My little sister, her name is Mari. I didn't ask. You see, 5 years ago we had an argument over keychains. Mari wanted my jellyfish one, but I wouldn't trade with her. She disappeared, sulking. Still didn't ask. I have this one. Take the keychain that I received from Himeno out of my pocket. It's the one with the starfish attached to the droplet. Huh? As I hold it out to the girl, I realize there's something attached to the back. I had a feeling that it was hers, considering that's where it was found at. Picture printed on a sticker. It's a pretty old sticker that a small girl and a man embracing her. Two of them are smiling and seem to be having a lot of fun. The man who is wearing a suit and seems quite serious is probably her father. Oh. Her dad was the director, wasn't he? Words Mountain Aquarium run along pictures border. Souvenir shop had a sticker booth, so I'm sure they took the pictures here. More than anything else, I'm disturbed by the fact that the girl in the picture looks like Mari. Not just her face, but the long hair and the smile too. As her big sister, this girl seems like she could be Mari's twin. Hey, that's... Pointing to the keychain, the girl speaks. My consciousness is yanked back from my memories. What is it? I ask the girl as she shows interest in the keychain, but I receive no response. Her averted eyes tell me nothing. Your little sister, she went missing here, right? Huh? Yeah. Girl suddenly changes the subject back, leaving me a bit flustered. She doesn't press any further with questions. Really? Like, it's blatantly obvious that it's hers. I get that it's like one of those... It's obviously her keychain. She's got the same hair. You already mentioned that both of them look like they could be Mari's twin. She's got both the star hair decor still. And just a black version of the blue coat. Like, it's got black trim instead of... Maybe my theory isn't wrong. It's the same with my dad. Huh? But in my case, I know he's dead rather than missing, so it's different. I know he was murdered. Your father was murdered? Can't grasp the detached way the girl is speaking. So yeah, her dad was the director then, because they mentioned the director was rumored to be murdered. Talking about her own family member, but the girl is completely apathetic. She has the calm of someone reading a newspaper article aloud. Well, I'm going now. But I haven't heard all the girl's story yet, and if things get like they were before, it'll be better if there are two of us. Words won't come out right, but the state of panic I'm in should be enough to express what I want to say. However, the girl stands her ground to the end. When I'm with you, you hold me back. Hold you back? What do you mean? If dying is what it takes for me to learn the truth, then that's fine. You can never resolve yourself to that. Fine with dying? You can't let yourself die. Shut up. You're awful. You have that friend Himeno, right? If you die, what happens to her? I have no idea whether or not this is her way of trying to encourage me. However, I understand what she's trying to say. She's trying to say that each of us is on our own. Let's become friends. That way you can't say so easily that you're fine with dying, right? That part of you is exactly what I meant when I said you hold me back. Without answering my question, the girl pushes me away. Swiftly turning her back on me, the girl walks on ahead. What should I have done? Stay where I am until the girl's back becomes so small I can no longer see it. I pass in front of the souvenir shop, then end up standing in front of the door to the jellyfish booth. Wonder if the girl's already gone. If she ended up in a safe place, she's probably already passed through it. If nothing happens, it takes less than a minute to pass through the jellyfish booth. If by any chance she's still in there, surely just meet in the passage. The girl is determined to take a different path than I. Wonder what will happen to me. I may return to a point before the tank glass ruptured, or I may end up in the jellyfish booth sometime after the tank glass ruptured. I'll never know if I don't try going in. I become cautious. Slowly, I open the door. Huh? That moment, the air becomes shaky. Oh. What is this? It's different. Field of view before me becomes red, and the air becomes so cold it could freeze. It's no longer a matter of dimensions, wondering what time period this is. Something is different. The jellyfish booth is distinctly in a different place from the aquarium. All the water in the tanks, it's red. In the jellyfish booth, I know the transparent jellyfish are illuminated by various colors of lighting. The reds and purples are usually a pretty sight, but this place is different. All the pillar-shaped tanks are bright red. It's a repulsive sight, as if all the water had been replaced with blood. I have to go. A bit confused, I take a step forward. Despite the fact the floor at my feet should be solid, I stagger. My sense of equilibrium is off. Proceed 1, then 2 steps. At that point I start to feel like I might fall. Even so, I head further inside. If I can pass through another door, I should be able to escape this bizarre phenomena. No matter what, I have to hurry. Suddenly I stumble and place my hand on a pillar tank. Temperature of the tank is slightly warmer than that of the cold air. Huh? Just as I'm about to move forward using the tank to support myself, I peer into the red water. Where there should be jellyfish floating about, there is something completely different. Yeah, I saw that coming. We kicked ahead earlier. Unable to stop the scream that bursts from my mouth, an unbelievable sight stops me in my tracks. A face! Human faces float about. Whatever is below the neck appears as if it's been assimilated into the blood. blending in with the contents of the tank. It isn't just one of them. Just as with the previous jellyfish booth, there are more and more and more. I wobble and break away from the tank, landing on my backside. I don't know whose face it is. It's not as if it would be someone I know. But no matter which face it is, they all seem to be staring at me, here in the heart of the jellyfish booth. Taking a step back, I see that all the tanks have human faces floating inside them. They have some differences, such as some faces being blank, some have their eyes bulging open, some have bloodshot eyes. They're all looking at me. What is this? That face over there's nose is twitching. That face's lips are trembling, and over there, that one has a crease in its brow. My heart beats faster. In rhythm with my heartbeat, I experience the hallucination that the faces in the tanks are drawing closer. No, this is... Wow. They're all laughing. No. This is an hallucination. I'm certain that all the faces are getting closer to me. The fact that they are getting larger serves as proof. The boundary between the tanks and the air is gradually being removed. The room is becoming all water. Faces are swimming in the water, drawing closer to me. As the faces draw closer, sound within the water grows louder rather than someone's laughing voice. It's the sound of someone sobbing that grows louder instead. Either way, it is the same to me, wearing away at my mental state. A voice unfamiliar to me is sneering at me. Little by little, these unfamiliar faces are closing in on me. Before I realize it, my feet can no longer confirm whether the floor is here or not. I have to go. I put all my strength into my knees. I've already learned that time is of the essence. I have to take some sort of action. Should I use force? Should I steady myself to move easier? Distance is the issue, then the way I came is just a bit closer. Well, I know what the wrong answer is going to be. Something's going to be up with the door backward. At any rate, I should pull back and get into a good position. I should open the door numerous times in order to create a safer environment. My feet unsteady, I swiftly dodge and retrace my steps. One step at a time, feeling as if I'm walking on bubbles, I inch with certainty closer to the door. Alright, finally I succeed in reaching for the door. Just like this. Throw open the door right away. Huh? That moment I am swallowed up in darkness. Whether it's darkness or water, at any rate, there's definitely no light. Something touches my back with a wet sensation. For long it spreads throughout my body. Wow. Without thinking, I spin around. Before me are a large number of fish. Look at the fish with human faces swim about. I'm reminded of Himeno's words. That's right, human-faced fish. Just like the faces I saw in the jellyfish booth, these are attached to the fish approaching me. I'm an idiot. If I go through the door next, the time axis will change. If I do that, the way I came also changes. I have no idea whether or not it will be safe. Regardless, to avoid the immediate terror, I vigorously leap forward. Fish are biting off my clothes. They are fish! Yes, fish. No matter how much their white teeth are like humans, no matter how much their teeth are arranged like humans, they're all fish. So I'll be fine. Before I realize that the clothes enveloping me are disappearing, blood leaks from the places I've been bitten by those large teeth. Look, red water. Blood flowing from my body mixes with the red ocean. Then they become one, me in this bright red world. A coward's end. Wow, just outright calling it out. So we got 8. 12 more bad endings before we get them all. Also, is there something new about the jellyfish room? Gently drifting jellyfish have an amazing adaptability to their environment. Yep, okay, we still got the same thing for that. Move on. My resolution can no longer be shaken. Even if I go back, I don't know if it will be safe. In that case, I'll have to choose the way with even a small chance. Unable to tell whether I'm floating or standing, I frantically move my arms and legs. Faces are closing in, but even as I look up, I'm not afraid. Persuading myself, I move forward a bit. Even if there's no feeling left in my legs, I get the feeling that I actually am drawing closer to the door. Just a little more. Suddenly, a loud sound interrupts my movements. The sound is familiar to me. It's the sound I've heard in this jellyfish booth before. The sound of the glass breaking resonates from behind me. Still, I won't give up. I refuse to turn around. If I were to see something bad right now, and this time my heart may really break. In that case, it may be better for me to just not know. In the heels of that thought, various voices, all laughing and crying, begin to resonate behind me. Probably the voices of those faces floating in the blood. Voices steadily draw near, finally closing in on me. Fish with human faces. They say that fish with human faces swim about. It reminds me of the urban legend Himeno talked about. However, I don't have the time to be in shock over a rumor being true. I won't falter. Human faces and shards of glass are passing by the edge of my field of vision. Occasionally, they touch my cheek or forehead, but I move forward. I drift as I move along, grabbing the door with a clack. I encourage myself out loud so I don't lose focus. I have no idea what lies ahead. Almost at the same time as I pull on the door, I begin to feel a heavy pressure against my back. It's heavy. Why? I can guess what has happened. Surely the fish are stopping me from moving on. This feeling of having my clothes pulled on is proof of that. Never thought fish could be this strong. I'm going, so I bite down my lip and try to move forward. The harder I try to move forward, the stronger the fish's resistance becomes. Himeno is suffering even more. Shut my eyes and grind my back molars, then hurl myself at the door. The door flies open and I fall to the ground. Even so, I muster up the strength and shut the door. There's no longer any pressure against my back. Huh? Beyond the door is not the Fish of the World booth. It's dark and narrow, similar to the staff passageway. Passed through before. Turning about, looking around, I realized this is a passageway after all. So the jellyfish booth had at least 3 doors. The one I initially came in through, the one that leads to the entrance, and this door that connects to the staff-only passage. Closer inspection shows that the wall is made of one-way glass. Wait a second. It initially came through. Oh, okay. The one that initially came through, that when you originally came into the alternate world, I'm assuming is what she means. Been created using something stronger than acrylic fiber. There's water in the space between, serving as a border between the booth and the other side. Like a magic mirror, it's made so that customers cannot see the staff members moving about. From here, see the Fish of the World booth. Somehow this place feels safer when compared to the jellyfish booth. It's very different from the first time I visited. The offensive smell being completely gone, inside I can see familiar silhouettes. That's... Oh god, we're gonna have to deal with this lady again. Alright, in that case, I'm gonna get a refill of my drink and hit the bathroom. Alright. Yeah. That's the thing about, like, these two. These two are actually kind of the best to have in a single area as to a good example of... Both of them are, like, sort of objectively thinking, cold-type characters. But one of them I like far more than the other. And there's a simple reason for that. One of them is, like... She is, like, doing her objective thing. She's like, oh, yeah. I need to be able to think this through and be able to do stuff on my own kind of deal. She's literally just there like, yeah, I can get away with whatever I freaking want over here. I'm just gonna take advantage of it and be an absolute sadist to everyone. Literally just taking advantage of there is no law on this side, so it's like, oh yeah, whatever. I can do the stuff that I otherwise wouldn't be able to do in the freaking real world. Which makes me think that she's either, like, some sort of entity connected directly to this, or she does this regularly. Which means she might actually be the one that murdered. Her being, like, the assistant director also puts her in, like, a perfect place to do such, but might have been the one that murdered her dad. 2 females. One is an adult, the other is a girl. Why are we quiet? Why is there no music or anything? Visibility is a bit dicey, making it hard to tell, but looks like the girl from earlier and... Saganuma Rico. Female aquarium employee. Heartless one. Who said Himeno couldn't be saved. Yep. I guess that's a good way to put it. One of them's objective, the other one's just plain heartless. Like, if we had saved her, we could save her like 7 times, and she wouldn't save us once. We saved her once, she saved us once. Easy peasy. Two of them are in front of the tank I'm looking at. The fact that they haven't realized I'm here must mean that this reality is something of a one-way mirror. Really is something of a one-way mirror. Both of them are facing each other, their expressions grim. Sound is cut off by all the layers, but I can tell they are arguing over something. That moment, the girl raises her right hand to Seguma-san and follows through with all her might. She slaps her with such vigor that it surely resonates with a loud, dry smacking sound. Seguma-san rubs her left cheek and grins widely. Seeing Saganuma-san, for Christ, good lord, just say her first name. I get that she has to have, like, the freaking most annoying last name for the single person that won't ever get friendly enough with us to actually get her first name just said. Good lord. Such composure after being struck gives me chills. Girl only deepens the crease in her brow. Great things will only intensify. I realize that I will have to stop them. I'm going to observe. I am saving in this instance. If something happens to her, I'm backing up, though. No, I don't want to get pulled into this. Reconsider my decision. Girl said it's strongly herself that she wanted to be alone. Surely she would hate if I intervened. Things escalate, it's a different story, but for now I decide to watch over their actions. Their quarrel continues, girl using hand gestures to get Saganuma-san's attention. In contrast, she merely looks down on the girl. From my perspective, as an outsider, it looks like it doesn't even look like she's paying attention. What could have happened? What in the world could have happened to bring them to such a climax? Though I have many questions, it's unlikely that I'll get any answers. Sad expression appears on the girl's face for a moment, then she looks away from Saganuma-san. Almost at the same time, the composure to leave Saganuma-san's face, creases her brow and opens her eyes wide, her nose twitching. Something has touched a nerve, getting her attention even without a sound. That much is clear to me. Oh, wait. Without thinking about it, I pound on the wall. However, this doesn't cause so much as a ripple, leaving me cut off from the two of them. This time Saganuma-san hits the girl, and she immediately grabs the nape of the girl's neck and throws her to the wall of the tank. No sign of the impact. Having hit the back of her head in the tank, the girl falters, and Saganuma-san flips her body over, grabbing the back of her collar. The face turned my direction, and I realize that she has fainted. She's unconscious. Horrible premonition runs through me. The girl's chest pressed on the wall of the tank, Saganuma-san grabs the back of her head and shakes it against the tank wall over and over again. Can't see Saganuma's face, bathed in light from behind, and has become a silhouette. The only thing I can see is her lips, which dangle at the shape of an anchor. Now at this rate, she'll die. Without thinking, I scream. I have to help her. Can't stay quiet any longer. At any rate, a pound on the wall before me. Come on, please just let it get through. However, no matter how many times I strike it, Saganuma-san does not look this way, as if sound isn't going through. Since the sound from the other side isn't coming through, the sound from my side shouldn't go through either. Figures I have no choice but to go out there. I grope about, trying to find a crack on either side of the wall. From top to bottom, left to right, I go along the outer side of the tank and look to see if there's another way to get in from below. Handle of some sort would be great, or anything that could serve as a starting point. There's nothing. Still find any way whatsoever to get to the other side. Panicking over what I should do, I frantically search for the door. During that moment, the girl continues to have her forehead bashed against the tank right in front of my eyes. Gashes torn wide across her forehead, blood clinging to the tank with each hit. Blood sticking to the tank makes a red line, as if someone tried to wipe a brush across it. That one line of blood quickly becomes two, then two merge into one large flow of blood. Her eyes are white, wide open, the blood from the girl's forehead making them bright red. From those eyes, I can sense no sign of life. Sagamarika's lips are, of course, smiling. Unable to stand anymore, I scream. However, it's pointless, merely echoing back through the passageway I'm in. No movement is left in the girl, save for the shaking of her eyeballs. Not just blood from her forehead, but her entire body goes limp, fluids from all over leak out. As the life fades from the girl, I see a small movement from her lips. I mimic the movement with my own mouth. The truth of the deep sea. As these words are unvoiced, I have no idea whether or not that's exactly what she said. However, to me, that's what it seemed like the girl was saying. Rico tossed the girl, flops over as she hits the floor, having been reduced to a mere object. My mind goes blank and I sit down. I couldn't save her. Right in front of me, at a distance short enough that I could have touched her by reaching out my hand, but I couldn't save her or do anything to help. Just in case Saganuma kicks the girl over, her heel strikes the hard floor, which was the girl's head. And that which was the girl's head flops over. Just like that, she leaves, the Fish of the World booth behind. At that moment, I see bright red. Without a moment's pause, the girl's corpse loses all traces of life, decomposes and goes beyond that to completely dried out. Some new phenomenon is starting, but I can't stand up as I am right now. I'm powerless. Can't do anything. Something hot wells up behind my eyes. I don't want this. I don't want Himeno to die like this. But the image of that girl's expression as she was on the verge of death scorched into my mind. Yeah, kinda. You go to different pools to hope for better odds of certain things, but you never know what you're gonna get. Except for drunk. So hollow, yet so desperate. Her face burning up with rage. That face keeps appearing within my bright red vision. The deep sea, the truth. Just before the flame of life was extinguished, I think those were the words the girl left me. Then what? Don't want to join. Don't want to just sit here brooding like this. Alright. If we go into another area, that voice just now, even though it feels easier to just break down and cry, hearing the voice of my little sister from somewhere brings me back. That was Mari's voice. Come this way. Okay. So we might be going down a different path right now. I'm going to save this over this one. And I'm going to load back to see if I can... if there is actually an alternate potential thing. Also, what does the fish of the world thing say? Because this is the first I've actually remembered to do this here. Okay, I have actually done this here. Stop her. Attempt to leave my safe place, but I cannot find a break in the wall. Should be a door somewhere. Even as I think that, I cannot find a doorknob in the darkness. As I keep my eyes on the both of them, I decide to search the area connected to the Fish of the World booth. Quarrel continues. Girl using hand gestures to get her attention. Contrast, she merely looks down at the girl. Okay. Both of them lead down the same path. That sucks. Yeah, they're both the same path. Whatever. Mari, where are you? This way, over here. Where? Said this way, over here. It is Mari. Mari's voice. It really is. But from where? Before I realize it, I'm on my feet. Mari's voice. If there's like no... I'm wondering how there's multiple endings. Also, like, unless it's multiple, like, portions of ending. Or if I get, like, a final choice at the end, because I have not really run into a spot that seems like, aside from ones that lead directly to bad endings, that outright seems to have a change in how things go. The only one that gave, like, a significant difference was the decision on who I was here trying to get out of here. And that's because choosing one over the other gave a different person, gave an extra cutscene little bit when I chose Himeno instead of Mari. Mari's voice echoes about the room, like an announcement from a loudspeaker, but I can't find the source. I don't want to lose sight this one strand of hope that has filled the hole left by my feelings of anxiety. Let's go. I cannot forget that girl's death. Yeah, what the heck? We didn't even get our actual name. Unless we're gonna, like, wind up in a different freaking time period or something where, like, oh, that didn't actually happen or something. Stricken with grief and near the breaking point, I hold myself together. Thanks to Mari. This is recklessly coming out of the passageway. I end up right where the tunnel tank lets out. So does this give me a penguin? Cute tottering. Speaking of popular attractions at the aquarium, yes, penguins are one of them. Did you know that long ago penguins flew like many other birds? As they are now, it's hard to imagine, right? Big sister. Ah, big sister, this way. Mari, is that you? Slowly turn the direction of the voice is coming from. Exiting the tunnel tank, I can see a wide wall before me. In front of it stands a girl wearing winter clothes. It's the same place I saw Mari the first time. kind of odd that she showed up, like, immediately after What's-Her-Face died. Wait a second. Okay, so even the version she's wearing is the one with the black trim. That is weird. Something more to this, I think. Mari, I'm glad. Are you really here? Really here? I'm right here. Same color hair as mine, same color eyes, often mistaken for twins. The silhouette of a doll, she is wearing that warm-looking overcoat. Mari is right here, looking just as she did that day. Mari, why are you here? Did you forget? Jeez. Came together to the aquarium. I'm gonna give her, like, a similar voice to the mysterious girl. Because they seem related in some way. There's no way I could forget. None at all, it's just why did you disappear? You're the one who got lost, I'm here. Been here all along. Without hesitation, I embrace Mari. Must have caught a chill as her body is cold to the touch. Because she's a ghost! Well, everything here is a ghost, kind of, I guess, but... like, she's been labeled as a ghost already by the diary. What's wrong? This is embarrassing. It's fine, Mari. Finally together again. Jeez, you're such a crybaby. That's right, I'm crying. After Mari points it out, I realize my cheeks are covered with tears. Just as I'm about to stop, I cry again. There's something odd. Something's happening. Mari says this in a cheerful voice as she pats my head. I mean, obviously, like, becoming an immortal ghost, you're gonna wind up freaking still brain continuing, assumedly. If your memories are tied to, like, your soul or whatever, as, like, that kind of belief goes normally. Though my theory originally was that she was the reason why everything went haywire, so I figured that it would be her holding onto the grudge that led to her death, or disappearance, or whatever. So I'm now kind of wondering. Either she's pulling a ruse of some sort, or someone else is the cause of all this. Which it could be the freaking dead director, come to think of it. It's a strange feeling, having my little sister rub my head, but not a bad one. Feel my head being enveloped in a soft feeling as I am floating. Go where? Oh, somewhere higher up. Together, you and I. Somewhere higher up? Higher, softer, places eternity. Eternity? Grinning ear to ear, Mari points her right index finger toward the ceiling. Feeling that I've begun floating upward grows even stronger. Yes, there's nothing, yet everything there. It's really fun, very soft, a place we can always be, a world of happiness. Happiness? Okay, yeah, there is something odd about this, just out of nowhere. Don't really understand what Mari is trying to say. But if it's happiness, that might be okay. The fact that I'm able to reunite with Mari like this makes me extremely happy. My thoughts melt together in happiness at being with Mari. I smell something sweet with a hint of lemon. If that's what the world will be like, we'll surely be happy. Let's go together, big sister. Mari? Don't get lost anymore. Okay. Mari reaches her hand out for me. Sit upright and reach for Mari's outstretched hand. Hear the sound of something falling down with a clatter. This is a decision. Himeno's still in her current state. Taking her hand will probably lead to death, because eternity, assuming meaning the afterlife. I squeeze Mari's hand tight. For a moment, my vision becomes ultramarine. Okay, it's outright a bad ending. Did not expect that. I kind of just expected freaking, the afterlife. Without knowing why, I can no longer breathe. Like the ones that I've experienced numerous times, one of the phenomena that happened at the aquarium. This isn't a situation that I can analyze calmly. Somehow have to get out of here. As I think this, I flail my arms and legs about. Body is no longer standing on the floor of the aquarium. I'm in an ocean, or a lake, some kind of body of water. Mari, where's Mari? Turning around and around, I search for her. Soon I find Mari. Her eyes are wide open and she floats about lifelessly. In the depths of my heart, I feel as if I'm falling into despair. Just like the girl who was murdered, Mari is dead. She's dead. Well, we already knew she was dead. Well, kinda. It's in a weird thing. When I scream, I spew out the last of my oxygen, causing it to bubble in the water. At the base of Mari's throat are red scars. Mari didn't just drown to death. Mari was... Even as I realize this, I'm losing consciousness. She was strangled? Okay, so my guess now is that she got lost, witnessed the murder, and got killed afterward as a result. Current theory. This place, the world of bright red. Then this bright red world, wait for someone to come visit me. You've come. Yes, that's right. Someone has gotten lost. The person is still living. We have to retrieve their soul. In that way, we maintain this deep red world. A blessed form 1. Okay. So there's at least 2 of those, because... Cute. It's strange that a lot of, like, the ending-related CGs don't... Well, that one exists. I guess that there are, like, the ending-related CGs, because there's that one, too, I think, is an ending-related CG. Wait. Drawn to the sound, I look down at my feet. A keychain with the droplet and the starfish. That precious memory for Mari and I. That unstable bridge connecting Himeno and I. This keychain has a sticker with pictures printed on it and attached to its back, so it probably isn't Mari's, but has the same shape. Sorry, Mari, I've been regretting not trading you the jellyfish keychain this whole time. I got hung up on something so petty, so... No, that whole thing doesn't matter. Huh? Mari's words, I withdraw the hand I held out to her. Just now Mari said, it doesn't matter, not, don't worry about it or it's not important. She declared it nonchalantly with that smile she always wears. My heart resounds with a loud thump. At that moment, Himeno's words float through my mind. For argument's sake, even if this Mari girl is here, she would have grown in 5 years, and her clothes wouldn't be the same. It's summer, so she wouldn't be wearing a coat. Moreover, all of a sudden, that floating sensation disappears. Instead, I feel the impact of falling to the ground. In reality, I had been sitting, so my fall was more like tipping over. This isn't right. This isn't right. What's wrong, big sister? Come on, let's go. Alright. Could probably just overwrite this one, to be honest. It's pretty much just gonna lead straight to this anyway, but... Okay, I'll go. And you're gonna let me just... yeah. Bonk. Blessed Form 2. There wasn't even any different dialogue for that. It's just the alternate way you can get that ending. The other one had a single word, like a single line changed, so I'm not entirely surprised, but... If I just hit continue. No, this isn't right. Himeno's words vividly rushed through my mind. Surely Himeno has saved me, because now I can clearly see the form that is of that thing before me. You're not Mari. No matter what, Mari is never the type of girl to just say it doesn't matter. Not to mention the keychain had been so important to us, I can't see her declaring that something like that doesn't matter. What are you saying? I'm Mari. Mari refers to herself as I. She always drags it out. As I get up, I announce this to that thing before me. I'm Ma. Ew. Girl's body begins to become blurry. Like a sticky image, I realize I can no longer directly look at her. I knew it. You're not Mari after all. Muddy is probably a fitting term here. The thing that had been Mari up to a short time ago begins to melt, transfiguring itself from one clump into countless fish. Fish begin to swimming in the air without water. The pattern of behavior is bad. I get caught up in the bizarre phenomenon when I am sure to drown. Then I am sure to drown in this place with nothing. Also, it's weird that, like, turning into slime, she still has slime ribs. But no slime spine. No slime spine here. Slime ribs here. It's weird. I have to get away. As I mumble this, I search for a door. If I can go through a door, I should be able to escape the phenomenon in front of me. Mari. Saying I wouldn't regret leaving them is a lie. But that thing, it isn't Mari. It's just an aggregation of fish. I can't be deceived by them and lose sight of my precious goal. I was so naive. Fine. Even so, it's fine. It happens somehow. If I have time to get down about it, then I just need to not let it happen next time. I will save her, no matter what. Finding a door as I run away, throw it open with great force. Next chapter. Alright. School classroom. Minato 3rd Middle School. Public middle school in Kanagawa Prefecture. Mayu and Himeno attend. Because of its convenient placement within the prefectural boundaries, many students go hang out in the city. Incidentally, Mayu's grades are toward the bottom middle. Himeno's toward the top middle. New chapter means new save. I think that was something that happened a while ago. About a year ago, it was something that happened in the summer, during our break, when I was looking over my notes for a quiz or something. Hey you, keep this in mind. What? A girl from my class suddenly came to my seat, kicking my desk as she yelled at me. She was unexpectedly strong, the notes and stationery on my desk scattering about. Like a leader in our class, a part of the largest group, having almost never spoken to her, had no memory of ever making her mad. Unable to get mad, I was merely bewildered, and Himeno showed up and, with her face downcast, picked up my stationery. Sorry, it's my fault. Your fault? A girl from that group invited me to round 1 this Sunday, but I turned her down. That was the day Himeno and I made plans to go to the movies. Indeed, I was able to more or less understand what had happened. When she asked me why, I told her that I had already had plans with you. Of course, I hesitated to tell her that, but she was persistent. But you could have gone. Girls' group was big. There was an event or something, basically the whole class went along with them, but it wasn't strictly a good thing. Their group pride was as great as their group mentality. The girl that had come over a few minutes earlier was particularly striking. Like I'd go, Maya, you should know you take priority. But if you turn them down, they won't invite you anymore, will they? If their pride was really that high, then that's how it would be. I had heard, except for that girl's the leader, and two others, people were regularly being brought in and out and thrown out of the group. It wasn't something I cared to hear about, but bad thing girls who had been kicked out said regularly found their way into my ears. Yeah, I won't be invited anymore for sure. What? But that means... Thought it's a disadvantage for Amino, who loved going to events. Like she could have had an advantage getting elected to executive committees for things like the culture festival or the sports festival, or getting votes for a program or something. It may sound like a discussion of politics, but ever since reaching junior high, things had this kind of mysterious flow to them. Anyway, I was just the one who turned her down. Not some form of discrimination, I just didn't like them from the start. She readily declared this, there wasn't a hint of doubt in Himeno's face. Kind of thing that happened several more times until now. Cheerful and fun to be with, beautiful Himeno was also popular with our classmates. Since I was always with her, they were a brick. There were plenty of instances of jealousy, but from what I saw, Himeno didn't discriminate against anyone or try to butter them up, just like with the girl from that group. I often asked Himeno, why are you friends with me? Is that really something you need to ask? More importantly, it's not like I'm being friends with you as some kind of favor. I'm your friend because it's fun, okay? Every time I asked, Himeno laughed it off. Really loved the smile she gave me at those times. Once again, I ventured a passageway behind the tanks. Thought I would get me to the Fish of the World booth, but I was probably led astray while I was out of it. Anyway, I should get going. If another something borrows Mari's form and attacks me like earlier, I don't know if I can defend myself against it. Safe no longer means anything, so I should speed through the passageway. Upon looking at the map, I see there appears to be a room at the end of the passage. Okay, so we're considered in Fish of the World. Just as I expected, there are 3 doors before me. I have no choice but to take them one by one. First being... I don't know if this is one that's gonna matter that much, but I'll save just to be safe. Storeroom seems the most kinda just there. Storage room, wonder what's in there. Sneaking a peek, there's hula hoops, bowls, other things for use in shows. Also catch sight of mops, vacuums, and other cleaning supplies. Seems to be few things of any use, such as books or documents. Close the door, leaving the storage room behind me. No choice but to take them one by one, the first being... okay. We'll just overwrite this one because it doesn't matter. The reference room. Maybe this is some kind of reference room. Since it's like a reference room, maybe I can get some information. As I think this, I push open the door to the reference room. After confirming that no strange phenomena are taking place, I step inside the room. Inside, there are massive amounts of books and files arranged on metal bookshelves. Looking at the spines of the books, they all appear to be technical in nature. Research data also appears to be mixed in. I've heard that aquariums are also implied to be facilities for research. Seeing this room has convinced me of that. I see. It's not like there'd be any materials written about the strange things happening at this mountain aquarium, would there? Since this place is itself an abnormality. Having come to this conclusion, I notice a book near the entrance on deep-sea fish. They're the last words the girl left me with. Strangely interested, I take the book into my hands. Seems there's a technology called nanobubble. Extremely small bubble, less than a micrometer, but suddenly compressing a microbubble above less than 50 micrometers, relatively stable purification process can be performed. Seems that due to the properties of vapors in the bubble, various effects can be expected. If ozone is sealed within these bubbles, water can be purified through a bacterial process. Since it's not using detergent or other chemical substances, it seems to be good for the environment. It's also an example of sealing nitrogen inside the bubble so it dissolves down to a finite amount, preventing the oxidization of caught fish, so they can be delivered to cities while still fresh. Of particular note is the freshwater and saltwater fish, using similar composition to in their bodily fluids, apply the bubbles technique to balance electrolytes in freshwater, with their own bodily fluids as a means of coexistence. Freshwater fish cannot live in water that is higher concentration than within their own bodies, and saltwater fish cannot live in water that is a lower concentration. Furthermore, it seems that the microscopic bubbles can stimulate activity at the cellular level. There are cases of the bubbles being used to cure koi herpes virus, for example. Deep-sea fish booth in Mountain Aquarium seems to have been set up with this technique. Naturally, it would involve the cost incomparable to normal expenditures. In other words, it would take more money. The obvious downside then would have to be pressure for funds. This isn't the time for reading. It's all very interesting, but it would be something better researched after I return to the real Mountain Aquarium with Himeno. Return to the book its original spot and leave the reference room behind. One by one, the first being... well, we're on the third now. This is the director's office, I mumble while looking up at the words written on the sign above the door. Door's appearance differs greatly from doors of the storeroom and the reference room with red ornaments decorating it. Even if there had been no sign, I would have known this room belonged to someone important at first glance. The atmosphere from out here also seems to have a heavy air to it, as if I'm standing before the door of a school principal. If I don't go in and see, I really won't learn anything just from staring from out here. Obvious truth is that I already possess the courage to go through with this. Keeping an eye out for any phenomena while coming through the door, I push down the heavy door. The door makes a scuffing sound on the floor as I open it. Got an isopod on his desk. It's not as if anyone would be in here, but without thinking, the words come out. Elegant desk and chairs situated in the center of the director's office, and the bookshelves run along the walls without a gap in between. The main wall, when looking from the entrance, is a giant tank made of translucent acrylic material. No one can argue that this room isn't also one of the aquarium's displays. The room is perfectly in order, giving me a sense of who the director is from the way their desk is. More than just neurotic, they don't seem to have left even one speck of dust. It doesn't seem to be anything particularly strange, does there? Just mutter this, I know a map on top of the desk. In this neat and tidy room, only the top of the desk appears to be a work in progress. This is, after moving aside a book that seems to be in use as a weight, find a map of the aquarium. This one is different from the one I picked up back at the stage. The design seems older. The publication date is from 5 years ago. 5 years ago. It's not as if I can ignore that number. It's when everything started for Mountain Aquarium and for me. Inside the map, I discover one defining difference. The deep-sea fish booth. That place that was closed down 5 years ago is recorded on this map. Could this be? It seems the deep-sea fish booth was just after coming out of the tunnel. However, it's strange. I've been to that area several times, but it's only a long wall. No trace of anything else. It seems that when it was closed down, they filled in the wall. It wasn't like that from the start. Questions rise within me as I consider this. Where I am now is 5 years in the past, and I should be able to get to this deep-sea fish booth. Huh? This line. As I repeatedly look over the map, I spot one red line. The line extends from the deep-sea fish booth all the way up to a circle at the top of the map, where there is nothing else. The staff passageway connects to the deep-sea fish booth. My idea seemingly confirmed, I nod without realizing it. Deep-sea fish booth? The only place in this aquarium I haven't seen yet. Surely Mountain Aquarium's secrets will be there. Just a little further and I can finally reach it. This is... As I trace my finger along the map, I mentally position the booths in the aquarium on it. Come out of the tunnel tank, turn right, and the fish of the world booths should be there. Go in a straight line immediately after turning left, the passageway behind that, then take another left, and there's the director's office. In other words, if going straight through, as this map says, the office is just past the tunnel tank. Between the tunnel tank and the director's office is situated the deep-sea fish booth. So then this room... The red circle is here? The director's office is directly connected to the deep-sea fish booth. Since there's nothing written on the map's blank spaces save for the red circle, I think it's safe to say it's the room I'm in right now. I stop looking at the map and begin to glance around the room. There's nothing but bookshelves along the walls, even though there should be something leading to the deep-sea fish booth. The tank. Looking at the tank and the interior of the room, I mutter, surely there should be something within the tank. I can't swim through the tank and reach the deep-sea fish booth. I'll have to look around the room again more thoroughly. Just as I was about to look around the room, I spot a picture frame on the desk. It's of two people standing side by side, but it has probably been stretched from its original resolution, making it hard to clearly distinguish the faces. But let me guess. It's the man and the purple hair and the stars. However, they are familiar. Ah. As I'm exploring the desk, I discovered something of a metal frame below it, about 50 centimeters all around. The parts and materials in the inside are different. One side of it, find a collapsible handle. This is... Put my hand on the thing that looks like a handle with the intent to pull it out. Stop! Huh? Without thinking, I look over my shoulder for the voice that seems to come from nowhere. that was just my imagination, right? Even if it's not just my imagination, it wouldn't be the first time here at Mountain Aquarium. As if mocking me, I try to find an explanation for it. The voice continues even louder with a "Stop it." I have to ignore it. I want to get away from this voice. I have to keep going. I shut my eyes and pull harder. At the same time, the ground trembles with a clatter. I can hear the sound of the room creaking. I open my eyes and look at one of the legs of the desk. It's shaking. An earthquake? In a normal earthquake, I would just stay under the desk, but right now I choose not to. Put my head out to check the rest of the room. Bookshelves, everything on top of the desk, even the water in the tank is shaking. I prepare myself for the possibility of the tank rupturing. It is a needless worry. I become aware of the strange fact the shaking isn't natural phenomena, because the place where I'm standing isn't shaking at all. Leave. As the voice echoes, the shaking of the furniture grows stronger still. That's the only thing. Leave now. The frequency of the voice echoing from out of nowhere is steadily increasing as well. I can't leave yet. Leave. Don't know if my words are getting through. As if in agreement, the vibration of the furniture grows more violent as the mysterious voice strength increases. I will leave. I'm leaving, but I'll only leave with Himeno. Instinctively, I give voice to my determination. I have no choice but to move on. I sit down once again and reach for the handle under the desk. At that moment, my body is suddenly flipped backward. Not that I tumbled onto my own, but it felt more like I was pulled back by an invisible hand. I won't give up. I won't give up. No, I won't. Once more, my face is pushed close to the floor. My vision is concentrated on a small handle. My hand could easily reach it, but my body is once again knocked back by this unknown force. Doesn't matter how many times how many bad experiences I've had up to this point. Surely with just one more step I can reach this unknown territory. What if there's nothing there? No, there has to be. This force trying to stop me is proof of that. Even if there's nothing there, I will leave here together with Himeno. I'm no longer the me who knew nothing. Even if I have to drag Himeno behind me, I'll find a safe way out. Leave this place no matter what. So I absolutely must keep going. That moment, there's a pulsation. It isn't my heartbeat, but the entire room pulsating with a loud thump. Ugh. Nose is starting to bug me. Ugh. What? Something else happening now? That moment, the shaking furniture stops. In exchange, my own heart is pumping blood rapidly through my body with a... All the lights in the room go out, and it becomes pitch black. I use my hands to feel for the handle on the floor, but I can't seem to find it. This light, a phosphorescent red light, begins to shine through the tank inside the director's office. Water inside the tank becomes illuminated with that red color, faintly lighting the whole room. Red light seems to be corroding the entire room, little by little. Fish? How? Fish swimming in the air begin to penetrate the room, seem to be riding the flow of the light from the tank, swimming inside the red light. Fish swimming where there is no water, probably a major misunderstanding I've had here in Mountain Aquarium. This red light, it's water. The room quickly fills with light. If the room fills with water, I'll drown. Staying in this room is and this state is dangerous. Someone's note too. We're scraping the last dregs of our subsidiary aid. Oh, cool. We actually see another room. This is the fate private management cannot avoid. One segment of the staff finds my plan unsuitable, but Mountain Aquarium can't go on being revered merely as a source of amusement. If there's a shakeup amongst personality, then my job. Leave the room. As I fumble about, my body slowly begins to float in the air. The place is already filled with water. Trying to control my body, I reach for the door in the director's office. I have to get out at once. At this rate, I need to pull myself together in a safe place. My fingertip somehow touches the door. Grab the doorknob and I can't move it. I need one way out and it won't budge. I cough up the remaining oxygen in my lungs in shock when the door refuses to open. My body is nonchalantly overcome with the sensation of floating. Just like that, I lose consciousness. This is no longer being of this world. I become aware of something strange. Then my soul is pulled into a large container. Deep red emotions. It isn't just me, but numerous souls dominated by malice. Now I no longer have my original form, instead becoming nothing more than a part of the whole, molding into a colony. It's all over now. The me that was me is finished. Amongst the Gears 1. Oh. Another two-parter. Meaning that I'm going to have two opportunities to escape, I guess. Both of which lead to the same outcome. Stick around. I can't give up. Courage springs up from within me. If I'm going to escape from Mountain Aquarium with Himeno, I have to overcome this obstacle. Going from midair to underwater, I have to overcome this nightmare, trying to force me to drown to death. I have escaped so many times and been rescued from the brink of death. However, I won't lose anymore. Red light is eroding the room. Numerous fish are swimming. When I saved the girl, I overcame a similar obstacle. By knowing something by chance about creatures' habitat, I was able to do something about the situation. However, I can't use the same method here. No machines, there are too many varieties of fish for me to know about them. Moreover, I need to find a more basic solution. That girl, whose name I don't even know, talked about a grudge. There were two cases, a murder investigation and a mass culling, involving this malice. By a murder, could she have meant... No. There's no mistaking that Mari's disappearance is related to Mountain Aquarium. But that isn't what I need now. The director's accidental death was caused by the error in Deep Sea Fish Booth, and also caused all those other deaths. Either way, what if it wasn't an accident? So, another illusion of choice, I guess. Director's accidental death was caused by an error in the deep sea fish booth, also caused the other deaths. Either way, what if it wasn't an accident? What if the whole thing was targeted at someone? I can see what caused the closing down of Mountain Aquarium, the bitter intent against the one who killed them. In other words, regret and a grudge. I bore great fear and anxiety toward Mountain Aquarium. But if my way of thinking is correct, then what should I be afraid of isn't the aquarium, but the deceased that have taken on its form. Maybe so. There's so many rumors, though, seeing a man's ghost in the tank's deep-sea fish booth being open only on the day of a full moon, that all the water changes into blood, or that you can hear crying from the back of the tanks. Even those words from that lunch break long ago all come back to me now. It was only a couple days back, honestly. The director. You. As if agreeing with my conjecture, the red light grows more dense and becomes hard for me to breathe. I don't have time. With just one more step, I should be able to overcome this phenomenon. Oh, God. Alright, here we go. We'll overwrite that because that's an illusion choice. Well, we know the door is bad, so we're just gonna get that other ending. Amongst the Gears 3. Okay. I expected that to be 2. Meaning that one of those other answers is is also amongst the gears. The pocket seems like it would probably be the best answer. If my guess is correct and that the charm does belong to, like, what's-her-face? If he sees, like, the charm that has both of them on it. So I'm gonna go for the desk. Almost subconsciously, I reach for the top of the desk. My fingertips brush the wooden frame of the picture, struggle against the water's resistance, and pull it down. I've seen this picture somewhere before. I have. Let go of the picture frame and steadily floating about, try to gain control of my body and reach into my pocket. Relying on the tactile feedback from my fingers, I search my pocket. This is it. What I pull out is the keychain with the starfish attached. Stuck to its back is a sticker, a picture of the man and the little girl. Director, if you can hear me. You can hear me from somewhere. Watch this. Bubble as big as my mouth leaps out. The red bubble rises through the interval between the air and the water. Cover my nose and mouth. My left hand and hoist the keychain up high. My lungs are at their limits. The results of my defiance will be life or death. My conviction is nothing more than a mistake. I die by suffocation. However, this is the last bit of air in my lungs. Last bit of air in my lungs, this little red bubble climbing to the heavens, along with my memories. Inside of my head is becoming murky. There isn't enough oxygen. I'll die. In just a matter of seconds, I'll drown to death. Okay, so that's, we'll save here. We want the other freaking, we'll check the others. Bookshelf. Something on the bookshelf. This is going to be the other bad one. Hoping against hope, try to control my wobbling body and reach out my hand. Touch the books, something, anything would be good. Search for something to help me overcome the situation. Not business administration, not architecture. The kind of books I need. During this time, the air slips from my nose in the form of bubbles. However, I'm still okay. Plug up my nose, my left hand, and search the bookshelf with my right. Heavy books, thick books, fling all of them off the shelf. Books float for a second in the water, then sink right away. Once a book falls, I put it out of my mind. What I'm looking for is a clue to get through this place. Gah! Air is leaving my body. I don't watch the bubbles as they float up. It's not just bubbles, but the equivalent of my life. Watching it vanish could really shatter my mind. If I have even a hint, I'll be fine. To address the director, hint is all. An array of hope appears for a brief second. Just as I think my air supply won't last any longer, a piece of paper that had been lodged in a book passes before my eyes. On top of the paper are two silhouettes, an adult and a child. A man and a girl. A faded photograph. One of them is a man past middle age, wearing an impeccable suit. The colors of his clothing are the same as Saganuma Rico's. I'm convinced that this is the director. That's right. Having relaxed for a second, the corners of my mouth loosen as well. The bubble that leaves my mouth starts to flow in the water. That slight current of water lifts the photograph toward the water surface. Wait. I can hold no longer breathing. Picture was my last clue, my last chance to speak with the resounding voice of the director. I chased the picture, swimming higher and higher, assisted by the buoyancy supporting my body, swimming up as easy. The picture is higher and higher still. My right arm stretched out, I followed the picture toward the surface, as high as it can go. Huh? Was the room always this big? Unable to sense the ceiling, I just keep going up through the water. The picture is very far away, disappearing as it goes higher and higher. Huh? What was it with that picture in the first place? My vision is nothing but the deepest blue. My previous focus no longer visible. Is this enough? I should need oxygen, but right now I don't feel the slightest pain from being unable to breathe. Melting into the blue, my consciousness is freed. That's right. Long ago I became part of the wavering water's flow. Where did I begin and where do I end? Only things I think are keeping me concerned. That too will end. It's mysterious, or that's how I feel. You and me, there is no difference between us. We are but one larger flow. The things we can feel are larger than we ever could imagine. Something is here, carrying with it something I've lost. Some sort of form has come. It should be a bad ending. Amongst the gears too. There it is. Seven more bad endings. Reach for my pocket. My own body is taken on buoyancy and is floating around. This entire room is now underwater. It doesn't have water in it, but it is in water. If I try to control my wavering body, I search for my pocket. My finger feels something and I pull it out. The keychain with the starfish charm, sticker. Photo is attached to the back. Director, if you can hear me. You can hear me from somewhere, watch this. Okay, and then we get to stop this father. Both of those lead to... Okay, well, I guess it's not, like, unfair. It's one of those weird things. It's like... That's kind of a cop-out to, like, have two options that are good, but, I mean... Also, having one answer, if you're trying to, like, first time through this, do the smart thing or whatever. Going and making a decision that has, like, 4 options, and 3 of them are bad, would suck. I'm intentionally trying to, like, see, like, all the bad endings, so... I mean, also having more bad endings that aren't just, like, variations of, like, a single one is nice for me, too, so I'm not complaining. In time with the girl's voice, I feel pain in my body crashing to the ground. With a thud, my butt begins to hurt, however, that pain is proof that the director's office has returned to normal. Without hesitation, I feel grateful for gravity. It's all right now, Father. Say-yo. Say-yo. Just like when I tried to open the floor, a voice echoes through the room. As I steady my breathing, I look around me and survey the room. As expected, I cannot find the source of the voice. I've heard this voice before. It's a voice I've heard many times in Mountain Aquarium. a hollow voice, one that projects well. This isn't a mistake. It's the voice of the girl, one killed by Saganuma Riko. Okay, so that's why she had to die. I kind of wish she didn't. But for plot reasons, she had to, because then she couldn't stop the father from doing this. That sucks. I really like that character. Take another look at the picture. She did kind of freaking just accept her fate, though, the moment that she came down here. The keychain in my hand. By father, do you mean that this is... Sounds like she must be his daughter. In other words, that girl was the daughter of the director. She is, so then that's why. Realize she is the daughter of the director whose murder was made to look accidental, which is why she has so tenaciously pursued the secrets of Mountain Aquarium. Along with the surprise, I feel understanding. Blue light shines through the translucent tank. The ominous red light from earlier is no longer there. The spaces between the blue light, I can see two silhouettes, like images projected on a screen. They're a bit vague, but I can easily identify them. Middle-aged man and a girl. The two of them face each other in a pleasant manner. Man. So, you've gotten so big. Silhouette that appears to be... Director says in a kind voice. I decide to watch the pair's conversation quietly for a bit so as not to interrupt. You're making such a big deal out of it. More importantly, I found her, the criminal who killed you. Sayo, you. Saganuma Riko. I was killed by her as well. But after coming to Mountain Aquarium so many times, I was finally able to confirm it on my own. So I'm more or less satisfied. Because of me, even you were, Sayo. Don't say any more. I have no regrets. If you keep going, all of my efforts will be in vain. I lived and died solely for my objective. Sayo says in a cool voice, talking about her objective even after her own death. What a tragic thing. Listening to Sayo's words, the director's mouth becomes a straight line, as he looks down, holding back his regrets. Your face has changed so much in the last few hours. Huh? Me? Sayo shifts her gaze from the director to me, turns her attention from the director and continues. The fact you're not surprised to see a ghost really isn't normal, but I understand how you feel. Yeah, that's right. I suppose you could say I've gotten used to it. Wish I could have gotten to know your name. You never would tell me. It doesn't matter now, since I'm dead anyway. Even now, Sayo talks like it's someone else's problem. Director at her side responds to the question about her name. Sakaguri Sayo, the girl's full name. I am Sakuragi Isao. Oh, frick. How am I supposed to pronounce that? Isao? Isao? Isao sounds right. God. For once, I think that I'd prefer you to just be referred to as Sakuragi. That one I at least feel confident in my pronunciation of it. Sayo's father, and the director of Mountain Aquarium. So you're the director after all. It would probably be more accurate to say former. But it seems that I lost my sense of reason for a long time. I wonder why it's only now that I've regained my senses. Lost a sense for a reason. He says it as if it's no longer the case. Nevertheless, his story seems to substantiate the theory that Mountain Aquarium gives form to grudges. Having returned to his senses, no strange phenomena should take place. On the contrary, I could say that the earlier poltergeist phenomenon the director caused would also serve as proof, but I don't see any need to blame him. Wasn't it seeing Sayo-chan that returned you to your senses? Hey, stop adding Chan. I have a name too. I don't like it. Yeah? And it's Sayo. Yeah. And it's Sayo. I have a name too, Mayumi. So stop with the hey and you stuff. Sayo breathes an affected sigh, then continues talking. She looks listless, but somehow it seems like she's smiling. If your conjecture is right, Mayumi, then I'll be glad. Conjecture? That I returned my father to his senses. Fool. Is there anything to be happy about? If you hadn't died, you wouldn't have met me. My beloved daughter, dead because of me. Is there really anything to be happy about? Father, calm down. You'll make the aquarium get weird again. Misjudged you, Sayo. Thought you were amazing because you were steadfast in your determination and your resolve, but I labeled you a cold girl. Really, you were kind. Tears faintly gather in the director's eyes. If demons can have tears in their eyes, then ghosts can cry. That's why they call it infectious crying, I suppose. Even as I watch the two of them, the corner of my eyes becomes hot. Exchange between the two of them is so natural, as the rhythm of conversation between parent and child. Something that won't happen again for them. I'm sorry, I couldn't save you. I saw you, Sayo. At the moment you got killed, I couldn't save you, Don't worry about it. This is the result of my own faltering. It isn't your fault, Mayumi. But don't you have someone you need to save? If so, you can't waver. Sayo, you've matured. Become able to encourage others. Be quiet, Father. Well, I'm glad you weren't killed by my father. You've grown up, Sayo. The air surrounding them warms my heart, but the realization that this is nothing more than a transient moment causes my chest to tighten. Huh? You too. Suddenly the blue light changes to white, floods the room like a fluorescent bulb, gradually growing stronger. Without realizing it, I narrow my eyes. What happened all of a sudden? Who knows? Maybe we're crossing over. I'm satisfied knowing who the killer is. But, wait just a bit. Crossing over? No longer having any attachment to this world. Sayo has achieved her goal. She and the director have miraculously reunited after overcoming space and time. No. Cry out from the bottom of my heart. However, can't give that scream voice because Sayo knows my resolve. I don't want her to see me acting uncool because even though Sayo is dead, she's cheering me on. Mayumi-kun, was it? Before I disappear, I will tell you what I know. Even so, many events right before and after my death are vague. That is much too soon. Will you really disappear? My soul was originally supposed to cross over 5 years ago. Being able to cross over in and of itself is something to be happy about. Director, I don't want to cause anyone trouble like Father did. I just want to go right away. Where our souls are taken, to have completely reconciled their lives. Souls being taken, something I only barely understand. If it happens just as it did before with the director, then only their grudge and malice will continue to be expressed in this world. When it's time to die, one crosses over. It's probably the best to see it from a spirit's position. But then they can't be happy together. I stiffly endure these words. Unconcerned with my own thoughts, the director begins to speak. 5 years ago, Mountain Aquarium experienced financial hardship. With diverse options for entertainment, more direct subway system, customer traffic decreased as people were flocking to towns with Customer traffic decreased as people flocked to towns other than Montan. Management of the aquarium was seeing large costs from the purchase of exhibits, large amount of feed required, and the cost of paying for the employees. Also, due to the location of the Montan Aquarium, the cost of transporting seawater is high. Yeah, well, that's what you get for putting it on the top floor of a skyscraper. Like, I don't blame you, director, you just took the job, but whatever architect or whoever was calling the shots in that made that decision, they're an idiot. I mean, sure, it's like cool and all from like the thought perspective, but A, no one's gonna see it. You're gonna have the area closed off because in a hot summer day, leaving the water exposed to the light like that would just freaking boil the fish inside. It's one of those freaking things of, haha, it looks good on paper. Good luck to whoever's actually using this to figure out how to actually make it work. Bye! In addition, deep-sea fish booth that served as the centerpiece at that time used the latest technology and required enormous maintenance costs due to its size. I was being pressed by many decisions, letting go of employees, reducing display space, and the widening of the target demographic, closing of the deep sea fish booth. I couldn't bring myself to cast aside anything from my beloved aquarium. Tried to do the impossible with the hopes of producing results, but in the end, it boiled down to a confrontation with Saganuma Riko and those who stood with her. I was eliminated in the most rational way possible. In other words, I was killed. I get that you've had 5 years to, like, come to terms with that, but God, you're so casual about, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They didn't want to have to go through all the paperwork, so, you know, they just murked me. It was made to look like an on-the-job accident. Director continues, unperturbed by my trembling. I rise to my feet and reach out a hand to Sayo. She is also listening quietly to the director's matter-of-fact way of speaking. Form seems so fragile. I am unable to touch the image she is projecting into the light. Despite my position amongst management, I let her know I'm not, in not so subtle terms, how I felt about her. This gave her all the motive she needed. I have no doubt that my murder was, in some part, because I pushed her too far. No, she's actually just a crazy bitch. Like, I saw that smile on her face while she murked your freaking daughter. And that was not, like, a simple villain, you're in my way, I've got a gun because I've thought this far ahead kind of deal. No, she freaking, like, brutalized her. That is not a logical line of thinking. That is just absolute psychopathy. Beside me, Sayo lowers her head. However, she listens carefully to the director's monologue. I study the director's face and wait for the rest of the story. Then Saganuma Riko sent all the fish in the deep-sea fish booth to their deaths. There were 1,217 of them in all. Okay, I get that, like, in most like, cultures and whatnot, that's, like, by far, like, the lowest crime, but, like, if you got into marine biology and, like, aquarium, like, upper echelon stuff, like, I'm thinking that you've got some sort of passion in sea life. That just crosses another, like, mark of, yeah, she's a freaking psychopath. There were probably those employees who had their doubts in regards to the recurrence of unlikely accidents that knew even the slightest bit about our management's ducking their heads in the sand. God dang it. Probably those employees who had their doubts in regards to the recurrence of unlikely accidents, those that knew even the slightest bit about our management stuck their heads in the sand and just dismissed it as a cost-cutting in some way. That's awful. By all rights, it's something Father would consider as a manager. Yes, at times such a thing becomes necessary. Saganuma Riko held neither reverence nor regret toward the fish she, a human, killed. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. She probably smiled while killing them, forcing them to bear the brunt of her rage and grudge against me. Yeah, she probably did. It wasn't that she was just, like, cold about it. She probably got some sort of sick freaking... Like, it depends... Even, like, if she was, like, depressurize them, and she probably, like, oh, it was like gory fireworks, haha. She's freaking unhinged. My soul was already here. It's hard to put into words, but what you might call Jibakuri. What is a Jibakuri? Let me... Because I'm going to look this up. I'm going to save because if my mouse goes away, when I look back in, I'm just going to restart the game. Earthbound Spirit. You got any images for this? Mostly anime images, oddly enough. I expected, like, actual ancient, images like other yokai get. No. Oh, well, there are... Huh. There are some, but, like, it's the broader Yurei. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Yeah, Yurei. Interesting. Cool, my mouse is still here. Spirit bound to this place, sympathizing with the souls of all those fish, I offered up my soul to Mountain Aquarium. So then, the grudge you and the fish bore created the world I am in now. The director nods with a serious face. I instinctively swallow. Okay, so we're pulling in, like, some things akin to, like, reincarnation stuff. Where, like, even the fish have, their souls, at the very least, have a level of sentience, because it all, like... I mean... Is that Shinto? I think that's a brand of a type of Buddhism. What is the primary religion, like, with the shrines and whatnot? Either way, like, it makes sense. Director nods with a serious face. I instinctively swallow. The Red Mountain Aquarium, I've taken to calling it that. Without regard for when they took vengeance to dispel their regrets, didn't matter if it involved people or fish, they merely turned to anger. There was nothing I could do. As a human with an independent will and emotions, my soul was the cornerstone, but the fish were the ones to rule Mountain Aquarium. Oh. So, by that logic, the fish themselves, like, keep their level of intelligence. Where they're kind of just at their, like, basal instincts when they die. Man, this is... Freaking, once you get into spirit stuff, it gets complicated. Especially for someone like me who's not, like, very versed in that kind of stuff. The closest I get to that is, like, cryptids, yokai, and that kind of stuff. All those mythical creatures from around the world. Because they're neat. There's no distinction for the value of life. 10,000 of fish spirits overpowered my own sense of reasoning. Then why now? I'm sorry, but I don't clearly understand it either. I may be ubiquitous throughout this Red Mountain Aquarium, but I am merely a core that bore its grudge, nothing more. There are far too many things I cannot explain. So, are the fish still gonna be, like, just causing havoc now that they don't have, like, a mind to be like the hive mind, or Is everything gonna be fine now that they don't have their core, so they're gonna, like, freaking disperse and be far less, like, malicious? I mean, I've still got several bad endings to do, so I guess that I get my answer. I guess it just depends on how bad the bad endings are gonna be from here on out. But if I were to venture a guess, I would think that my reunion with Sayo has led my soul to stop producing negative emotions upon becoming useless. I was probably rejected from the Red Mountain Aquarium. Upon becoming useless, I was probably rejected from the Red Mountain Aquarium. Theories and such probably don't matter. Mayumi, it's thanks to you bringing Sayo and I together that this miracle occurred. I don't need any further explanation than that. I mean, technically, it was your crazy assistant director lady that freaking did that. By freaking being a heartless... God, even saying heartless is freaking twisted-hearted, black-hearted. Like I said, it wasn't a freaking... this is convenient kind of thing. I have a tool, I can freaking do this quick and not have to worry about it. It was a brutalization. There is no freaking, like, heartless implies there is just not caring. It was caring, but it was violent, hatred-filled caring. Director smiles peacefully. Probably doesn't remember the details of what he put us through. If he did, he wouldn't be smiling. Still, it isn't like the director is directly responsible for his sins. Sins are born from a person's ill will. If I trust the director's words, then that isn't the case here. It isn't in me to bear hatred for something with no form. Cornerstone having lost me, the one directing their malice, the fish spirits would also disappear. They should cross over. Director says in a relaxed tone after some thought. In other words, the Red Mountain Aquarium will disappear. If my theory is correct, that is what should happen. In turn, with my soul's disappearance, the Red Mountain Aquarium should begin to crumble. This isn't something I know for sure, merely a hunch. But it seems I am part of Mountain Aquarium after all. Please don't lament the fact that I will disappear. It was your courage that rescued us from this place, the Red Mountain Aquarium. You know what? I'll give you that. Like, you know, I guess you do make a point. If I didn't, like, save her from the orca, she would have died long ago. And probably been, like, just pulled into the hive mind, not actually been able to talk to you, rather than being, like, a spirit of actual determination. I didn't save you. My words of denial won't come out. Surely the director is satisfied already. After having a soul bound for 5 years and squeezed for every drop of malice, just releasing him was saving him. So I can't dilute that fact. Before we part ways, I will return this to you. This keychain. Sayo hands me a keychain. It's a droplet-shaped keychain, one with a jellyfish attached. Unmistakably the keychain from my memories. Hi, Sayo. You were running without watching where you were going, and you ran into me, don't you remember? When I was chasing Mari, I ran into someone. That's right. Himeno picked it up in all of the confusion. It was something incredibly precious to me. It never seemed like something someone could mistake. Even now, I still don't understand the mix-up. Finally realized that you had my keychain when I looked at it. And that one I picked up was yours, Mayumi. Thank you. So it wasn't Himeno that Himeno lied. The mix-up was because there were 2 lookalikes. And the keychain with the starfish charm to Sayo. Father and daughter smile at me from within the sticker picture. This piece of their lost past leaves my hands. As I hand it to her, I'm unable to touch her. However, the treasure safely lands in Sayo's hand. Why didn't you tell me back then? Hope, probably? What do you mean? I won't say any more than that. I'm about to respond, but Sayo speaks without giving me a chance. You know, I'm a bit jealous of that Himeno girl. Why? Think about it yourself. You're so mean. Sayo grips the keychain tightly and shuts her eyes. I mean, yeah, the main person that you care about is still alive. You didn't have to freaking... There's a person that'll, like... There's several freaking angles for that, I guess. Shuts her eyes, takes a small breath, and then nods. You walked a different path than I, Mayumi. Even now, I think so. Yeah. Mayumi, what you've done is resolve yourself to have both of you. Save the both of you. I don't want to think that I'm wrong. However, you aren't wrong either, Mayumi. The world's a place with few answers. What? Sayo laughs with a haha, then smiles. Seems out of character for her. But Sayo's smile is very natural, surely. This is the girl's true nature. Nah, the cool Sayo I spoke with first is the real deal. Just as Sayo said, there's no perfect answer anywhere. Regardless of the director's choices, there were none that could have led to a perfect solution. Even so, we all must choose, even if it means casting aside that which we do not choose. I wasn't able to be like you. I was filled with weakness I couldn't account for. Sayo, you aren't weak at all. You saved me. Her eyes close, Sayo shakes her head. Mayumi, you have strength that I don't. You won't fall apart at the truth. You will save Himeno, no matter what. That's true. Like, the thing is that she found out that the bitch freaking murdered her father, and that's when she lost it, and then in a moment of distraction got done in herself. Thank you. I'm sorry in the end, Huh? Nah, nothing. I don't care for stubbornness after all. Light surrounding Sayo grows far brighter than the light surrounding the director. Gradually, Sayo's silhouette grows dim. I understand this is the light of Sayo's life. Bye-bye. Yes, bye-bye. I won't say see you later or anything. If you find your way here after 100 years, I'll just turn you away. No way I could live that long. I'm unable to stop my emotions from overflowing. The drops of light spilling over melt into the even stronger light. It's the same for Sayo. She would probably get mad if I say so I won't, but... Well, Father, I'll go on ahead. This time, you can follow me. Essentially, it's decided. Sayo is my friend now. So as much as I continue to struggle, I won't break so easily. Flashbang! By the time I've wiped away my tears, Sayo's light has already vanished. The director closes his eyes and begins to pray. Seeing me stand up, he quietly opens his mouth. I don't know exactly what will happen when this place crumbles. Before it happens, I think it's best that you get out of Mountain Aquarium. I want to ask you about Saginuma, Riko. She's still alive in this aquarium, isn't she? Woman who killed not just the director, but his daughter too. Her insane smile is etched into my mind and won't disappear. She shouldn't be living. I can't remember it clearly, but I do know this. Mountain Aquarium did exact its vengeance on her. Okay, so she is part of the freaking thing. I had a feeling. Especially considering she still referred to herself as assistant director, meaning that she was still stuck in the past. she's still here in the aquarium, and she's nothing older than a ghost, other than a ghost. She's a captive soul, bound here by the grudge and malice that pervades this place. If so, when this place crumbles, she'll disappear as well. You needn't worry. I don't need to worry. Is that true? Those things left behind in time will not change. I understand that, and yes, what is it? You didn't see a girl called Mari somewhere, did you? She looks like Sayu when she was a child, perhaps. Like you? She became a spirit and is in Mountain Aquarium. Ask the disappearing director something that has caught his attention. If he is one with Mountain Aquarium, then perhaps he does know something. However, that hope is quickly dashed. I do not know. Ever since my death, my mind has become rather vague and fragmented. Is that so? However, as it is vague, I cannot definitely say that she isn't here. In the deep sea fish booth where I lost my life, there may be some truth even I do not know. Speaking of which, Director, when you were under the influence of the grudge, you told me to leave. Did you understand somewhere deep down the danger of this place where you were killed? I wonder. Honestly, I do not know. Well then, it seems the time has come. Director, I can no longer stay here. Realize it may be irresponsible, however... It seems this alone I cannot fight. In this world, there are powers that go beyond human understanding. If I wait too much longer, I won't be able to follow Sayu. When I reach the other side, I will pray for you, that you may be saved and blessed. Second flashbang. I'm unable to stop him as he's wrapped in a brilliant light just as Sayu was. In the next moment, his form is gone. Was he able to cross over? The question is directed at thin air, so naturally, there's no reply. Wonder if this is a time when you should say congratulations. Thinking it over a bit, I look up in that position, I close my eyes. Please find peace. Before I realize it, I'm alone again. That's alright. Even if something happens, I will not fail. I've prepared myself. Well then, I have to walk on. What? Huh? Which one should I go for? Which one would be the right answer? Alright, I know the right answer, and I know that the other one leads to a bad ending. I do wonder what the bad ending is that I go all the way back there. Maybe I get freaking run into what's-her-face and she kills me because she freaking ran out of stuff. I don't know. I need to get a refill on my drink and hit the bathroom, so I'll be right back. this up. Bring this up. Still got my mouse. Alright, well, let's get our next bad ending, I guess. Because that's what this is going to be. Run all over Mountain Aquarium, returning to the stage. You. Having reached the shed and the edge, I caress Himeno's form as she lies on her back. She's alive. For that alone, I'm incredibly happy. Well, at least we know she's alive for when we actually, you know, do the smart thing and don't freaking go all the way back here. Urgh. You okay? Face is red and feverish. Himeno seems to be suffering. Seems to be some change. She's no longer spewing out parasites that were consuming her body. Could it have stopped? Parasites' strange propagation and assault. Maybe they were linked to the grudge of Mountain Aquarium. Well, that's also a plus, I guess. Now that the director has crossed over, maybe the so-called curse has vanished as well. In other words, at this point, Himeno has been freed from the absurdity. Now all that's left is to get her out of here. Take her to the hospital, get her on an IV, and restore her strength. Let's go. Let's get going. But I can't carry on my own. Physically, there's little I can do. At times like this, I regret my own lack of motor skills. Glance around the room, looking for something that can help. This is it. A hand truck for moving boxes. Probably have large tools and such on hand for the shows. I can do it. With this, we can make it. Call out to the suffering Himeno many times. I bring the hand truck over to Himeno and somehow set her on top of it. From here, I get a vigorous start. Charge through a route with few ups and downs, head for the gate. Hand truck is slicker than expected, so I push it with all my might. It's only been a 5-minute dash. Having reached the finish line unharmed, I stand completely still for several turnstiles, one next to the other. Finally, we made it here. Just a number of steps, be able to save Himeno. If that's the case, I can keep going. The moment we pass through the ticket gate, it feels as if we're enveloped in light. Together with Himeno, I head past the light. Wait, well, we actually got out. I expected something to kill us before we got out. Ow. Flash and bang. Weeks passed since that dramatic escape. There was no change in my physical health, and weakened Himeno is in the hospital even now. Came to pay you a visit, Himeno. Lately I visit her hospital room every day. Every time I go to see her, she's so happy. Thanks, Maya. Looking at the sickly Himeno is painful. If I could, I'd get her out of the hospital right away. Well, it seems that they have to keep me a little longer for observation, so I'll just wait a little longer. Lying in the bed, Himeno smiles at me. I don't remember if it started that day or not. Despite the fact that she is hospitalized, Himeno's condition has deteriorated. Even after a month has passed, Himeno has lost her enthusiasm from just before our escape from Mountain Aquarium. As each day passes, her condition worsens. At the suggestion of Himeno's parents, she has changed hospitals, but her circumstances don't seem to have improved. I don't know how much time has passed, probably been half a year since we escaped the Red Mountain Aquarium. The amount of words Himeno says has drastically decreased, and it has become difficult for her to eat on her own. I wanted us to eat ice cream together. We had so many fun things ahead of us. My heart overflows from its very core with thoughts and feelings. Smile once more. I don't know how many times I've said these words in the hospital. However, she shows no hint of a reaction. Himeno's attending physician says quite bluntly that the cause is probably something unknown to science at present. Then doesn't that mean I wasn't able to save Himeno? No, I don't want to say goodbye here. Doesn't matter how many years it takes. If I can see that smile again, so please. Where salvation lies. I didn't even expect them to make the escape, honestly. I mean, I guess I should have expected that there was going to be, like, a tragic, like, post-escape thing. But no, I didn't expect them to actually make that. It is a confirmation that she's still freaking alive, though. There's a lot of CGs that I don't have yet. How many CGs are going to be in the ending? Because I have 6 bad endings left. If each of these has a single, if each of these has a single CG, I would get another page. And like, all this distance from here to here, and not getting like, and only getting parts of a page. Like, we did this halfway through yesterday. A single page for that much. So there's gotta be a lot of CGs in like the last little leg here. Yeah, still someone's note 1, or someone's note 2. Head for the deep sea fish. Reach for the small handle under the desk. Wait just a little longer. I have no time, but that means I have to be all the more careful and away. This is Mountain Aquarium's final puzzle. Close down deep sea fish booth, everything will be settled there. There has to be an end to the red Mountain Aquarium. Embracing the vigor in my chest, I pull open the small door. I descend the ladder leading from the director's office, walk along the dark underground passageway for several meters and reach another ladder. Causing a dull sound to echo, I climb the ladder. As I approach the door overhead, cold air flows through. Pushing the door up with my head, I reach the top of the ladder. Wow. Yeah, I can definitely see how that would be pricey if this is, like, not just some sort of ghost illusion. This is the deep sea fish booth. I mutter, closing the door I came through. Inside, it's pitch black. As if no match to the real deep sea, this is a world. As if to match the real deep sea, it is a world with no light. My unease of the dark comes from deep down in my heart. However, at this moment, I am able to suppress that feeling. Stretching my arms out to the left and right, I carefully walk on. There must be something here. I'm absolutely sure of it. Huh? That light. After walking for a bit, I find a light floating in my path. It's neither a red light nor a blue one. I saw in the director's office, but rather a golden light, like that of the morning sun. Suddenly, begin walking toward that light. There may be nothing there, but I don't even consider that possibility. It's probably like an anglerfish or something. Also, good lord, that is freaking... I really like this image. So pretty. Called by the light, I move forward. But I know. Having gotten close enough to touch the light, my movements seem to be off. While the light before my eyes has begun dodging me. Also, what's said about this area? Someone's note 3. Mountain Aquarium, secret of the deep sea. Staff of the Mountain Aquarium has been split into 2 groups. Why? Why can't they comprehend the value of my ideas? They refuse to acknowledge the sheer cost of the deep sea fish booth. Perhaps I needed to employ more... Oh, so someone's notes were what's-her-face's then. Because this is where she's making, like, the decision that she's... So she wasn't always just batshit insane. Oh, maybe... Though if she's a ghost, that would make sense. She just completely lost it when she freaking got ghostified. Deep sea fish, eh? That much I understand. Football fish, perhaps. The most famous of the deep sea fish. Emits light, even in the depths of the deep sea, slyly awaiting its prey. But I am no longer prey. Passing the light, as if something has been blown open. As things begin to flicker throughout the room, yellow lights, blue lights, even red lights. They all rush about the room like fibers. All the lights waver, like the surface of the water. Thanks to the intermittent light, I begin to grasp the full form of the deep sea fish booth. The heck is that back there? Fish are swimming all around throughout the room. Light itself is fish's habitat. This is the sea to the fish spirits that have lost the malice that once guided them. I'm not afraid anymore. The director himself said that they had all been freed from their malice. Just as he said, the fish no longer have any aggression. The oarfish, the monkfish, the hagfish are also ones with scary faces, transparent fish, and fish that glow beautifully. Though differently from the football fish. This room is filled with several deep-sea fish. It's more realistic and more magnificent than any other display space. I'm no longer afraid, so come on out. Weaving through all the fish, I touch a wall on the inside of the deep sea fish booth. Mari. Just as I call her name, I feel my legs slam close together. Huh? Suppose this is what you'd call carelessness. My legs have been grabbed by a large tentacle, has white skin and pale pink suckers. At my feet is the deep sea. I can see black shadow far closer to me than the bottom of the sea. I've seen this creature on the news on TV, largest creature on planet Earth, giant squid. My impatience is greater than my fear. Before it can pull me in, I have to escape. But the suction pads are strong. Squid have hooks, which would be even worse than the suction cups. And I struggle. Another tentacle approaches. Well, I don't know if all squid do. Some squid might have suckers, but I think giant squid and colossal squid both have barbed hooks instead of suckers. I get that if they actually put the hooks, this would freaking be awful for her, but I have to nerd out a little bit on that. Suction pads are strong. As I struggle, another tentacle approaches. Dummy. Huh? It's the voice of hope. A small hand reaches down from above as I'm pulled further into the deep sea. A hand of salvation for me as I writhe against the imminent death in the darkness. That's her for sure. Push the hand away. No. As I scream out, I push away the hand being extended to me, pretending to help me, but really tricking me. This is my logic based on what I've experienced over and over again at this aquarium. See, regretful voice quickly disappears, and in exchange, the tentacle pulling my legs pulls harder. Feel intense pain, as if my legs are about to be ripped off. frantically try to resist, but the only thing I feel is myself being pulled down further. Gradually forget to breathe. Below my eye level, there is an enormous giant squid. As I close my eyes, my limbs are torn away by the thick tentacles. My own body gently floats along in the water. No objective, just floating. Before long, the tentacle has wrapped around my slender neck. Just like that, I'm pulled even further into the deep sea. At this point, I've already died. It is an instantaneous death, thanks to my broken neck. I'm watching the spectacle of my own death from somewhere else. The sight of my death from this enormous creature preying on me. My own almost comedic powerlessness. Big sister. I feel like I heard a voice. Unable to find the owner of that voice, I can only look around, room drenched in red light. Deep mystery. So I wonder if it's gonna be... I mean, it'll probably be just her floating along. No, it actually is Mari. I didn't expect it to actually be Mari, for the bad end marker, even though she was somewhat associated with that. Five more to go. Take the hand. Big sister, if you go away before we get to makeup, I will really hate you. I'm not going anywhere. First, I grasp her hand tightly with my right hand. Such a miracle, I begin to feel my zeal returning. Next, I grab the little hand with my left hand. I can feel my energy growing stronger. I am pulled up with a great amount of power. It isn't just the owner of the voice's strength either. I can feel the intervention of a miraculous amount of power. But just that, the tentacles that hold my legs have refused to let go or easily peeled away. Ow. Pulled from the darkness, I land on my backside. Man, she is gonna have to freaking, like, have a cast put around her and freaking butt. She keeps freaking landing on it like that. Don't know how many times today I've fallen down. Please cut it out. The bones in my butt feel like they'll break. Yeah. This is no time for such carefree thoughts. I've ended up in the deep sea fish booth once more. This room with so many types of fish just swimming about. She is here. Puff out my cheeks, place my hands on my hips, and push myself forward with my palms. Mari. Really, Huh? Who are you? I thought you were my big sister, but you're grown up. Looking at me as I lift my head is a girl with long hair. Mari is looking down at me. It's me. Mayumi, your big sister. Yep, I'm not wrong after all. You're grown up. You're a grown up, but you're my big sister. Wouldn't be surprising for her to not recognize me. I mean, yeah, it's been like 5 years. The 5 years that have passed, as I've been going through a growth spurt, I've grown quite noticeably. Cut my hair that was, at the time, as long as Mari's. My looks and my body have become a little more mature. But Mari is laughing and nodding, called me Big Sister. I've been looking for you for this whole time, Big Sister, since you got lost. Thought I should find you, Big Sister, the whole time. Realized that Mari's voice has an echo to it. It isn't because of the room that we're in, it's probably due to the light shining through Mari's silhouette. I saw something scary. A lady with a scary face. Wouldn't let the man who looked worried, get out of the water. She was drowning him. Yeah, that's what I thought. Could that be the director in Shinigami? I'm just gonna call her Riko, good lord. I got so scared and I ran away, but this lady chased after me. I ran and ran, hid myself in some sort of box. Thought of how I wanted to see you and stayed there the whole time. Suddenly the whole place filled with water and I went to sleep. Mari, I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. Having witnessed the scene of a murder, Mari ran away within the Mountain Aquarium as Rico pursued her, and ended up in an empty tank, which was then filled with water, and then she died. Was it an accident? Rico's doing? Could it have possibly been that she slipped into the Red Mountain Aquarium? This world of strange phenomena, Mari herself probably doesn't even know. The one truth is that Mari's life was brought to an end. After that, why did you come back here? I don't know. I drifted sleeping the whole time, then I thought that you would come, so I woke myself up. Mari, you're dead, aren't you? Say these words, enduring the pain in my heart. Feels like I have no choice but to say them. Yes. One who should apologize is me. I had no idea you faced something so terrible. I wasn't able to save you. Even though you waited here for me, I couldn't save you. That's right, geez, because you always get lost. Are you crying? Mari says this to me in an innocent voice. I'm not crying. Her big sister. 5 years her senior, so then I can't cry. Mari is smiling so broadly I can't let her see me do something as uncool as crying. Finally I was able to see Mari. Finally I was able to reunite with Mari. No matter what form she takes, this isn't supposed to be a sad thing, is it? Well, I'm going now. To where? I don't know. This cradle where I've been sleeping feels as if it's slowly disappearing. That's why I feel somehow that I'm not supposed to be here anymore. Mari, thank you for saving me. I was unable to save Mari, but even so, Mari brought me through my own crisis. Pretty pathetic for a big sister, huh? No, after all, you came to see me, didn't you? Yeah. Mountain Aquarium's final truth. For me, that would be Mari's death. I realized this a long time ago, honestly, but I was unable to accept it and let it go so easily. Little by little, light enveloping Mari grows stronger. The director was like a shell for the Red Mountain Aquarium, and Mari surely being one drop amongst the collective was being released. The thing that had held her here is now gone. All around me, numerous other lights are climbing towards heaven. As if the ceiling is no obstacle, pillars of light fill the deep-sea fish booth. Southern Mountain Aquarium is vanishing. Big sister, I love you. How about you? It's the same for me, as it should be. Well, I'm going then. I have only one choice. Wait, Mari. What is it, big sister? This keychain. It's my treasure, so... Pull the keychain, bearing all of my memories from my pocket. Dropped it once, but it came back, as if guided by destiny. True treasure. Just as if she were seeing it for the first time, Mari makes a sad face. No fair. After all, back then you told me how important it was. It is important and precious, so I'll give it to you, Mari. I am your big sister, Mari. It was such a trivial thing that I regret from that day. I won't make the same mistake again. What it is that's important to me, I feel like I understand that a little better now than back then. So it was hers the whole time. Thank you. But sorry I gave my keychain to a girl that looked just like me. So I can't trade with you. God dang it. I had a feeling. My guesses were wrong in regards to that to a certain degree, but I had a feeling that it was like the same one. I thought for a different reason because I thought that they were like the same person, but faint band of light appears in Mari's eyes, illuminated by the numerous twinkling lights. Mari is so pretty. It's alright. In sync with my words, I rub Mari's head. Cannot touch her long hair, but even so, I embrace Mari. You know that girl? She's a friend of mine. Well then, I'll treasure it no matter what. Okay. Light envelops even me. The warmth is like Mari's own body temperature. In this way, Mari will probably go to heaven. I believe that Mari will definitely go on to a happy world. Because Mari is a kind girl. Do not toy with me. Huh? Alright, well I know that you're a fake, because I know that real you is dealing with nematodes right now. If an arrow has been shot through the room, all the twinkling lights stop in sync with the voice. As soon as I hear the voice, the light surrounding Mari disappears, and it's as if time has stopped, leaving me wide-eyed. A small voice that screams hard enough for me to burn itself out. Himeno? No, this shouldn't be. Deny the truth in front of me, the owner of that voice. Don't go deciding it's all over on your own, Sakuragi. Going and destroying this place because you say your objective is complete? How convenient. Yep, that's fake. I'll kill that brat. I'll kill anyone who saw what I did. Then I'll return to Mountain Aquarium. Okay, so she just takes different forms. That is then the freaking voice of the director, or like, it is the director, or the vice director. Wall of the deep sea fish booth is thrown open, and inside I can faintly see the tunnel tank. Himeno is standing there, lit from behind by the red light leaking out from the entrance. Her face is covered in a distinct shadow. This isn't the appearance of the weakened Himeno, nor is it the Himeno I know. Her breathing rough and her expression furious. She takes a stance like a model would. Oh, why? Mari's gentle expression has changed to one of fear in an instant. Everything is bathed in the red light. My pulse quickens and grows stronger. My. She says this, the corners of Himeno's mouth bend. Even though I recognize the expression of the smile, it takes me some time. Found you. Letting out a sudden scream, Mari takes off running. In order to reach the one and only exit in the basement, Mari uses her small body to slide past Himeno's thigh. Himeno, why? Hey, answer me. Himeno. Yep. Oh. What do I? Isn't that... Could she be? There's no mistaking. That is Himeno's face and voice. However, this isn't the first time I've heard the way Himeno's speaking right now. I remember it. It's someone I know. Rico. You've got guts to address a lady older than you without respect. Well, technically you're currently in the body of someone exactly my age, so you don't deserve any extra respect, you freaking skinwalker. You were a spirit after all. How did you get Himeno's body? Through possession? Himeno, this vessel, this girl was shaken, and at the bottom of her heart, she bore resentment. Wait, so is she dead now then? Resentment. Yes. As to the one who left her all alone, that would be you. Nakanobe Mayumi. Himeno resented? Himeno gives a sly grin. No, the one in front of me isn't Himeno, is it? But I came all this way here for Himeno. I followed that brat to kill her, but I slipped from a machine and died. So I was unable to finish the job. If I can't get rid of my worries, I cannot rest easy. Sleep deprivation is the enemy of my woman's complexion. What? But you're already dead, aren't you? If she weren't dead, she couldn't possess Himeno like this. It does not matter. I will use this girl's soul in this time to create my version of Mountain Aquarium. There I will resume my peaceful existence. You're dragging Himeno into it, and it's all wrong, isn't it? My soul is nothing more than a drop within Mountain Aquarium. Just as I am released, I am pulled back in. My soul alone can't create Mountain Aquarium. I need something not linked to this place or the other souls, so I'll use this girl's soul. Then isn't that enough? Maria's already... It does not matter. I will kill that Yep, freaking there it is. If I don't, I cannot move forward. There's nothing more for you to move forward to. With that twisted expression, Himeno clicks her tongue. No, that's not Himeno. Himeno would never make that face. I'll go ahead and say this, but it's because this vessel has its own will that I am like this. The reason I hate you is because of a vector of malice from within. That's a lie. Mayu, I hate you. Yeah, well, here's the thing. We've shown time and time again that that's false. I mean, obviously she doesn't know, about we're coming back to save her and whatnot. Maybe she's a little bit miffed that she's not, getting dragged out immediately. But... I mean, we came back to freaking save her and whatnot. We freaking set her up with, a full-on bed and whatnot. Words said on the spur of the moment. Words that don't even fill up a second. Those words definitely originated from Himeno's mouth, and Himeno's voice, the same way of speaking that Himeno uses. Waganuma Riko spins her body around, and with the sound of her heels going, leaves the deep sea fish booth behind, begins walking into the Mountain Aquarium that is now corroded red. Feeling nauseated, I say this over and over. That's why I'll save you, no matter what. I don't care if Himeno does hate me, because I love her. All throughout the red aquarium, the fish swim about. Rushing out of the tanks that served as containers, they literally migrate in every inch of the area. It's become a big ocean, far greater than just the deep sea fish booth. The cutlass fish that was hopping around the tunnel tank is now just a school of fish swimming about. Occasionally, a manta ray passes at my feet. A small shark swims overhead. Fish's understanding of this place is probably different from mine. Walls, floors, and ceilings are different here, or different there. Either it's supposed to be they work differently there, or they are different there. But any concept of up or down, or right, left or right is irrelevant to them. Two perceptions of the world are merged together. Neither version of the world seems to be changing into the malicious organ that existed up until now. All of it blends together, world on the threshold. If what Rico said to me is true, the moment Mari and I touched hands, the new red aquarium was completed. She didn't say that though. I won't let you. This is something I definitely will not allow. I can guess where she is headed, double my speed and head for that place as well. Said that she fell from a machine. Various types of stingrays, manta rays, and whale sharks like swim about. The manta is properly called manta ray as the world's largest rays. Leisurely swimming forms people since. Okay. If there's a machine high enough to die from the railing of, there's no place that it could be except the machine room. There's a ladder leading to it in the passageway where Hiyoshi-san went crazy. So that's the way I head. Weaving through the fish, I move along. I'm going to save the people who are important to me. Let's go. There's a door combined with a panel on the wall just after exiting the tunnel tank. Upon closer inspection, the words staff only are written on it. Open it and see that there is a staff passageway that goes to the stage. Many hidden passageways besides this one. An aquarium. Before I realize I'd become so knowledgeable about this place. I have no time to get caught up in sentimentality. Stopping freaking... Just call her Rico, good lord. Rico takes priority. On opening the door, cool air flows out. Just to be safe, I look around, but there's no sign of Hiyoshi. Time axis may still be changing every time someone passes through a door, but I don't sense any strange phenomenon in the dead silence of the passageway, so all that's left to do is move on. Himeno! Though I call out in a loud voice, I get no response. Himeno, Mari, where are you? I move further into the passageway. I call out several times. However, there is no response. If so, Saganuma Rico has probably already climbed up. I climb up the ladder, on the side of the passageway. This passageway is essentially a sub-basement. The very top is quite high up. Climb up it one go. Looking out, I'm on a walkway above the tunnel tank. From here, one could feed the fish in the tank or adjust the machines. Being above the tunnel tank puts me about 3 stories high. Looking up from below, it's hard to tell how high up this goes. Thanks to the water physically, I get the sense that's how high I've climbed. It's so deep that I can't see the bottom. Even if I fell into the water from here, it would still be dangerous. With my clothes, I'd easily sink to the bottom. I mean, not really. It's not like you're wearing like a freaking fancy dress or anything. Kick off the freaking shoes that would be weighing you down. Like, kick off the shoes that would be inhibiting your feet from actually, like, properly interacting with the water, and you'd probably be fine. And again, if you freaking, like, did a weird double fish thing, maybe that would work as well. With my clothes, it easily sink to the bottom. That there were no water, just thinking about it is terrifying. Right now, I can be certain that there is water filling it to the brim. This thin walkway above the giant tank is a bridge about 10 meters across. Even missing one's footing by one step could easily lead to them falling. Seems to be a ladder on the other side as well. Metallic footsteps coming from over there hint to that fact. That's just unsafe. Like, how disjointed it is just seems plain unsafe. Over there are Himeno, Mari. Heard those footsteps before. They're Himeno's boots. Okay, so she's now freaking got her... She walked away with the heels clacking before. Now she's actually taking, like, the shoe form of Himeno, where it's actually boots. My, you know this place well. From her head down, Himeno's body appears clearly. Directly across from me on the walkway where I currently stand, Himeno Riko is standing there. She's holding the captured Mari. Mari, do not move. You know what will happen if you do, right? Why is she laughing about being She laughed about being caught. That's suspicious on that. Tightly restraining her. It goes without saying that there is a major difference in stature between Mari and Himeno. She holds her as if she intends to enact violence on her captive. Mari puts a smile on her painted face, pained face. The fact that she's forcing her smile is clear as day. The order in which one does things is important. After I kill this brat, I'll cast aside the flesh of this vessel and assimilate myself into the aquarium. Once my mountain aquarium is complete, I'll curse you and end your life. So keep quiet and observe. Stop calling Mari a brat already. Freaking shifting voices so much. Stop calling Mari a brat already. Stop calling Himeno a vessel. Is there any meaning to whatsoever in all of that? For me, the role one plays takes precedence, and in my world, I am at the center. Yeah, we noticed. So this isn't going to be like where it ends. I'm guessing I can get a bad ending here somehow. But we're going to have to do some sort of weird exorcism thing in order to get her out of Himeno's body, I'm guessing. How awful. I can't think of you as a human. I haven't thought of her as a human since, like, I met her, so... Mari alone is bad enough, but Himeno is being held hostage there as well. If Himeno drowns, I can't save her. How can I possibly save both of them? I frantically search my thoughts. Riko isn't taking her eyes off me. The same moment I become aware of her stare, she laughs boldly. Oh, that's just mean. Freaking... I don't even remember what voice I gave Himeno because I didn't think I'd have to use it again anytime soon. Maya, you're the one who's awful. Wow. With that brief phrase, she's halted my thoughts, just like the bizarre phenomenon of the deep sea fish booth. Her voice and tone are unmistakably Himeno's. Leaving me in that terrifying place, it's your fault that I've ended up like this, Mayu. If you had just told me the truth about yourself, we wouldn't have gotten into a fight. If you had just told me about things like your sister going missing or that she was here instead of deciding everything on your own, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Okay. Counterpoint. She did tell you about her sister, and you kind of brushed it off. And then when she told you about her sister again. I know that this is freaking Riko saying this, but you then freaking got mad at her and freaking whatever. Himeno, that's how you saw it. Even though Riko was possessing her, those words just now were none other than Himeno's. See, Himeno is my best friend. Because of that, I know that those words are how she truly feels. You know, I thought of you as my best friend, Mayu. But that was just my own misconception. You didn't care what happened to me, did you, Mayu? That's not... My words of denial come out shrouded in uncertainty. Himeno's expression is a serious one. It's the face I saw when we fought, looking a little like she might cry, but very angry. Came all this way for Himeno. Why are things getting so messed up here at the very end? Himeno, I'm sorry. Don't give up again, I start to look down. Mari's voice calls me back. Mari. When I've been... frick, what voice did I give her? When I've been in an argument, I've lied too. Even though I love you, I said that I hated you. This lady's making the same face I made all those times. Didn't I tell you not to speak? Riko squeezes the base of Mari's neck even tighter. Mari instantly shuts her eyes, then looks at me through thin slits. Mari. I'm alright, big sister. With a pained expression, Mari continues to smile. Love you, big sister. It's the way you are. Told you to shut up, didn't I, you little brat? Bye-bye, big sister. Just as she hinted at with her tones, Riko tosses Mari into the tank water. Even at that moment, Mari's face was smiling. Oh, I went in after her? I didn't expect that. Almost a reflex, I dive into the tank. Serves you right, I hate such juvenile ways of thinking. Riko's shrill laughter resonates from overhead. I swim after Mari as she sinks to the bottom of the tank. Swimming isn't exactly my forte. No matter what, I want to save her. This way I'll finally be free. My soul will finally become one with this Montana aquarium. Oh. Okay, I thought game crashed for a second. My freaking... I think Windows decided that it wanted to go doing a search at that time. Because all of my stuff froze at the same time. Swim deeper and deeper. Notice that Mari's body is beginning to float up little by little. Tanks here in the aquarium contain a great deal of salt. Much like seawater, the force with which something is thrown and disappears against the water's resistance, causing it to float. We'll save Mari. I reach out my hand to grab Mari's. I don't know if I actually touch Mari's hand, but I definitely have a sensation that I've grabbed something. Just like that, the two of us float upward. This speed, we should be able to keep breathing. Wow. This time I was able to save you, Mari. I was able to save you. I don't think I can consider it saving her. She's already dead. This time I was able to hold the hand of my one and only little sister, whom I was unable to save 5 years ago. Thoughts and feelings that have lingered for 5 years are finally able to get through. Also, since it freaking... Let me do a little save. Because I'm now kind of paranoid that it might freaking crash on me. Also, do we have a special thing here? Maintenance passage. Something is trying to reveal the unsavory activities of... certain staff members. The one to be particularly cautious of it is Riko, and... Huh? I can see some of the little edges of this, so these are Japanese characters that have kind of just been fattened out, but... Huh? Unbelievably happy. My, what a pity. Huh? That transient joy is smashed away in the blink of an eye. Riko has also leapt into the tank. Riding the force of her dive, she grabs hold of us and pulls us toward the bottom of the tank. Her strength is too great. It's impossible to think of it as human. It's not human. No matter how great Himeno's reflexes are, there should be no way for her to drag two people underwater. This is the manifestation of Riko's grudge. thought it would properly curse you to death, but I've changed my mind. You can die here with your best friend. Veneer said, "Frickin' Rico." So clearly, her voice seems to be echoing right through my mind. Despite the fact that we're underwater, it rattles my brain like a clanging of a bell. And become a piece of my grudge, giving shape to my mountain aquarium. This old lady is so annoying. What did you say? Mari's faint voice mixes with Rico's reverberating shrill laugh. Oh, different CG. It's a variant of the other one, but it's fishies. So glad you saved me in the end. Mari is enveloped by a white light spreading out from her chest. Light gradually grows larger, quickly spreading throughout the entire tank. Take good care of your friend. Is she actually gonna get pulled away this time? Light mixes with the water, becoming a faint blue light. Within it, numerous fish swim about. What's this light? This brat shouldn't be able to. All of them hate you, lady. What are you trying to do? I'm only trying to get my tranquility. No, stop! Even within the brilliant light, I can still clearly see what's going on. Several fish are opening and closing their mouths, pulling on Himeno's body. No, they're pulling something out of Himeno's body. Stop this! Himeno's body is becoming double-layered. One is Himeno, the other one is Riku's body. Saginuma Riku's body. Her soul is, little by little, being torn away from Himeno's body by the fish. We won't stop. This time, it's my turn to save my big sister. Oddly enough, even though I'm underwater, I don't feel as if I'm suffocating. There have been various strange phenomena within Mountain Aquarium. I have seen many odd things. However, the sight of the fish's counterattack unfolding before my eyes is by far the most fierce. They're filled with the energy of lives just freed from so much hatred and resentment. I'll curse you. Even if I die, I'll curse you. Impossible. The fish are going to eat every last bit of your soul. What on earth is Mari? I don't get it. But it's what I decided to do. So I've done it. Could it be that you've become one with this aquarium before I could? Don't toy with me. Stop this. Riku's body has already become completely detached from Himeno's. With a look of anguish on her face, her body is being picked at by the fish. Contours of her flesh are gradually becoming distorted as Riku sinks away. In contrast, I am floating toward the top of the tank. It isn't because I'm swimming, nor because of buoyancy. Orcas, sea lions, and various other sea mammals are pushing Himeno and I up. It's all that I can do. From within the light, I hear Mari's voice. Mari's body is no longer next to us. I am going freaking blind. Please don't leave the flashbang this whole time. Switch back to the blue with the freaking other things. Good lord. There is too much white just blasting me in the face. So hang in there a little longer, big sister. Past, it's what created current me. All the things accumulated from the past, that's what I used to think made me who I am. But Mari's radiance taught me something. We are all surrounded by possibilities of the future. Past isn't everything I am. It's something that remains in my heart to push me further along. See you later. Yes, definitely we'll meet again, Mari. This is my farewell. As the light fades, my breathing begins to steady. As for how much time has passed, it hasn't been more than a matter of minutes. I had lost consciousness. I've returned to the walkway on top of the tunnel tank. Next to me, Himeno is sleeping. Hey, Himeno. Even as I call out to Himeno, there's no response. Wait, could she? Begin to feel apprehensive. It isn't impossible. We were in the water for a very long time. The amount of endurance it took, god dang it, was well beyond the norm. Top of that, she was possessed by a spirit. I can't imagine having how much stamina that would drain away. Can't be. Can't be. Trying not to think the worst, I rest my ear on Himeno's chest, pressing to the soft feeling of her chest, concentrate very hard. I can hear the sound of her heartbeat, thumping at a slow but steady rhythm. I'm so glad. Probably just sleeping now, but Himeno is alive. Colony of parasites that were growing within Himeno back at the stage seemed to be completely gone now. Their attack on Himeno must have also been part of the grudge of Mountain Aquarium. I was able to save you. I really was able to save you. Great joy gradually fills my chest. On hearing Himeno's pulse, my body goes limp. Ta-da! I was actually awake! Sitting up with a great vigor, Himeno spreads both her arms wide. Surprised, I lose my balance and start to fall from the walkway. Ah, watch out! Himeno embraces me, pulling me close to her. Realizing I won't fall, I embrace her back. Geez, I was so worried, Himeno. I'm a little embarrassed, but thanks. Himeno breaks away from me and suddenly stands up. So glad it's not Saginu Mariko. But the cheerful is always Himeno. Finally feeling a real sense of relief, my tears gradually begin to flow. Hey, why are you crying, Mayu? 'Cause you... Thread of tension that was pulled so tight begins to loosen at once. Too much has happened in this Mountain Aquarium. Still, somehow, I was able to overcome it all. I was saved by so many people. All of it was for this very moment. Well, where were we? Huh? In other words, Himeno still has almost no idea what happened here. The one who was talking to me was Riku. To the end. It wasn't Himeno. Well, where should I start? How about from the beginning? Just as Himeno tilts her head and looks at me once more, the walkway suddenly begins to shake. An earthquake. Leaving us no time to be surprised, the shaking grows more intense. Unlike the poltergeist phenomenon in the director's office, the entire room is shaking. This doesn't seem to be a natural phenomenon. I grab Himeno's hand and motion for her to climb down the ladder. No, it's surely begun to crumble. Crumble? Forcefully bring Himeno, who looks like she wants to tell me she doesn't understand this all at all, along with me. The ending has begun for everything that this red Mountain Aquarium held. Despite the fact that we may not understand everything about the grudge of the souls, the space is about to be destroyed. We should head for the exit. At this point, can't think of anything else. The law of Mountain Aquarium is that every time someone passes through a door, time axis changes. The biggest boundary here would definitely be the entrance and exit gate. I don't really get it, but I guess at any rate we have to hurry, right? Yeah, let's go. I hear you're pretty reliable. He's saying, geez, let's hurry. Quickly climbing down the ladder, rush through the staff passageway. Meanwhile, the ground continues to tremble, causing us to stumble as we move on. As we come out of the staff passageway, god dang it. We're taken aback. The booths in Mountain Aquarium themselves look like they've been completely eaten up by bugs and worms. The tunnel tank is cracked throughout and numerous holes are opening up in the floor. What's going on? It's pretty bad. We fell in the holes. Be careful. Let's go. Okay. Given the circumstances, our steps speed up. Before I know, we've reached the Tokyo Bay fish booth. Booth closest to the exit, passing through the place we came to first, the gate right before our eyes. You can see the elevator and the reception area the other side of the gate. However, there's nothing else there. Strange mist hangs in the space between the numerous automatic turnstiles. From all throughout the mist comes bright light. It's alright, I'm sure this is it. My instinct tells me so. When I realize I'm standing in front of the gate with Himeno, I'm deeply moved. I hear the sound of teardrops falling. Finally, we made it here. Himeno probably just tilts her head at my greeting words. This has been a long journey. Okay, let's head home. Let's go home. Himeno? Take Himeno's hand and ask quietly, but she suddenly looks down. You know Mayu. Burst is quiet. Himeno says my name, her voice has taken on a serious air. fun chats at lunchtime. What's wrong, Himeno? I actually do have memories when Saganuma took over my body. Could they be from that time? Is this really the time to... That time. The time when Himeno told me what was in her heart. Alright, let's save. For a hot second here. Honestly, this has just been a straight path, so I can just overwrite this save anyway. Urban Aquarium inconspicuous, settled in... The time when Himeno told me what was in her heart. Himeno told me straight out her true feelings, her dissatisfaction without hiding anything. Yeah, Mayu. Probably thought that was a trick by Saganuma to confuse you, but those were my true feelings. Without any lie, those were the feelings inside of me. So they came out of my own mouth. See, yeah, your true feelings. That's right. At one time, I hated you. Even though I don't feel that way at all now, I love you. I did feel that way. I detested you. Since you risked your life to save me, Mayu, I can't seriously lie to you. Can't keep hiding that from you. Himeno. That's why I can't go with you, Mayu. I'm sorry, but I... Still looking down, Himeno lets go of my hand. The rumbling, the ground continues, the wearing away of Mountain Aquarium steadily gets worse. Clearly, it's a sign that before long, this Mountain Aquarium will disappear. Just once, I asked the question within myself. No, I could have just overwritten this. Okay, so a lot of the things have been about doubting myself. That have been the issues. So, like, maybe this will lead to the bad ending? That thought passes through the deepest part of my heart. Could be that I also, the deepest depths of my heart, may also bear some unease and dissatisfaction toward you, Himeno. Even for me, it's a surprisingly cool tone I use. Himeno nods and bites her lip. I kinda think that the desire to save you that I got caught up in probably came from my sense of duty and responsibility. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Just that I said something so terrible and thought to myself that I didn't like you. One who tried to save me with everything she had. So thinking I can go home with you is strange. Himeno, I didn't say anything like that. No, it's alright. If that's how you truly feel, it wouldn't be right for me to not to accept. Himeno quickly pulls her hand back, and then she takes a step back from the ticket gate. I'll stay here. Huh? Without giving me a chance to respond, she is swallowed up in the black hole as it expands in time with a tremor. Due to the crumbling of Mountain Aquarium, this whole world is eroding. Himeno's body disappears into a hole about the same size as the others throughout Mountain Aquarium. No way. Destruction is swallowing up everything. Right up to my feet. The floorboard knocks me into the air, launching me past the ticket gate. Why the flashbang? A week after returning to the safety of our own original world, I visit Mountain Aquarium. Enter the jellyfish booth and admire the expansive cosmos without a second thought. Himeno is not at my side. Seems that Himeno's parents have filed a missing persons report since she hasn't come home at all. However, the police investigation has been fruitless and Himeno has not been found. Of course not. She was swallowed up in all that destruction. And so, half a year has passed since that day. Soon I'll move up a grade. Visit a Mountain Aquarium again. Every time I go, No strange occurrences, just an aquarium, overflowing with smiles and emotion. One by one, I carefully examine each exhibit. The impatient Himeno would always prod me, along with hurry, hurry. But now that Himeno is no longer with me, no matter how fascinating the aquarium is, it is never enough. It isn't just my enjoyment of the aquarium. If I think back on it now, ever since that day, my daily life has been gray, having lost the light that was Himeno. I don't even know how to have fun anymore. Having returned home, I laughed emptily. I'm sitting on my bed, holding my knees, not doing anything in particular, just spacing out. Before I know it, I've fallen asleep and the morning of the next day has come. Lying down and getting back up is hard. And every day is depressing. But it can't be helped. This is the result of my choice, and of Himeno's resolve to stay back that day. Just a bit. Maybe it's selfish to feel lonely. True feelings. That does make me kind of wonder something, though. Like, if this is put at the end, I wonder what decisions could have been made that would have changed stuff? Bad end. I had a feeling that was going to be a bad end because a lot of the ones, aside from the first one, which is weird, doubting yourself in the jellyfish room is what saw, like thinking logically and doubting yourself in the jellyfish room is what is the good answer in order to survive. Okay, so there's 4 more. Misguided is the one from the hallway, so I'm wondering what these are? Also, there's still a lot of CGs I haven't gotten yet, so... What in God's name am I missing? I have no doubts. Hear the sound of Himeno weeping. It's rare for her to cry. But when we see touching movies, she always cries. I wonder, why is Himeno crying with such a brooding face? Don't understand the reason. Himeno, you're such a fool. Huh? We're best friends. Parts that I like, the parts I don't, friends accept all of it. Tightly grabbed the hand she's pulled away. Why you? Himeno lifts her head, tears accumulating in her eyes, rushes over to me. 2 of us together pass through the gate. Flashbang. Huh? This is... Staggeringly come out of the gate. Everywhere we look, people, people, people. Customers and employees are innumerable amounts of people. There are innumerable amounts of people. Fish are only swimming within the tanks, color of the water isn't red, and I can't sense any abnormality anywhere. Mayu. It isn't it? Yes. Come back. We were able to get back. My eyes settle on the information desk at the entrance. Sudden wave of relief washes over me. Too much has happened since we came here. Himeno and I may have some minor injuries, but we've returned to the real world more or less unscathed. Can't take anymore. I'm so happy. Himeno, we're back. Exhausted, I can no longer hold back everything welling up inside me. My eyes suddenly feel hot, and large droplets overflow from them. Hey Mayu, if you cry in a place like this... I know. People around us have no way of knowing what we've been through. I'm just a junior high school schoolgirl suddenly started to cry. Definitely be seen as a strange girl. I'd honestly wonder, like, what people see when you come through the turnstiles from the other reality. Wanna find some place at the edge of the room? I'll go buy some cocoa. No, let's go together. I don't want to be apart. Okay, you're such a baby, Mai-chan. You idiot. Sit in the rest area and Himeno pats my back. Just as I start to calm down, I glance at my watch. According to the time, it's about 8 o'clock at night. Our whole ordeal wasn't even a full 8 hours. Even so, it was the most densely packed period of time in my life. Say Mayu. Hey, Mayu. What's up, Himeno? I love you. Saying this is conspicuously loud voice, Himeno winks at me. Hey, that's a bit sudden. Averting my eyes, I push Himeno away. I can't keep a smile off my face. Don't know which of us is more embarrassed. Wanted to protect this smile, and I did. Bubbling warmth begins to boil over from within. I feel the same. Now then, let's go get some ice cream. Now? Won't we be late getting home? It's alright. I can help you with your exercise. In that case, I'll go shopping with you. Having pulled my hand away from Himeno, toward the elevator, me up to this point would probably have just gone home. Coming home late once in a while is probably okay. Right now, I want to live in this precious moment. Monten Aquarium. That place that takes up no more than one corner of Monten East building. Somewhere I can never forget. Sea of stars, a river of lights. Everyone is everyone. Just one of those lights. Twinkling frantically, the light of life. Doesn't matter if it's fish or people, or both. It's an equally harsh world. Meetings and farewells. Resolution to overcome the farewell that pierces my heart. My heart drips endlessly, just a powerless little drop. However, that sound is surely resonating somewhere. Sound of drop. I'm gonna... Yes. What is my... I don't know if this is copyrighted, so I'm not taking any chances. I am questioning, like, where there were decisions to make that changed a lot, unless there's, like, freaking 5 endings to this or whatever. Like, one of those after credits ending things. It's a good song, though. I was wondering why you were still awake, considering normally you tend to head off at about 2 my time. That's the thing, though. Like, I didn't even fill up a full 3 of the things for CGs, and there's supposedly, like, 6 pages, I think it was? Did you move up or down, or were you just doing, like, free matches not ranked? I think that there is, like, non-ranked ones as well. Yeah, that's what I thought. Celestial player? Also, I just realized we're gonna if we're going through all the CGs, we're gonna freaking go through the one. I'm gonna have to look back through this for mixed bag, as in like some people just get lucky to get up there, or mixed bag as in some people literally just will do absolute scum things in order to try and keep their place. Yep, there it is. I had a feeling that was going to be here. Yeah. Okay, so if you were like a rank 10 and you were freshly into like Celestial, you could get anywhere from a decent matchup where... Yeah, I was going to say, you could get anywhere from someone that like... Alright, you stand an even match to someone that just bodies you in... without you being able to do a single thing. Okay, so that did show all the CGs, so I'm wondering... Is there something else to it? Post-credits, maybe? There's post-credits. Quiet rain. Drops make a small sound as they land on the girl's umbrella. Droplets of water bursting open mixes with the scent of trees lining the streets, the asphalt, making Himeno, who is taking deep breaths, aware of the smell of rain. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's kind of how it is if you're, like, playing within friend groups. Like, I mean, there's me, who barely knows how, like, it is, and probably even if I were, like, to extensively put a bunch of stuff into it, probably wouldn't freaking do terribly great. Unless I were to just dedicate all of my time to it. And even then, I mean, I'd be fighting my controller. She had thought it would be a good idea to come on a day there was no club, but today just happens to be a rainy day. Since it would have been a simple training and meeting, Himeno would have been done and headed home within an hour. Turning down her clubmate's invitation, Himeno headed for Montan on her own. She had plans with Mayu again this week, so today is her only chance to come alone. In order to distinguish herself, take action as Mayu's best friend, Himeno finds the flower shop she read about in a magazine and, closing her umbrella, heads inside. Several flowers reminiscent of the summer season. Are we going to go and actually play as each of the characters then? No, this is, like, gotta be taking place sometime later because they were outside and it wasn't raining in the other one. Even though Himeno enjoys visiting different shops, she has little experience with buying flowers. Such a sweet smell wafting through the small store, Himeno decides to come here again with Maya. I have a question about these flowers. Having finished her shopping, Himeno once again walks through the rainy mountain. Her destination is none other than Mountain East Building. As she had thoroughly checked the map yesterday, she is able to reach her destination without issue. Headed through the lobby that is crowded, whether it's raining or not, Himeno rides the elevator. Montan quickly shrinks away from Himeno's sight. Going through the entrance, Himeno buys a student ticket. Lady at the reception desk is the same one that was there yesterday, with her dark brown hair pulled back in a bun. Okay, I have to hit the bathroom, so... This might not be like a terribly long section, but there are still like... Because there's still other stuff. Like I said, there's the freaking pile of CGs I don't have yet. Which they wouldn't put tabs if they didn't exist. I'm still missing 4 endings. I have no true endings yet. I'm beginning to think that even 11 hours someone was lying about how fast they went through this. I need to get myself a refill of my drink if I'm reading more, that's for sure. Ugh. Alright. Her lips, slightly painted with pink lipstick, form a smile, and she asks, "You came yesterday as well, didn't you? You're alone today?" Seeing a junior high schooler alone is probably a rarity. Himeno is pleased that the lady remembers her face. "Yes, it was really fun, so I'm here again today." "Thank you so much. Well then, please enjoy your visit." "Of course." Turning the lady's smile, Himeno politely declines the year-long pass. Visiting more than 3 times in a year earns a free visit, but it would be better to get a year-long pass when Mayu is with her. Himeno passes her ticket through the ticket gate and once again enters Monten Aquarium. As it's already evening, most of the customers and are adults, particularly couples. How nice. Boyfriend says I'm sorry to his girlfriend after being over an hour late due to working overtime. Though this has left her in a foul mood as they walk around the aquarium, a smile slowly overtakes her whole face. Finally, they end their day at a restaurant, the view of the town clinking their wine glasses. While aspiring to such an adult romance, Himeno sighs the notion of having no such prospects in the present. Of course, after staring into the tanks for a while, one loses awareness of the other customers. Monten Aquarium is one little universe that Himeno is familiar with. After taking a brief look around, Himeno leaves the aquarium. Though Himeno thinks she'll head on after a meal at the cafe on the second floor, she ends up having reservations about going in alone and, distracted by her hunger, gets a smoothie made from dark leafy greens from the juice bar. Once again, riding the elevator, she heads for Monten Aquarium. Night sky visible from the elevator reminds her of another starry sky. Huh. Just nothing but the cosmos. Putting the name Monten to shame, Himeno uses the starry sky in various places. Sees the starry sky in various places. In the aquarium, in the night sky, even in golden nail polish and in aromatherapy candles. But the real vastness of the starry sky is something Himeno still doesn't know. However, Himeno isn't worried about such a thing. Each day spent with her best friend sparkles, and Himeno now knows how precious that is from the bottom of her heart. I forgot something. Monten Aquarium is now closing. All of the customers are headed for the elevator. Headed for the lady who is about to close the reception area shutter, Himeno calls out to her with a pained smile. The same lady with the dark brown hair. "I'll come right back. May I go? Please get it?" "You forgot something? Half the lights have been turned out. Shall I accompany you?" "No, that's alright. I'm coming here tomorrow as well." "I see. Well then, we're closing up. Please hurry back." Himeno quickly passes through the ticket gate, exits the Fish of Tokyo Bay booth, heads for the tunnel tank. Just as the lady said, the inside is much darker than it was in the middle of the day. I'm here. Himeno stands at the center of the tunnel tank, rests her hand on the glass tank. It isn't as if there is anyone else around, but Himeno looks up and speaks in a gentle voice. "Probably can't hear me anymore, but I have something I think I should say. Mari-chan." In the blink of an eye, Himeno is brought to tears, her voice shaking. "It's my fault Mayu had to face something so scary. I didn't know anything about her past, hadn't even tried to. Even though I talked so much about ghosts and all, I could never imagined." Himeno leans on the tank, looking down. If she doesn't, her body will give out completely. It seems as if the strength to hold up her body is leaving in turn with her overflowing emotions. "Since you were there, Mari-chan, we were able to come back. I was able to make it out without losing something precious to me." As she says this, Himeno pulls a flower from the shopping bag. It's a blue rose. "It's only one, but it holds my feelings." Leaving flowers here would, of course, be in the way of others. But she at least wants to get her feelings across. So, just one flower. Thank you so much, Mari-chan. Somehow, rest in peace. Her words serve to accompany the flowers, and Himeno puts her hands together. It's probably only several seconds that pass in real time. However, time is not the problem for Himeno. It's the depth of what fills that time. For very precious sentiment. Okay, I'll probably get in trouble. Himeno wipes away the tears that have gathered in the corners of her eyes and jogs toward the exit. She never hears any sort of reply. Therefore, this is probably nothing more than her satisfying herself. However, this is Himeno's farewell and her decision. Farewell to her best friend's little sister, a resolution to properly watch over Mayu and support her. Saying thank you to the lady at the reception desk, Himeno heads for the elevator once more. Someday grateful that she is alone in the elevator, Himeno gazes up at the nightscape and murmurs. Tomorrow, life will go on as it always has. However, for Himeno, she'll begin to move forward just a bit each day. Okay, so yeah. I gotta look this up now. First few choices do not seem to have any effect. Going back is dangerous. I can't do any. Unlock an expanded introduction scene about Miku complete either Himeno or Princess of Drops, then start a new game. Viewing this scene unlocks a new route later in the game. Most of the new endings added to the Steam version Sound of Drop are found in this route. To remain in the original common route, choose Kick About Frantically during the scene with Kenji. Okay. So... Okay, so... the endings split where I thought they did. Here. So is there a... So we'll skip. So is there any difference? Move on. Stopper. We go through this. Wait. No, this isn't right. Oh. Oh wait, no. Yeah, that's right. Director's office. Stick around. Pocket. Deep sea fish booth. Light. Take the hand. Pull Mari back. I have it set to where it'll stop me if I reach a point that I haven't before. So we'll skip this. And is there a major ending change here? There is. Ooh, I bought them. That necktie was so cute. I found strawberry scented candle and really did buy a lot. You won't get in trouble? It's fine. Oh, that's right. We haven't looked at the shoes yet. Oh, let's go. Hey, wait a second, Himeno. I'm a little tired. How about we eat some ice cream and take a break? It's been 1 week since then. Himeno and I are visiting Mountain East Building again. Mother was a bit huffy about me going out for a second week in a row, but I got my way in the end. Even my nagging mother was surprised that I wouldn't back down, but I guess I've changed a little bit. Okay, yeah, I've still got plenty of time. It's alright. We get ice cream, but don't mess up your stomach like you did last week, okay? Told you I'm fine already. After a week's passed, the terrifying aquarium is like a memory or dream. We have returned to a relatively unchanging daily life. That day, I eventually did eat 3 scoops of cookies and cream. My stomach started to hurt. So I couldn't go shopping with Himeno after all. For compensation, we came here to get our fill of fun at the aquarium. That's right, Mountain Aquarium. The reason we came without hesitation to a place stained with trauma. I don't want this to be a place filled with only bad memories. It's the place I last played with Mari. The place where I met Sayo. Place where we became friends. Place where it was etched into my heart just how important Himeno is to me. There are a lot of painful memories, but on the other hand, it's just a place I really love. Well, to relax, should we head on into the aquarium? Maya, aren't your legs still a bit too tired? It's fine, I'm totally fine. Alright, then let's go. Carrying her shopping bags with both hands, Himeno energetically heads for the elevator. Since we've been walking for a bit, the cool breeze from the air conditioning is a nice feeling. window through which one can see all of Monten gets me excited. An upbeat song I would normally listen to is playing in the background. Monten East Building is totally fascinating. The deep blue of Monten Aquarium is incredibly soothing. Beauty of the water and the light. Pulse of life and the future. What are you doing, Mayu? Let's go. Okay. Speed up to catch up to Himeno, who has gone on ahead. From here on, many beautiful things await me in the future. If I try my best, I can overcome all the challenges awaiting me. This is why this is my farewell. Surely this is my sound of drops. Doubling up on me with the freaking title drop when it comes to this freaking route. I see how it is. Finn. I don't know, that one was, that one... Two Himenos. Okay. Okay, so it looks like I wish I had 3 monitors for stuff like this. This other thing is a New Game Plus thing, which is kind of obtuse for them to do, but it supposedly gives like a little extra background and whatnot for the opening. I'm assuming because if they did all the stuff Tonight's concert is taking place at 7 p.m. in Monten Live Music Club, Kagerau. Indie band Black Rising Crows being promoted by Koro, bassist from major label band Easy. Or in Toho. I know that those are like actual freaking like understandable names and whatnot, but I just find it weird that we got Kagerau and Izuyoi and whatnot in here. And again, maybe it is a Toho reference, I don't know. I'm not gonna immediately think it is, but freaking, I don't know. Popular topic of conversation. Not that I'm not interested, but rather than hype, I prefer substance. Anyway, my aim tonight isn't the concert. Contrast to the dazzling fashion buildings, live music club is back alley with an underground feel to it. Not long after I was born, that one might say Monten really began to be developed. Sync with improvements to it, station itself became an unquestionable hub for the subway. National Railways, Monten Station was quickly reborn as a terminal stop. Symbol of the town, Monten East Building was built in the center of the business district. It became an entertainment hub for students, adults, and tourists alike. The stronger the light, the deeper the darkness. Unlike the east side, bustling with visitors from wide range, the west side developed as more of a pleasure district. Various bars and other businesses, focusing on nighttime entertainment. Although cases of illegal immigrants coming to do manual labor have increased, the higher-ups remain concealed within this forest of people. Their gang-like unions have strengthened their pull, forging something of an unspoken agreement with the police. Inevitably, public order has deteriorated, with the town has become dense with both light and dark. Within the basement of a building in the back alley, in the deepest part, the pleasure quarter, the west exit that the live music club lies. A girl walking alone at this hour runs the risk of being hit on. But with strict rules being enforced these days, almost anyone who learns that the person they're talking to is a student will back off. Anyone looking for an easy target is just spineless. Occasionally, there are those who won't give up the perverted creepy types, who are thrilled that I'm a junior high student, or there's no merit in talking to them, so I ignore them. Well, to be honest, the others are just as worthless. Especially considering I don't come here to pick up guys in the first place. As far as the denizens of the back alley are concerned, seem to have learned to recognize my face, so conversation attempts have decreased. Ignoring people is quite draining, so I'm grateful for the depth of my heart. Oh, we're following Sayo. Yes, if you add this cost of the drinks, it should be exactly 3,000 yen. Yeah, but you're a junior high student, right? Sorry, but after 6 p.m., people under 16... Must be a newbie. Click my tongue and look at the staff member. I have no recollection of seeing him before. There's a large amount of turnover among live music club staff, but still, these kinds of exchanges are troublesome. I've paid my money, so hand over my ticket. This place has never been a stickler for the rules. They give minors alcohol and cigarettes all the time. I'm not here for either, I'm just here to listen. If you don't hurry, I'll report this place. I got it. Here, this is it. Falters as I quickly talk him down and hands over my ticket. That incident? It's not as if someone like me would have a report, but saying so is more than enough to get him to cave. Probably feels the same, seeing me is troublesome, wanting to end the conversation as quickly as possible, which leads him to being careless. Stinks of cigarettes. Come here often, even though I hate the stench of tobacco. Lately, many places have separate non-smoking areas, but this Kagerao place, an old-fashioned mentality, so inside is filled with smoke. I often hear it's good to be retro, but most of the ones saying this are people over 30. These days, non-smokers have come to hate secondhand smoke. Since there is a show tonight, the club is packed. Eyes of customers anxiously awaiting the start of the show are gleaming. I weave through the crowd, most of whom aren't paying attention to their surroundings, and reach the drink counter. Club soda in a bottle. Take my drink from the bartender. Usually this would be mixed with alcohol, but I like to drink it with a little lemon, so I drop a slice in. Faint, refreshing scent of citrus tickles as it mixes with the stench of tobacco in my nose. This is a good spot. I lean against a pillar near the bar and touch the bottle to my lips. Sipping the carbonated water, tingling sensation hits the spot. Finally feel relaxed. Probably stand out amongst these higher-strung customers, but I'm not really paying them much attention. The reason I came here is to gather information on rumors regarding Monten Aquarium. Surely any junior high schooler in the metropolitan area has heard these stories. Like that one day in the full moon, the water in the tanks turns blood, fish with human faces swim about. Those who get lost close down deep sea fish booth. Never come home. worthless stories written on the internet. But I can't simply dismiss these stories as meaningless. The murder that took place at Mountain Aquarium. Of the many rumors, it's that story in particular that gives me a sense that something is amiss in the real world. The reason why is because the director of Mountain Aquarium, my father, Sakuragi Isao, died in Mountain Aquarium. Yes, I know. Police records list his death as accidental. In reality, his death is a suspicious one, with its cause unknown. Only one way his body could have ended up torn to pieces in a tank at the aquarium. It's been about 5 years since then, so I was about 10 at the time. Despite how young I was, didn't believe it was an accident. But nothing to go on, I had to let it go. However, lately I've been hearing these strange rumors. When the rumors started, strange that there was no origin to them. Began my search for source about 2 months ago by hanging around after hearing someone from the club board part-time at the aquarium 5 years ago. But nothing's come of it so far. My efforts are fruitless this time. Night when there should be most people here, and I've resolved myself to changing the location of my investigation. Oh, this is a surprise. Someone speaks to me in the Kansai dialect. Coming off as overly familiar because of it, she doesn't speak extremely fast, so she's probably from the Kyoto area, somewhere around there. Sounds more elegant than the Osaka dialect. Looking at the source of the voice, I'm a bit surprised. It's a girl younger than I. Oh, she might be a female otaku with no one to talk to, but in reality she seems quite intriguing. That being said, she seems to be looking my way with an odd expression. What? You're creeping me out. Don't say that. I'm Minato Miku. Nice to meet you. Who are you? Well, obviously you just mentioned your name, but... Not the one I'm looking for. Person had worked part-time 5 years ago, so couldn't have been this kid. Can't be employed until your first year of high school. Minato wears an outfit covered in frills, seems difficult to move in. She's dressed like my polar opposite. Her outfit is girly, with white as its base color. Oh, frick. I saw 80 to 90% chance someone dressed like that sees herself as cute. Probably about 10 centimeters shorter than I am, only upon... Okay, so you used centimeters here, but you used Fahrenheit earlier. Were these parts like... Were these parts written by different people? Or translated by different groups? Because you used 104 when you were talking about temperature during Himeno's nematode incident. Only upon sitting in one of the high counter chairs is she brought to my eye level. Hey, Sakuragi-san, right? Minato greets me by my last name. In that moment, I become even more wary of her. I haven't told her my name. I don't like giving my name to people I don't know. So it's not the staff or the customers here. So not even the staff or customers here know it. Glare warily at Minato. Don't make such a scary face. You not recognize me? Is that why you're looking at me like that? Of course not. We're from the same school. You're from Class B and Mitsuba Girls Junior High, right? I'm in Class A. We're right next to each other. Huh? Girls Junior High, abbreviated version of Private Girls Academy, known throughout the city as a school for rich girls, part of a combined junior high and high school. Just as Minato says, I'm a student there. I haven't made any friends. I don't know any of my classmates, even though it might be uncommon. That's some of those classmates are people who like bands enough to come to a live club. It's not abnormal. More than that, the fact that Minato, classmate, is the same age, surprises me. From her feet to her head, I look over Minato once more. To be sure, her outfit is unique, and brand name. Their fluffy blonde hair shows scrupulous grooming. Putting aside her annoying appearance, there are definitely many girls in Mitsuba like her. Still, she's so small I can't see her as anything but an elementary school student. You doubt me? I want to nod my head, but there's no malicious intent in her having learned my name. Can't see any point in her lying to me. Though she must be telling the truth. So what do you want? I don't want anything. I was just happy seeing a classmate at this hour in a place like this. And I wanted to talk to you. I see. Sorry, but I don't feel like chatting with you right now. Sayo-chan, you're like that at school too, right? You're never with anyone. So, it's no problem if I don't have friends. More importantly, drop the chan. You're the same as me, eh? Huh? What kind of band are you here for, Sayo-chan? Without going too deep, Minato changes the subject. He continues using Chan, since I'm already struggling with Kyoto dialect. There's a pushiness to her quiet demeanor that's hard to describe. Coupled with her tendency to do things her way is troublesome. As I remain silent, Minato puts her lips on the straw on her strawberry milk, and looks at me with upturned eyes. I'm not after that. I'm not after one particular band. If the songs are good and the band is good, I'll listen. I don't follow any of them. The fact that she doesn't look away until I answer is a bit frightening. I have no choice but to speak. While I do have my preferences, I'm not following one specific band. It's just a matter of those bands that I hear and consider good. Whenever I go to the live music clubs, it's usually popular bands that aren't very good. Can't stand the ones who just rely on looking good and having a good MC, or acting stupid instead of having real substance. They're obnoxious. There's no point in declaring your success based on anything other than your music. That's why I dislike these visionless fools at live music clubs getting their egos inflated by morons and prattling on about their dreams. Just like the morons who gratefully listen to those fools talking about their dreams even more. Well then, I have a band to recommend. You should give it a listen. To the one scheduled to go right before the main act. No. Then why did you come here? If you were here just for a certain band and left after, I'd understand. But if you're just vacantly listening, then you should stay till the end so you can learn which bands are good. In reality, I was planning to stay here until the end of the performance to see if anyone stood out to me. I think I can be forgiven for not wanting to spend extra time with Minato. From the looks of it, you and I don't share the same interests. That's fine. It was worth a try. Finally confirmed that despite what I say, Minato isn't listening at all. In contrast with her appearance, she's more stubborn than I thought. Since moving from here come off as running away and might offend her, I stay put. Whether she's satisfied or not, she sits down softly. I thought she would talk to me about many things. Doesn't speak any further. Seems gloomy, given the feeling that she was disappointed. Sayo-chan, they were good, weren't they? So. After the show, we head back to the station. Didn't really want to walk with her, but trying to convince her not to follow me was too much effort. Nightscape is terribly bright. No way, they had amazing rhythm. Silky Strawberry. Since Minato recommended them, thought it would be a goth rock band or something. They were actually a classic rock group. Guitarist and vocalist in particular were the best I saw today. Main act, Izuyoi, wasn't bad, just a major difference in their level of skill. Because of that, I sort of feel it wouldn't be so bad if they were here next time I came. Those lyrics though, can't get into them. Everything else was good though. You're really sticking with no good and bad, and they suck, for your impressions of other bands though. Minato is more knowledgeable about music than I expected. telling me her impressions during breaks in the performance. Only thing she takes away from the comments are those 3 thoughts. There's no value to what I said, so it's understandable. Whenever there is a break in the conversation, I realize that Silky Strawberry has come up every time. Thinking back on it, most unusual thing that Minato and I don't talk about anything but music. It's more mysterious than suspicious. Speaking of which, I don't particularly initiate most of the conversation. Instead, I'm sulking over my inability to gain any information about Mountain Aquarium. My silence probably persists for 5 minutes. Minato is a slow walker, and I thought about leaving her behind. But even I don't know why I didn't. The one to break the silence, though, quite suddenly is Minato. You know, I experienced something weird today. Don't respond, continuing to ignore her, but continues her story anyway. You ever hear about Mountain Aquarium? I have. Before the event tonight, I used a year pass and went there, but year pass, the abbreviation for year-long passport. It's a ticket that allows you to enter as many times as you want. $55, tax excluded. You can get one after going to the aquarium 3 times in 1 year. Furthermore, 5 years ago, they started selling a pass case set with an illustration and a photography kit. The premium version sold at 10,000 yen before tax. It's fairly expensive, but the illustrator is popular with apparel companies. The design containing all the fish is popular with young women, giving such good at a great deal of a value. As additional perks to getting a premium version, you get the ability to visit Monten East Building Observation Deck as much as you please, as well as a 5% discount at some of the restaurants within the building. With so many perks, the year's pass has become quite a hit. It's the idea of Monten Aquarium staff member, but rumor says that they've since left the company. It's not unthinkable that it has some relation to the director, my father's incident. With that in mind, I wait for the rest of Minato's story. That deep-sea fish booth was supposedly closed long ago, right? But I was able to go in. Moreover, there were fish inside. It's not all the fish were swimming outside of the tanks. Ah, you stupid, the deep-sea fish booth is closed. Like you said. So, there shouldn't be any fish. Which is why I said it was weird from the get-go. Thought I was daydreaming, but I got caught up in that feeling and even spaced out for a bit, so I don't remember everything from that time clearly. Minato is saying something strange. It's frustrating, but it's exactly why I can't ignore it. The story Minato is telling is part of those ridiculous urban legends I'm investigating. Who did you hear this story from? I didn't. It happened today. I don't have anyone I thought I could tell. Really? Sometimes there are people who like spreading those kinds of rumors. Told ya. I don't have anyone to talk to about that kind of stuff. In other words, Minato isn't the person I'm looking for. One who spread the rumors about Mountain Aquarium. On the other hand, Minato's observations are in fact giving the rumors some credibility. You're serious? I guess it's natural that you would doubt me after all. It's such a weird story, so I can forgive you for that. I find it weird myself, but I thought you might believe me, Sayo-chan. It's not that I believe you, but it isn't that I don't either. After I say this, the conversation ends. Walk on without a word, although the distance to the station is short. Feels as if we go forever. Well, time to go home. I'm going this way. Seems Minato's going the other way. As we're about to part, I call for Minato. Ever since she told me about the bizarre thing that happened to her today, I've been wondering what I should do, and I decide I choose most efficient option. Are you free tomorrow night? Yeah, why? About the deep sea fish booth. Say you went in. I can't believe you if I don't see it with my own eyes. If you really did see it, then take me there. So you mean we'll go to the Mountain Aquarium together? We're not going to have fun. We're going to do research. I'll be waiting at the coffee shop at Mountain Station at 5. Ocean cruising, right? Okay, I'll go along. For some reason, Minato looks happy. Even though I've asked her to be my guide, she probably isn't inconvenienced by it. So, that's how I parted with Minato. As I gaze out the window of the train, I suddenly remember that, oh yes, tonight is the night of the full moon. Next day, I enter the coffee shop at 5 p.m. Come right on time, but there's no sign of Minato. Since I don't participate in any clubs, I still arrive in plenty of time even after stopping off at my house. Take a seat by the window and order a club soda. New sandwich posted by the door looks delicious, but I'm not hungry, so I don't order one. Wait about 5 minutes. Sorry I kept you waiting. It took a little while to get changed. Thought it might be the case. I anticipated this by changing before coming. Be that as it may, in an area as heavily patrolled as Montan, it's easier to move about in regular clothes than school uniforms. Still, with Minato looking like an elementary schooler, I have my doubts as to how effective this will be. Ah, wait a sec. As soon as Minato arrives and puts her bag down, stands back up right away. Some time passes before she returns, having bought a sandwich, iced cafe, a lot. Haven't eaten yet. Can we get a bite? You're asking me if after you already bought it, are you sober? Feel irritated, but Minato's cooperation in my investigation of Montan Aquarium is essential. As Minato eats her sandwich, I drink my club soda little by little slowly. The roast beef and mascarpone cheese sandwich. It's caught my interest earlier. Thick acidic scent that wafts my way is without a doubt a dressing with balsamic vinegar as its main ingredient. Seemingly homemade roast beef doesn't seem to have many slices, but each one is thick. Cooked parts and the tinge of redness seem to create a good balance. Sayo-chan, what's up? Nothing. You want a bite? You want a bite? Saya? Are you stupid? No, you don't. It's my first time eating with a friend, so I'm not good at reading the situation. I'm not so good at this kind of thing myself. Still, don't just call me your friend. To be sure, her observation was correct. I don't exactly want to share her sandwich with me. If I'm gonna have some, I'll buy my own. Minato eats the rest self-consciously. Not really much conversation, only when she's finished drinking her iced cafe does she suggest let's go. It was delicious, but I'm full. Probably ate too much. What, you knew you weren't gonna finish it earlier? If I had known, I would have accepted your offer. So it wasn't that you didn't want it. I have my reasons. Well then, let's try sharing next time. Wonder if there will be a next time. The rumors of Montan Aquarium as well as the truth, all of it might be revealed today. 2 hours later, our efforts prove fruitless as we stand stock still at the entrance. With no results, the air between us is gloomy. How weird. Yesterday when I was walking, the door was wide open. I see. You hate me? Not in particular. I didn't like you to begin with. Why does the discussion of whether or not I like her keep coming up? What's the most important right now is asserting the truth of the rumors. Nato doesn't appear to be lying, in which case the mystery of the deep-sea fish booth deepens further. So what's the difference between yesterday and today? I have no choice but to look back inductively. Wonder if it was because we were here together, so we tried one at a time, but nothing changed, so what else? Minato appears to be in thought, but finally a troubled look appears on her face. She answers with the tone of application. The difference, I don't know why. Well, tell me again from the start. From the beginning, huh? Came to have fun, seemingly normal Mountain Aquarium. Some guy called out to me. Speaking of which, heard him talking about Mountain Aquarium's urban legends. We need to go to him if we want to find him. If we don't find him, we won't learn anything. You don't remember anything in particular about him, do you? When he called out to me, I thought he was just hitting on me. He's a tall man, but anything more detailed than that. He says, looking flustered. Wonder just how optimistic we can be. We're ambushed within Mountain Aquarium, we may actually meet the guy Minato is talking about. Could we deny these thoughts? Despite hanging around Mountain Aquarium for a while, find no clues, so we go to the club to do some research. In other words, we're going completely in circles. Sayo-chan, are you mad? Not really mad at you. Sayo-chan, you a detective or something? What? Are you stupid? You just don't talk like a normal person is all. Are you investigating Mountain Aquarium? It doesn't matter, does it? Not good. I want to be your friend, Sayo. But I don't want you to hate me over something like this. Ridiculous. Click my tongue and heave a sigh. Minato Aquarium is full. Minato's point of view is always so different from mine. I have not the slightest idea how the conversation ended up this way. This is enough. I'll investigate on my own. Sayo-chan. As I start to leave Mountain Aquarium, Minato calls after me. If you have time this week, I want to come back here with you. If you're looking into these rumors, Sayo-chan, I'll help you. Why? Told you, didn't I? I want to be your friend. Want to do all kinds of stuff with you. That's why I'm asking you the reason why. Probably because you like music and because you listen to what I have to say. But could be something different. Don't really understand it myself. Doesn't matter to me whether or not you're with me. Your thoughts aren't wrong, just that I'm asking for my own reasons. Say this curtly, Minato looks down. After a brief pause, I continue. Next Friday, I'll come here once more. I'll stop off at the cafe by the train station around the same time. Do as you like. Sayo-chan. Later. Okay, later. Even I don't know why I said it like that. Wasn't that I dislike Minato shouldn't mean anything to me. I don't feel at all like I've gotten any closer to the truth. Even so, I have a gut feeling that Minato's experience is directly connected to the truth. Even if Minato herself turns out to be clueless, there's no mistake that something may happen that involves her. And it does. Not even attempting to hide my irritation, I walk along clicking my tongue numerous times. After school, my homeroom teacher suddenly called me out. Miku is homesick and I'm to take some important paperwork to her. I don't care if they're summons or exam results, so I don't pay attention. The family can't come when friends are asked to deliver papers. The homeroom teacher said this, my name apparently came up. Thought about protesting that since he was the teacher, he should take it himself, but then I remembered I was on cleaning duty and could use this as an excuse to skip out. It's better delivering something alone than having to do anything with my vapid classmates. After school, I change and head for the address the homeroom teacher gave me. So it's here. Using a private railway line from the west gate of Mountain Station, it takes about 10 minutes. I buy drinks at a supermarket near the station. It's not that far from the station, but even in the small distance I travel, I get the impression that I've long since left the city. Minato's home is on the 12th floor of the apartment building. Yeah, I had a feeling that's who we were getting the backstory on. Building is beautiful and seems to have been built within the last 5 years. The entrance is serene, like a hotel lobby illuminated by warm colored lighting. Press the button for the intercom. After waiting for about a minute, I hear Minato's voice. Hi. Hurry and unlock it. The auto lock is released, and I take the elevator up. It's wide enough to fit about 8 people in one car. Interior of the apartment shares its orange-colored lighting with the entrance. Door faces away from the highway, causing the neighboring apartment to seem close. Sayo-chan, thanks. I just came because I was asked to. Nato's apartment. Also, she's actually wearing something different. Pretty as I imagined it would be. There's little furniture and everything is kept meticulously tidy. Figured she would be bad at keeping things clean based on her carefree personality, but that doesn't appear to be the case. There are a few utensils in the kitchen, and on closer inspection, dust is gathered in places out of reach. Well, that's a letdown. I can venture a guess at the type of lifestyle she leads. I'll leave the documents on the table in your living room, along with some sports drinks, club soda, and fruits. My throat is on fire. But we beat the... we reached the end of the main story, and now we're running through what is effectively New Game Plus, which is giving a bit of extra backstory on some of the characters that didn't get a lot of screen time. It seems, well, one of them and one of them that's tangentially related. How you doing tonight, Maddie? Opening your fridge. Hey, the meat and natto are going bad. The moment I open the fridge, a foul odor wafts out. There's mold growing on the meat. The natto is impossible to describe. Without a single word, I toss them in the trash. Most of the trash appears to be wrappers for side dishes and junk food. Figures, she barely cooks at all. Even I'm not this bad. I had no idea. Natto is already bad? Huh? The difference between fermentation and spoilage. Even though it's the fridge, it's on the verge of going bad. Are your parents not around? Is that why you had me bring these papers in their stead? So does she live alone then? Borrow a glass and rinse it out, then pour a club soda inside. Decide to have a drink before I head home and sit down on the sofa. What in particular do you have to work on that you're procrastinating on? The only thing I've had to really majorly work on for stream stuff is related to a charity thing that I'm helping a friend with this weekend. Which, God, that was a pain. You'd figure that with how popular charity streams are these days, they'd make setting them up easier. Nato seems to have improved after having slept half the day, so she pours one of the sports drinks I brought into a glass and sits down on the living room sofa. She sits down beside me, but it's a big enough sofa that it doesn't feel cramped. I gotcha. Have you switched over to Stream Elements yet? Or, well, standard OBS with potentially Stream Elements. I keep forgetting that Stream Elements doesn't have its own OBS anymore. After taking a sip, Minato responds. You see, my mother is a single parent. Without Lemon, I'm less than satisfied. I glance at the clock and see it's already 4:30. Numbers on the clock leave a bigger impression on me than Minato's lonely expression. It was definitely made in Italy. Look around, noting that she owns many expensive things, including the furniture. Minato gives a small smile at the fact that I show no reaction. Sorry for saying something like that. It has nothing to do with you. So that expression seems to be saying that still isn't enough, but I don't exactly care to hear a story. My guesses would be either... I don't know, if you've got decent internet, then it shouldn't crash. It shouldn't crash anyway if it's like an internet thing. It would, I don't know, are you... I guess the best question would be like, how old is your computer? Or I guess that I can even ask, are you running it off of a laptop, considering I know several people that either do or did. Even Juniper was running off of a laptop until like less than 6 months ago. Looking around her apartment gives me a general understanding, but those words confirm the fact that her mother rarely comes home. However, none of that has anything to do with me. For some time, the only sound is that of the clock hand. Time passes and it plays a fixed rhythm. Clean up my empty glass and say to Minato, "Well, I have to go. Hey Sayo-chan, are we still on for visiting the aquarium we planned for on Friday?" Minato asks me this after I've stood up. It's not exactly a plan, but why wouldn't we be? My objective hasn't been met yet. You should know that much. Good, I'll see you then. Except she doesn't. See you then. Go to the same school, but weird is weird. It's how our relationship is. Don't want to be seen as being too close, being close to somebody. At least not enough so that might think I have a friend. There's a possibility if they see us speaking at school. I'll walk you to the entrance, she says. I'm already on my way out. What? Minato finishes speaking, but it's a dull thud that causes me to turn around. Minato? Minato is collapsed on the spot. Call out to her, but there's no response, so I walk back to her. When I touch her to sit her up, feel that she has a high fever. Following her fall, her breathing has become ragged. Push yourself too hard. Why? I didn't push myself too hard. You came all this way. I just wanted to talk to you. Don't talk. Anyway, you need to lie down on the sofa. Helps that the sofa is so big. As I help her, Minato lies down. Minato has misinterpreted things. It's not that I came to her house for personal reasons, much less to chat. However, now that isn't the time to chastise her about such things. Minato's fever is pretty high. Short of breath from sitting up, and it seems to be getting harder and harder for her to breathe. Fine, Sayo, don't speak. Fill a bowl with water, dip a washcloth inside, and place it on Minato's forehead. Sweat is building up, so I use a separate cloth to wipe it away. A little bit of sports drink should be okay, so I pour some in her mouth. I'm worried she will become dehydrated. Then there's this May weather. It's been really hot lately, so she's probably tired from that too. It's basically all I can do. I devote the rest of my energy to things like changing the water in the bowl. Physical condition hasn't improved, but the symptoms have subsided somewhat. As this thought crossed my mind, I glanced at the clock. 8 o'clock has already rolled around. 3.5 hours? Nato seems sleepy, so I lend her my shoulder and put her to bed. As I do, I decide I should leave. According to Minato, her mother should be home soon. Honestly, I feel worried about leaving her to a parent that lets her live this lifestyle. Minato insists that she'll be alright, so I give in. Worrying won't help. I've always had a strong constitution, but it's because of your eating habits. Say something to your mother tomorrow and reevaluate your diet. Cause is clear. Having suggested that, I will continue with later. Oh god. It's one of those things where you just... Knowing the ending already is just freaking weird. It's just like, man, why are you doing this to me? Sayo-chan, I'll get better by Friday. It's fine, so be quiet. I'll go to Mountain Aquarium regardless of whether you're with me or not. There's no need for you to worry about it. So like you, Sayo-chan. Begin to hear the soft breathing of someone who's fallen asleep. I take a step away, I think it over. I heave a sigh, realizing what happens from here on doesn't concern me. Get better soon, otherwise it'll leave a bitter taste in my mouth. It's more likely than not she can't hear me, but I realize at that moment that her breathing has gotten louder. Just like that, I leave Minato's home behind. Apparently it was that very night that Minato leapt from her apartment building. Didn't crash to the ground, instead getting caught in a tree. With almost no injury, but it seems like she won't wake up. Oh! Huh. So she did get kind of a float going on then from the water hallucination ghost thing. Point of impact was probably pretty bad. There's also the possibility she hit her head. Hear that it wasn't a suicide. Heard talk that it's because she tried to sit out on our balcony. But that's hard to believe. All that's going around school is a rumor that Minato... But you just said that she didn't have injuries. Being unable to wake up despite having no injuries. The rumor floating around the hospital is that she lost her life energy. Thing that a person needs in order to keep on living. I'm now wondering if once the Mountain Aquarium thing is solved, if she does wake up then, which would be something that's found out in, like, I guess one of these endings. Thing that a person needs in order to keep on living. I wish at least the doctors would refute that nonsense. It's only a matter of time before her mysterious jump becomes intertwined with the urban legends surrounding Mountain Aquarium. Only the most sensational things with no basis on reality become part of the rumors. And they do. Does make me wonder if this is like the same week that the rest of it takes place, or if there was like a month gap. I don't have any desire to track down the whole truth, so for me, the information I've gotten up to now, the subject is enough. Of course, it seems that she won't be coming to school anymore. She isn't getting any visitors either. With nothing but unanswered questions, it seems I'm left with a bad aftertaste after all. Reminds me of the flavorless taste of club soda with no lemon in it. Man, I guess it's like kind of a reassuring thing that like she didn't die, like the rumor said. Friday night, despite all this, I go to the coffee shop. Even though I know she won't come, I feel I should keep my end of the promise. After I wait an hour, Minato doesn't come. After that, I head for Mountain Aquarium alone. It's a fruitless endeavor. I couldn't find one spreading all the rumors after all. Sounds like Silky Strawberry's performing again today. Sit down at the furthest edge of the bar and put my drink to my lips. After the director, my father passed away. My mother took custody of me. Mother divorced my father when I was still young. I don't know why they did it, but she probably had money issues with my business-consumed dreamer of a father. My mother lived with her parents. Alright, thanks for stopping by. Seen as nothing more than a burden, and those days were lonely and sad. The daughter of a man divorced her daughter. Huh? As the daughter of the man who divorced their daughter. Oh. The parents were the ones that felt that way. Seen as nothing more than a burden, and those days were lonely and sad. Not a single member of my family came the day of my junior high entrance ceremony. When I came home, several days worth of meals for me were in the refrigerator, and money for daily expenses, far more than a student would ever need, but left on the table. Back in those days, I hoped they still loved me. They had paid for me to attend an expensive private school. But I got my answer. The impression I got from the neighbors that the reason I was able to attend the private school was because of my father's insistence. Top of the desk was a memo pad with the words, "We'll be on a trip until next week," written on it, and money just left sitting there. Their car had also disappeared from the parking lot. My school wasn't in the area, so no one knew when my entrance ceremony was. Sending me to a school so far away was the same thing as my mother putting me out of sight, out of mind. That was fine with me. I came to the conclusion that the reason my father had custody of me was because my mother hadn't wanted me from the start. Then on their way home, they all died in an accident. My mother, grandparents, and also a young man that was with them. So I'm guessing that has to do with the curse. So my inheritance passed down to me. It was a struggle against my relatives to see who would get custody of me. When I saw the amount of my inheritance, I realized the divorce was so that my mother's family assets wouldn't be depleted by my father's debts. Alright, I had to grab myself a drink because my throat is already starting to dry out and I'm out of drink. Hopefully. This drink will be enough to get me through the rest of this sort of prologue thing. Look to the future ahead, using the name of some relative I didn't care for. I rented an apartment near the school I attended, and blowing through my inheritance, began living alone. Learning the full truth did not sadden me. Instead, on that occasion of my father's passing, the feeling I had that I was always alone was reiterated for me once more. When I come back to the present, Silky Strawberry is about to perform. Before the first song finishes, I leave the club. Tonight's song resonates too heavily within my heart. On the way home, I'm reminded of when I walked to the station with Minato. When I came here before. Lights of the town, night are so pretty, I realize I prefer walking alone. Moon isn't out tonight, though. Remember that ridiculous rumor. Like that one day of the full moon, water in the tanks turns to blood, or the fish with human faces swim about. But those who get lost in the closed-down deep-sea fish booth never come home. Worthless stories written on the internet. Not caring where I heard it, I clicked my tongue to the center of the road. Click my tongue in the center of the road. Answer has been there from the start. The day that something would happen, that's... Several days later, I pay a visit to Mountain Aquarium. I occasionally hear about Minato's condition, but there's apparently no change. Today being Sunday, the town's full of people. But Mountain Aquarium is empty. Those rumors must have some influence to them. Surely after the incident with Minato, rumors gained even more credibility. Even without knowing the truth, somewhere subconsciously it must seem plausible enough. Let's go. The day of the full moon, I'm ready. Even if it means losing my life to the full moon, I will find the truth, because there's nothing more I can lose. Before she realized it, the girl was standing before an imposing door. Okay. And now we've gotten to... Yep. Okay, I'm gonna let this play, and I'm gonna be right back. I got a couple things. I gotta do something so I don't forget it before it's time. So... let's do this, this. Actually, let's move that there. Alright. Skip, skip, skip. 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 I'll endure it. Skip. Okay, so it's basically the same route until better look. Call out frantically. Call his name. Oh. So let's save this here. We'll put it in here. And let me do this. Call out. Call. Ah, that's what it was. Neither of these are the right answer. His name is Kenji. Kenji-san. Having been called by his name, the hand reaching toward me slowly lowers. Though the hand clutching my leg does not loosen, it's correct to say that he stopped. It's alright now, I'm looking right at you. Ugh. For some time, the serene period continues to permeate my entire being. Unable to relieve the tension, I stare at the suspended Hiyoshi-san. Is that so? Big sis. Suddenly the voice passes through my brain, piercing the silence just as it is suddenly cut off. What? At you, Mayu-chan? Huh? Just now, for a second, Mari's voice, I started to say, then... The heck was that? Started to say, then shut my mouth. I get the feeling that her voice is reverberated down this passageway, but Mari is nowhere in sight. Maybe it's just an auditory hallucination like the one from when we came in. A refreshed expression appears on Hiyoshi-san's face, as if the demon has been expelled from his body. Mayu-chan, what on earth? You don't remember anything? I don't remember... Remember what? Nothing. You just acted funny for a bit. Believe that his voice has turned to normal. I tell him what happened over the last several minutes. Of course, take the edge off some of the frightening things Yoshi-san had blurted out. Isn't that I still feel wary about him, but at any rate, what happened wasn't the norm. Let's see here. What names was he saying? Because he said two names. Shake off his right hand. No good. Ruka Miki. Okay, either of them are important names. As far as I can recall. But at any rate, what happened wasn't the norm. Come to an agreement with myself that the version of him I had saved is a separate person. you saying? Anyway, sorry. Wouldn't be enough, Maya-chan. I've hurt you, haven't I? Sorry, I really am. So sorry. All I can do now is apologize. No, that's not... Could you let go of my leg? Sorry, I completely forgot. Arching his eyebrow upward, Yoshi releases my leg, probably stayed unaware because of the concentrating on what I was telling him had done. Thought him a light-hearted person, but he definitely earnestly taking what he had done. Watching him as he bites down his bottom lip so hard it bleeds, decided to leave him in his honest nature. Take a breath and rise to my feet, calling out to him as he remains with his head down. You alright now? My body still feels stiff. You think you can stand? Somehow, yeah. Just resting his hands on his knees, he pulls his large body up. Yeah, again. The girl's voice echoes in my mind, a voice that whispered to me here in this aquarium, my little sister's voice. Almost in time with my frustration, Yoshi grimaces once again. Crap, my head. Yoshi-san. No time to worry about Mari. Having stood up almost halfway, he crumples as if strings had been cut, tumbling to the floor of the passageway. Rush over to him, grabbing him by the shoulders instinctively. Don't worry. Huh? It's not unthinkable that I might revert to the way I was earlier, right? If I do, leave me. Go on. But you don't need to worry. I'll be fine. Crawling across the floor, rests himself against a wall, gripping his head. One large hand, he turns to me with a pained expression, sweating profusely and struggling for air, taking deep breaths. Despite the state he's in, the corners of his mouth twitch up with a... Aren't you gonna look for your friend? I'll follow you later. So just go. Go! Bellow drowns out my own breathing, reverberating down the passageway for some time. After he closes his mouth, the air seems to quiver. However, I do not find him or his sudden outburst frightening. Yoshi-san. Hurts that I caused you pain, Mayu-chan. You don't need to worry. If I rest a bit, I'll be fine, so... I understand. Are you sure? On my own, it's been nothing but frightening experiences. As he closes his eyes, he gives me a thumbs up. His haggard breathing continues as he deals with his own impending madness. He's trying to tough it out so that he doesn't hurt me again, creating puddles of sweat on the floor. Seriously worried about me. Therefore, I also need to seriously trust him. No matter how many times I want to look back, fight off the impulse, quick pace I'm not used to, I put the passageway behind me. As soon as the door is between us, I put my ear against it and listen to the sounds in the passageway I just left. Only my own violent pulse and not Yoshi-san's breathing I can hear. He was in a strange state. My mother had once had a high fever, but Hiyoshi-san seemed like he was suffering even more than that. Despite his circumstances, he had pushed me to go. Since I was worried about Himeno, he was giving my situation priority. I'll come back, no matter what. I muttered to no one in particular. That's right, this is... Finally, I began to confirm my location. Okay. So now we just keep going. Look for a way out of the aquarium. From here on out, we basically just, I think, mostly follow a This isn't a red answer. Concerned about Hiyoshi-san's condition, just before I came to the stage, his sanity had returned. Walking across the center of the stage, I head for the door that connects to the passage. Open the door, cautiously peering through the crack. No hint of a person in the darkness, I open the door all the way. Huh? No one's here. No signs of human life, just the sound of machine engines going whir-whir echoing. The gray tone of the walls contrasts with the pale glow of fluorescent lights is eerie. At a bit of a loss, I decided to head back to the stage. Even though he could move, he didn't come to the stage for some reason. I can think of several reasons, like his physical condition deteriorated or that he had gone crazy. In the end, the fact that he decided not to join me remains the same. He had urged me to keep going. Not being able to see him has me worried. I'll keep moving. Interesting. Saver. Computer. Hearing. Himeno. I should stop. Got it. Kenji-san. Run straight through. Move on. Stopper. Love you, Mayu-chan. Huh? Nothing. Find a way. Frantically search for the door. Alright. Now that we're here, here's another point when we're with more story. Huh? That voice. Breaks through my bewilderment, something reminiscent of a man's voice. Looking up, I breathe a sigh of relief as the words piercing through as I am lifted up in sync with the voice bellowing, "Let's go." The sensation is different from floating. More like my body is being pushed up. I hear a voice from below say, "Oof." Just as I'm about to hit the ceiling, I place my hands against it. Should be a handle above you. If you pull that, a ladder will come out. Right. I look down and give my reply and firmly confirm the voice's owner. Got a firm grip on the left and right side of my hips, rising me several meters in the air. Gives me the stable feeling of a father sitting child on his shoulders, not letting me slip. Kenji-san. It's fine, just open the door. Alright. From there you can pass through the passageway above and go to the other side of the tank. I got it. If you don't hurry, that girl will die. Wait, what? Right. Slide my hands across the ceiling, searching for any bumps or grooves. Find something sooner than expected and give a good pull on that bump. With a clatter, the ladder on the other side of the door swings down. I reach for it before it drops all the way. Got this. Alright, I'll be there in a bit. Inside the ceiling, there's a passageway I have to crouch down to walk through. Left and the right of me are machines with meters attached. Surely they regulate the booth below. After 10 meters, I've come far enough to have passed the barrier between myself and the two girls. Still bent over, I quickly move and push open the door at my feet. Kick it in. The Kenji is referring to is the metal grate serving as an exit. Twisting my body inside the narrow passageway, I kick down with all my might. It's told me to. With a loud clang, it falls to the ground inside the Fish of the World booth. What? I can immediately see Riku shaken by the wire mesh that just fell. She takes a step back from the girl. I jump down, following the momentum of my kick. It's far from a clean landing, but at least I don't hurt my leg. While I straighten myself up, Kenji follows behind me. As she becomes aware of the third intruder, Riku takes several more steps, putting distance between us. Ignoring her, I rush to the girl's side. You okay? The girl is lying down with her eyes closed. Having lost a great deal of blood, those blank eyes I saw from the other side of the acrylic window are now shut. I place my hand on her chest, trying to find her pulse. I can hear it. The sound itself seems to be very quiet. Still, within her soft breast, the resonating vibration is definitely reaching the palm of my hand. Oh my god, do we actually have a route where we can save her? If in response to my voice, I can hear the girl click her tongue out in annoyance. She doesn't seem to have regained consciousness yet. There's no mistake that she is showing her emotions. You. Even though I knew she's alive now, I still can't lose focus. Listen carefully to the conversation Riku and Kenji hold as they stand facing each other. Why are you here? Why are you here? Their words cut each other off, leaving only silence between the two of them. Do you know each other? Neither will answer my question. Kenji shoves Riku away. With his thick arms and large body, it takes little effort for him to throw her into the wall. 'Cause you're here. Before she can straighten herself up, grabs her by the collar and thrusts her into the wall with a great deal of force. Having slammed the back of her head against the wall, Riku begins to bleed, leaving traces of blood on the wall that look as if someone dipped a cloth in red paint and scrubbed the wall with it. This is quite different from how it was when Riku was trying to kill the girl. Kenji, please help me. Treat this girl for now. Most likely trying to protect us. Who knows when Riku, who sought to kill the girl without hesitation, will target me. Honestly, I'm afraid of her. I have a terrible gut feeling about her. Still, in this moment, Kenji seems to be acting completely out of rage. Far more terrifying to me. Yeah, you're right. Kenji slowly straightens his hunched over body and turns back to me. Ugh. Applying pressure to her head, Riku crawls along the floor, moving away from us. Seems to be quite shaken. I suppose that's not unreasonable. There's no way I can sympathize with her. At the same time, I don't want to go any further. What is that? I watched Riku retreat, sends a bad feeling once more. Quickly recognize what it is. Red, no, almost black drop of light leaks from Riku's body. Doesn't quite act like blood. Drops are leaking from the wound, the back of her head. Wells from the skin on her elbows, knees, worn away from crawling on the ground. A drop of ominous light hovers before being absorbed by the aquarium. Feels as if I'm looking at something I shouldn't be. And that something shouldn't be happening is. The fact that she appears to be laughing when she leaves the room, that bothers me more than anything else. Can't get distracted right now. Have to save this girl. Giving this thought voice returns my focus. Even though I said I have to save her, I have no idea what to do at a time like this. At any rate, we have to stop the bleeding. If I need to take another major break, I might freaking make myself some tea and put honey in it. Kenji-san takes facial tissue from his pocket and wipes away some of the blood, then gently lifts her head and applies pressure to the wound, while the tissue is pressing hard on her forehead. As the blood begins to dry, the original color is indistinguishable. It has become completely red. I might actually draw her. She still kind of reminds me of Patchouli, even though, like, it's literally just appearance-wise, but I don't know. Totally not biased, kinda a bias toward the purple motif. I said that yesterday. Either way. Having roughly wiped away some of the blood, he removes his outerwear that has blood on it. He folds the parka he removed in order to hide the blood and lays it on the ground like a pillow. The golden ring looks pretty with his black tank top. That's not what he's wearing. That is one thing that kind of bugs me at times with some of these. When they aren't actually... when it's not showing what is said. Like the exactly 7 jellyfish tanks. The one that stands out to me in that regard. There's nothing we can do but wait for now. Her wounds are pretty severe, but even with my own limited emergency treatment, it seems to have made it in time, so I'm glad. Will she be okay? Took a really intense blow to the head, so she'll probably be in pain for a while. Her breathing is stabilized though, so she should be fine. Thank you so much, Kenji-san. Upon hearing his words, a sigh of relief slips from my lips. No big deal. More importantly, Mayo-chan, you're calling me by my name now. Oh, well, that's... because I thought it best. When he went crazy, I called him by name. While he was out of it, and I thought that Kenji-san would get through to him more than Hiyoshi-san would. It's a subconscious change, but the desire I have to call him by name has not changed. Respect you, Kenji-san. Not only did he save me, he saved the girl too. Rather than the version of him that changed so quickly, this trustworthy side of him leaves a much stronger impression. Since I rarely talk to adult males, or males at all, it's so weird that they freaking use the biological male-female thing at times like that. Not very good at it, but he seems to be strong and kind. Mayu-chan, is that a confession? What? Not recognizing Kanji-san's surprise attack, turned my face away. How about it? Come on! I wasn't thinking about it, anything like that. That's so like you, isn't it, Mayu-chan? So I'm thinking I want to hurry up and get off this topic already. It's Kenji-san who changes the subject. So Mayu-chan, this may not be the best time, but who is this girl? Asks as he turns his face in the direction of the girl. The girl's eyes are closed, but her soft breathing continues. Her long hair is tied back, and her clothes are more punk than they are high fashion. Looks like she would prefer a live music club over an aquarium. Is that why we needed the whole background thing for this? Is so that we had, like, the, oh yeah, she's right. She knows her so well. That amuses me. Her round eyes and soft outlines somehow remind me of Mari's appearance. Actually, I don't know either. I met her after I came into this twisted version of Mata Aquarium. Pause for a moment, remember exactly how I met her, and continue speaking. Despite the fact it hasn't been more than half a day since our meeting, the girl and I have struggled for our lives together. She spoke pretty harshly at me when I saw Himeno, whose body was under attack from parasites. After that, I saved her and she saved me. Together we reached the secrets of... oh, frick. This Mountain Aquarium, including the fact that the director here is the victim of a murder. So then, you two know about the incident. ignoring Kenji-san's suggestive tone, continued talking about the girl. She wasn't planning to be with me in the end. She steeled herself, saying, if I can learn the truth, then it's okay if I die. And resolved herself to end it in her own. Just I thought that we had reached an understanding, I was wrong. Surely she felt she couldn't rely on me. If she hadn't called out to me, I wouldn't have risen up to save my friend. This girl wanted to be by herself from the start. Hesitate for a moment and nod. Mayu-chan, before you met up with me, you really experienced so much more than I could have imagined. Come so very close to the truth. Your eyes have taken on such a strong color. So did you know something after all, Kenji-san? I don't want to scare you all by saying more than necessary. However, it seems I don't have to sugarcoat things anymore. Please tell me about earlier your friend Mayu-chan. What condition is Himeno-chan in right now? Ugh. Himeno's entire body is currently being invaded by parasites. According to what Riku said, that breed doesn't normally feed off their host. But they seem to be attacking Himeno. This girl said that if I can get Himeno and I out of Monten Aquarium, I might be able to save her. Because the threat of parasites only persists while we're inside Monten Aquarium. Yeah, I get it. Girl's pretty sharp. That story is half right, half wrong. Half? What do you mean by that? If you escape this Monten Aquarium, the threat of parasites will disappear, but the curse itself will remain. Little by little, life energy will be drained from her body, yet she will weaken. Till she succumbs and dies. Curse dies, so I can't see Himeno? Could stop my voice from getting louder. Kenji-san doesn't make an angry face, but he does answer in a stern tone. Calm down and let me finish. This is important, got it? Understand. Hold back my overexcitement as I wait for Kenji-san to continue speaking. This aquarium is a different dimension created from the grudge of the murdered director and the numerous fish culled and killed here. How does he know so much? Mayu-chan, you probably remember hearing of it as a parallel world, but it's another world created from negative emotions. It's a world created within the framework of Monten Aquarium. Grudges and energy from souls, those are occult terms, right? Definitely some power at work we cannot see. Even now, science cannot prove exactly how our emotions are created, but power from that is surely involved in the creation of this Monten Aquarium. Decided to call it the Red Monten Aquarium. That's what the director called it as well. Are you like a shard of the director? Aside from, like, vague hair color, you don't really share much with him. You and I, Himeno, and that girl there, all of us who have come here are cursed. More accurately, we're lured here by wandering ghosts. When the Red Monten Aquarium was created, it wasn't by just the murdered fish, but the souls of everyone who died here. People who died here? In other words, could have become one of them. I've been in danger of it so many times, even now the possibility is still very real. If I hadn't made it to this point, I might not have believed Yoshi-san's story. To borrow his words, having reunited with the Red Monten Aquarium, could have seen it as a joke at first, and lost my life without realizing how serious things really were. Something is luring us here. may only be one piece of a bigger grudge, but for now, let's refer to them as vengeful spirits. In order to maintain their existence, they need energy. Here within Red Mountain Aquarium, they are constantly trying to supplement that energy. But what if we escape? They'll lose their energy supply. If that were to happen, then the life force of a living human, in other words, the soul, would become their energy. What remains of our bodies would only last about a month. For example, even if we were able to escape, it wouldn't just be Himeno, but all of us who would die within a month. Not just that, is it? Whatever it is, might contradict everything you've said, Kenji-san. Do you mean that before our life energy is gone, we'd have to come back to the Red Mountain Aquarium, so that the things possessing us can take some more energy? Mayu-chan, you're clever. Kenji-san says with admiration, but he doesn't sound the least bit happy. Anyway, you're right. Mayu-chan, you know when it is we need to return, right? The day of the full moon, so the rumor Himeno heard wasn't necessarily mistaken. On top of that, the cycle of the moon lasts for about 28 days, so by coming to the Red Mountain Aquarium on the day of the full moon, we won't be killed by the curse. When there's a full or new moon, the Earth, moon, and sun are all in conjunction in a straight line. At that time, the moon's pull is at its strongest. You've heard this when the ebb and flow of the tides is greatest, right? Yes. Moreover, there are legends that say the moon gives an illuminating energy to things which normally go unseen. Whether it's believed or more scientifically sound, the idea of the moon's effect on magnetic pull point does stand. The path to the Red Mountain Aquarium is inaccessible on the day of the new moon. Yoshi-san is saying, plenty of guesswork to it. That's enough to satisfy me. However, it's because of this satisfied feeling that more questions begin to rise. If we can reach the Red Mountain Aquarium on the day of a full moon, wouldn't more people have reached it as well? Yet that isn't the case, right? The difference is probably related to fate. People who are tied to Mountain Aquarium, or to the victims of Red Mountain Aquarium, are lured in, as if they're guided by the moon's strengthening pull. Connected to Mari, girls connected to the director, father, Himeno's connection is surely someone pulled into the Red Mountain Aquarium. Me. If I think back on it, everyone has their own ties to Mountain Aquarium. Yoshi-san also mentioned an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in quite some time. I almost asked what stopped the words before they come out. Back when he went crazy, said a girl's name. Maybe it's better for me not to know. And I get the feeling that I don't want to know either. Kenji-san, how do you know all this? My experience and my deductions are filling in the gaps with the fragments of information you girls have given me at Amaya-chan. Kenji-san heaves a small sigh, then continues. Well, your guesses so far have been on point, though I'm not just trying to maintain my life energy, but find a way to break the curse. That's why I've come back to the Red Mountain Aquarium over and over again. This time, I had no luck either, but in order to have a next time, we'll need to get Himeno-chan and escape quickly from the Red Mountain Aquarium. One more thing you should know, Mayu-chan. You should know that the truth of the murder took place in Mountain Aquarium. The criminal who killed director was Riko. Huh? That girl. Probably the director's daughter. Primary motive was probably to learn the truth. It's most likely because she found the truth that Riku tried to kill her. Putting it like that, perhaps there could be no greater motive for We're almost getting killed. Erasing her from this world, the ultimate method of shutting her up. Alright, I do need to get myself a drink. I expected to be through this dialogue and to a choice in time, but good lord. Throat is now actually saved. Erasing her from this world, the ultimate method of shutting her up. On top of that, killing her inside Red Mountain Aquarium would mean no one would see it, and no evidence would be left. She really is trying to kill that girl. That's completely unforgivable. My anger is greater than my shock. Human killing even one person is a sin that cannot be atoned for. Piling on other sins to conceal that first sin, repeating such a cycle, ensures such a person has no future. Turn to Kenji-san. Speak with a firm tone. Compared to the cool way he told me all these facts, probably come off as angry. So sorry I yelled, even though you didn't do anything wrong, Kenji-san. After I say this, I realize he probably purposefully withheld any expression of emotion while he was telling me these facts. The difference between an adult and a child. Remembering the way Kenji-san looked when he shoved Riku-san, I empathize with how enraged he must have been feeling. It's fine. From this point on, we'll have to be calm and make our decisions based on facts. So it's better to vent your anger now. Kenji-san says this with a stern expression. I understand right away what he's saying. It is important, so I wait for him to continue. We should leave this girl here. It's not what I was expecting him to say. But that's... even if you seem to have done what you could for her, her injuries still haven't healed. If we leave her, what will happen to her? Well, we went through all the trouble to rescue her. That's how you feel, then why? Try to look at this from the other way around. At the very least, she's received first aid. I don't get it at all. If we saved her, then we should at least... There are two reasons. After hearing what you told me... What a freak. Himeno-chan really be able to walk on her own? With your physique, it would be impossible for you to take Himeno along and escape. You would definitely run into danger. Only one who would be able to run or jump with Himeno on their back is me. What if I had this girl ride piggyback on me? It's the same thing, surely. For example, if you were chased by something, you wouldn't be able to run, Mayu-chan. Says all this so curtly, I can't really argue with him. One more reason. Do you think this girl really wants to run away from the aquarium? That's... Mayu-chan, how much do you know about her? She's okay with dying if it means she can ascertain the truth. That kind of resolve isn't forged in a day. Surely this girl's been searching a long time for the identity of her father's killer. She's finally found it. She might have been knocked down once, but I'm sure she wants to face the killer once more. I don't know whether she wants some sort of remorse or sort of public punishment, but having finally reached the truth, I doubt she wants to run away. If she really had decided to go it alone, she probably wouldn't have even accepted the first aid we did provide. In this girl's eyes, we've probably done more than enough. Kenji-san's tone of voice is steadily becoming more forceful. So we finally reached the heart of the matter. It's time for you to make your decision. I won't force you. Do you want to continue? Yes. Let's go together. Leave this girl here, go back to where Himeno-chan is. The three of us, myself, you, and Himeno-chan, will escape together. 1 month from now, 3 of us will have to return here, but I figured out how to get back in. I think it's a pretty reliable method. If the day on the full moon passes, in other words, when this day ends, the door to the real world won't open again until next full moon. We don't know how much longer Himeno-chan can last, so I think we should get out of here as quickly as possible. So basically, there's no time to think it over. Kenji-san nods silently. After a brief pause, he continues. Don't think of it as abandoning her, but decide based on what's most important to you. In other words, 2 choices have been presented to me. Alright. Oop. So... I kind of want the last ending to be, where I help her. I'm expecting, like, the final ending to be... where all of us get out. Even if we have to return, like, every time, I'm expecting that to be it. I'll go with you, Kenji-san. Save Himeno. The reason I was able to make it this far was because the thought of saving her kept me going. That's what I want to believe in. I understand. As things stand right now, thought that that's what you'd say. I can understand. A strong resolve to save Himeno-chan. Yes, I've made my decision and don't want to face any further doubts. I'd like us to go, but please wait for just a moment. As I say this, I squat down next to the girl on the ground. Take out a small keychain from my skirt pocket. The keychain was the starfish droplet. Amaya and I, Himeno and I. Surely this girl and her father. This is the shape that bonds take on. I think her father... I think rather than me holding on to it, this girl should have it back. Close the girl's hand around the keychain, clasp both of my hands together. If I can, I'll definitely. Wishing with all my might I stand up. Sorry for keeping you waiting. You okay with this? One who said I have no time was you, Kenji. Yes, I did. Where's Himeno? At the stage. Inside a shed in the stage. From here, it'll be faster to go through the interior. And pray that nothing happens to us in the way, but just in case, you should prepare yourself. Kenji, do you know the law governing the fixation of points here? What's that? It's a law that the girl and I discovered. If we use it right, we should be able to safely reach Himeno and escape the Red Mountain Aquarium. As we walk, I tell Yoshi about the doors and the phenomena. It seems that he hasn't learned the law needed to rebel against Mountain Aquarium. He listens intently to my story with a serious expression. We leave the fish of the world booth behind, the moment of upheaval behind us. Can definitely see that our fate lies directly ahead. Himeno! Hey, Mayu-chan. Cry out Himeno's name just as we reach the stage. If the rule of fixed coordinates exists, does that mean we're safe for now? Ran quickly into the shed. Himeno is there, unchanged from the last time I saw her. When she gets choked up, Himeno coughs up parasites. Number of parasites wiggling on the wet floor, even greater than when I saw her a few hours ago. Don't need to say anything. I'm here to save you, Himeno. Himeno's deterioration has gotten worse. Her eyes are hollow. You could probably say her recognizing me is a miracle. If we had been an hour later, would have... I guess that shortly after that, yeah, we did actually, like, reverse this stuff by solving the problem. What would have happened been scary just thinking about it. Thank you. Himeno hangs her head, her breathing ragged. Let's go. Everything's gonna be alright. If I touch Himeno, the parasites will probably try to attack me as well. Even so, if we're going to escape, I can't run away from the parasites. Though it's not the best solution, I have to choose what's more important. If I try to lend Himeno my shoulder, Kanji-san intervenes. Told you, didn't I? You don't let me carry Himeno-chan, you won't be able to react if something does happen. Kenji-san removes Himeno from the chair and lifts her onto his back. His sense of stability makes me believe that as he's so easily able to carry her, he could run with her much easier than I could. Isn't she a bit heavy? Himeno-chan, you probably need to go on a diet. She's gonna get mad at you, jeez. My heart lightens up a bit as we joke back and forth. Feel a tightness in my chest as I worry over Himeno's condition. But you seem pretty reliable. Tell me that again later after we've escaped. Kenji-san smiles at me and we leave the shed. I follow behind him. First of all, there's no need to worry. Let's stay calm and get out of here. Following what he says, I run after him. Somehow, we're both able to make it back here again. Kenji-san. Having come to just the front of the ticket gate at the entrance, Kenji-san stands stock still. Staring far past the entrance of the gate, he says nothing for quite some time. Sorry, let's go. Okay. We stepped in the entrance. We're enveloped by a great light. I think this light connects the two worlds. Really is the outside. Yeah. Place we've entered, the genuine article. Real Mountain Aquarium. The amount of people has increased and we can hear the sounds, hustle and bustle. With Himeno on his back, Kenji's tracking attention, so he moves for the rest area immediately. I'm gonna go buy some drinks. Sitting Himeno down on the sofa, Yoshi-san walks off toward the vending machines. Himeno's lying down, fast asleep. Looking at her face from the side, I notice something. Parasites are gone. They really were a phenomena limited to the palace. To that place. Looking at Himeno's healthy skin color, I'm convinced even more than before. She's been saved. I think that something wells up inside of me. Like I told you earlier, you can't let your guard down yet. Return, Kenji-san hands me a canned drink. It's hot cocoa. Kenji-san is holding a bottled sports drink for himself. Hot cocoa permeates my body, sweet enough to smother the parts of my heart that aren't yet whole. This hot drink is perfect for a building where the air conditioner is going full blast against the hot early summer weather. Contrast to me, Kenji-san, covered in sweat, downs the drink in one gulp. Oh, I guess we should take a breather for now. Giving the now empty plastic bottle a good spin, Kenji-san settles himself onto the sofa. There's a question I've been meaning to ask you. Can I? What is it? My age? Well, that wasn't it. I'm a little curious. How old are you, by the way? I'm 22. How old are you? You and I are both 15. We're in our third year of junior high. 7 years difference there. Yeah, what did you want to ask me? About getting in and out of Red Mountain Aquarium. Finishing up our idle chatter, I get down to business. Feels like it's not the entrance we passed through so much as we went astray in order to reach the Red Mountain Aquarium coming back. We passed through an exit. What's the difference? Do you know, Kenji-san? At first, I wasn't sure either. In the beginning, I also felt like I had gotten lost and wandered in. The beginning. Kenji-san, today you passed through an entrance to get to the Red Mountain Aquarium. In other words, it's the general concept. I think the way we think about it is the problem. Can you give me more details? If I don't have more, I get the feeling that I won't know how to get back in the next day of the full moon. No need to worry, like we talked about before. What you need is a connection. If you aren't rejected by the Red Mountain Aquarium, then the way will open. Problem is the entrance. Thinking of it like an entrance and exit is just an idea we've constructed. So the door that connects Mountain Aquarium and Red Mountain Aquarium is really in our minds. What do you mean by that? I think of that vending machine as an entrance. When it will become an entrance, is that what you mean? Went to a vending machine Yoshi-san brought me cocoa from. Thought no matter what happened, we wouldn't get into that Red Mountain Aquarium. Still just too much for me to comprehend. If you're able to believe from the bottom of your heart that is the entrance, then yes. Anyway, the border between the worlds isn't by nature that distant. It isn't like the wall separating a house from the outside. From the moment we become aware of it, an entrance is created. It's fine for us to think of it as a door, or a ticket gate, even a window or a hole. If it's not something like that, not able to see it as an entrance. And if it's not something like that, not able to see it as an entrance, we would think it's strange to look at a wall and call it an entrance. Only pure child could think of that entrance with all their heart. In other words, Kenji-san, what you say is that because I thought this is the entrance, in any other way in aside from the aquarium entrance has disappeared. Kenji-san nods and adds, yeah. If you don't acknowledge it, it won't exist. But as soon as you do, it does. Maybe ghosts or something like that as well. Anyhow, you should at least believe that on the day of the aquarium full moon, you can get back and forth to the Red Mountain Aquarium through the entrance. Yeah, I think the fact we got out was proof enough of that. Take another sip of my cocoa. At the same time, I hear a loud thud on my side. Himeno. Sorry. Sound of Himeno losing her balance. At the beginning, I thought she had fallen into a deep sleep. I guess I was wrong. Himeno was laughing, but her body, which I help up reflexively, feels extremely feverish. Himeno, this fever, it's awful. What fever? I'm telling you, I'm fine. This man, Hiyoshi-san, right? Why? Explain later, okay, Himeno? Right now, we better get you to the hospital. I'll call an ambulance. Hey, what's up with the two of you? Are you so worked up? Yeah, I feel like I got a fever, but I'm fine, okay? Well, she doesn't seem bad enough shape to need an ambulance. Talk in more detail the next time we meet. There should be a place nearby where you can get a taxi, so take Himeno to the hospital. Hospital? You're already weakening. Makes sense that you have a fever. Don't dawdle, okay? Kenji-san appeals to Himeno in a soft tone. No mistaking that Himeno has no idea what's going on, but she nods at his words. Here, for the taxi. Kenji-san, seeing us seemingly in agreement, takes a wallet out of his pocket and pulls out a 5,000 yen note. $50. Oh, well. I guess that TwitchCon told me that taxis are about that expensive. That's not necessary, really, you shouldn't. Pay me back in a month if you want. Isn't more important for you to get Hime-chan to the hospital right now? Go look after her. Even though Kenji-san is worried, he's not as worried as he was back in the Red Mountain Aquarium. That's right. Surely the moment her body weakened from her deteriorating condition awakened, fatigue overtook her. Her high fever could easily be explained away as some sort of illness. Listen, I want you to promise me this. At the very least, I didn't lie to you. In 1 month, on the day of the full moon, you two definitely need to come around the same time as today. Midday works fine. I got it, really. Thank you so much for everything. Many more things I want to say. Kenji-san, who saved not just mine, but Himeno as well. He gave us all this information and backed it up with his actions. I don't really get what's going on, but what's with this atmosphere? Look, you need to understand that your body is weaker than you think it is. You can get more details while you're in the taxi. Right. Kenji-san narrows his eyes and chastises Himeno. Watching Himeno actually get talked into something by someone else is somewhat refreshing. Well, later. We definitely won't fail. Right, later. Kenji-san heads off somewhere before Himeno and I leave. There's a taxi on the basement level of Mountain East building, so we grab a ride from there. Due to her high fever, Himeno staggers about. But unlike in the Red Mountain Aquarium, not bad enough that she can't walk on her own. One hand holding the railing and the other holding mine, she is able to gradually make her way on her own legs. I'm sure that when we get to the hospital and she gets an IV drip in her or something, a little rest, she'll get better. Thinking back on it, it's the first time I've ridden on a taxi on my own. Sometimes my parents use one, but usually I just follow their lead and ride quietly. Raising my hand, getting in, telling the driver my destination, paying when we reach our destination, saying thank you. We head for the taxi stand. I review the procedures in my head. Over and over again, I tighten my facial muscles so that I don't look down. They don't look down on me or try to take us unnecessary detours just because I'm a junior high student. Himeno were on my shoes, she'd be fine. Since it's me, I have to give it my all. I don't know. It's not like someone would hear me from inside the car. I modestly raise my hand and call out. Without a word, the door opens. The driver calls out to us. That girl there, is she not feeling well? Alright. Head for the hospital. Closest hospital in the area is Montan General. Should we go there? Yes. Driver prattled on, talking very fast, sat down in the taxi's backseat. Himeno sat further in. I took the seat closest to the door we got in through. Just as I rehearsed in my head, we started off without incident thanks to the kind driver. Despite that, start voting well, we end up in heavy traffic. Sunday night, homebound rush hour. Wow, crazy. But I wasn't impatient, hoping it might get better as we sat in the car. Himeno, though her breath was ragged, was able to talk to me in the taxi. If it's this crowded, wouldn't it be better for me to not to go? No, it wouldn't. You might become faint like you were back in the rest area. Mayu, you're worrying too much. Well, it's actually really was bad, you know. That's right, then... That's right. Give me the details. I don't remember much beyond the fact that I was being done in by bugs. Do you remember you showed up and telling me it was gonna be alright though, Mayu? Then this car that makes walking seem faster. Tell Himeno what happened after I got lost in the Red Mountain Aquarium. Most likely because we're talking to him. Aren't talking to him, driver turns the radio volume up. By the way, but that way suits us better anyway, so I decided to start from the beginning. Finding the fixture corpses, tank rupturing, in the jellyfish booth, being saved by Kenji, hearing Mari's voice, reuniting with Himeno, beating that girl. Contents of the journal that staff member left behind, and the secrets of the Red Mountain Aquarium that Kenji told me. Tell her all of it. Having given voice to all these things, I'm able to put them in order for myself as well. We reached the choice I had to make in the Fish of the World's booth. When I tell her my decision, Himeno's face changes. Driver, could you possibly stop the car here? Clearly says the driver right in the middle of the congestion. Hey Himeno, as you were talking, I thought that couldn't be about Mari-chan. Yeah, I think it'd be best to check when we go back in a month. It's hard to say, but it's probably because this is a conversation about dimensions and transcends time. You know, if you talk so much, you'll get worse. Himeno ignores me and continues. But what about that girl? She's living in a time unchanged from us. And Mayu, that choice, you shouldn't make it. Happy you saved me. I probably would have died, but... Is it really okay to abandon someone in trouble right in front of you? She's right. I'm not saying it because I'm biased as far as person. But it was for you, Himeno. I know that. I can never thank you enough. Out of nowhere, it's like you became my hero. It's not that I want to argue with you. I don't want to split up like we did back there. But I can't just go on without saying something. You'll definitely regret it. Himeno's expression, in and of itself, is a serious one. In her eyes, no color change nor hint of weakening. I sit here unable to respond to Himeno. Himeno smiles a bit, then continues. If you're tired, then I'll go save that girl. Who that girl is has nothing to do with it. This time, I have to show you my good side. I think no way. Her voice is so strong that it makes me wonder just how much she could have recovered after that little rest. Himeno. Timidly, I touch Himeno's forehead. It's so hot it makes me almost pull my hand back in reaction. Makes it easy to see just how much she's overdoing it. Himeno's desire is real, however, her will to go alone won't bring her desires into reality. Like going back and saving that girl, for instance. I'm sure she's wobbly from standing up alone. If Himeno's resolution is to come to fruition, then there's only one way to do it. Even though it involves going against my earlier decision, driver, please stop here. Say this for all my thoughts are even in order. During a break in traffic, spot the entrance to a subway station. If I take that route, I can go back to Monten Station with no transfers. Mayu, don't worry. I can definitely rescue her and make it back on my own. That's not it. You understand me, Himeno, then I know all about you. You're overdoing it. I'm fine. Trust me. Oh, my throat is going raw. Taxi breaks away from traffic and stops on the other side of the road. I leave Himeno the 5,000 yen I borrowed from Kenji. Ask the driver please take this girl to the hospital. Get out through the automatic door. Himeno pulls up the hem of my skirt and calls after me. No. Why are you going alone, Mayu? If you were really that well, you'd jump out of the taxi right away. But you can't even manage that much. I'll go with you. Trust me. Wait for me. I'll carry your concern with me, Himeno. Mayu, but... Turn back to Himeno and put my all into forging a smile. I don't want to go back to such a scary place. That's how I really feel. But Himeno said, I would surely regret it. She's right. Somewhere, frick. Somewhere deep down in my heart, I know it too. Kenji-san is no longer there. I can't rely on him. I truly am fighting this battle alone. Even so, if it's for Himeno, I can't fail. Ice cream. We haven't eaten it yet, have we? Let's eat some together. Right. Door closes with a hollow slam and the car returns to the flow of traffic. I gotta go. Without looking back, run down the subway platform. Getting off at the station, I begin walking down the street at night. Same street I walked down mere hours ago, but it seems completely different at night. Couldn't have imagined that this would happen. Full moon floating in the sky, heading for Maten East building. Feels like I'm walking toward the moon itself. Mysterious light envelops the world. Surely the other world is equally illuminated by the lights of the moon. Which is why Red Mountain Aquarium exists. The gate seems especially courageous. Believe that only hours ago, I fought, overcame, and changed myself. Mountain East building. Night has taken on a new feeling. Thanks to its illumination, the contours of the building are more pronounced in sheer size and also more striking. Thinking deep about the other world being born within this building, feel that the light seeping out from the signs and windows is eerie. I'm home. Wouldn't have made such a joke this morning. Smile and giggle to myself, I've gone crazy. sweet scent of salt water, returned once again to the deep sea of the surface. Kenji-san said the path connecting the worlds was only open on the day of the full moon. In other words, there's a time limit. Take a glance at the clock and the counter. It's only 7 p.m., so there's only about 5 hours left. Around the same amount of time from when I went in to when I came out. At this rate, I should have plenty of time. Completing the procedures for re-entry, I stand in front of the ticket gate. This is the entrance. If this is physically an entrance, then conceptually it's an entrance too. Closing my eyes, I walk through it. I can feel a strong light from beyond my eyelids. When the light stops, I open my eyes, feel relieved to see that there are no customers. Think to myself how strange it is that something like that comforts me. It's able to get back so easily. If this were a movie or a novel, the power of the moon would get stronger when it's full or something to that effect. Gotta keep moving. Take small steps one at a time in order to not get careless. Huh? Became aware of a strange phenomena. Don't know if it's right to call it that. Anyway, spot a familiar shadow some distance away. Kenji-san? Without thinking, I mumble his name, but he doesn't seem to hear. Might help me out. That's what I think for a brief moment. What is this? He's strange. There's an intense look in his eyes. He frantically looks around. It's like he's trying to find something. Originally said that he would return 1 month from now. For him to come back intentionally like this, the only things I can think that he forgot something, or that like me he came back to save the girl. However, he was the one who said we should leave the girl alone in the first place. It's hard to believe he would come back here on his own. Since he's come here so many times, hard to believe he would forget something, or to think he'd come back to retrieve it if he did. I wonder why. My instincts are telling me that this is dangerous. Kenji-san, the one who suddenly changed as if he were possessed and attacked me. Freaking jump scaring me. Eyes the same as they were back then. No. That time, that was because of the Red Mountain Aquarium. Can't doubt him. I can't embrace these doubts with Kenji-san who saved me. That was something he couldn't help. It came from a will that is not his own, like a natural phenomena. Just like a typhoon. Which is exactly why I couldn't ask him about that sudden change. Doubts tangled in my chest, make my legs feel heavy. At this point, I didn't expect my own doubts to be like shackles. No, that's not it. Kenji-san is my ally, so to speak. I need to cast off my doubts and open up my heart to Kenji-san. Just a little bit more, just a little. Decide to trust my instincts. When we split up at the taxi stand, the name tag he should have taken off was around his neck. He had told us it worked like a discount coupon. Probably forgot to take it off after we re-entered. Kenji-san enters the souvenir shop. Can't imagine what's going on in there. Watch over the souvenir shop from the shadows Tokyo Bay booth so I won't be discovered. Heartbeat gradually quickens. Wait feels long. Even though it's been no more than 5 minutes, thanks to the strange feeling of unease, feels like an hour or two. If only there had been no change since my return. If only he hadn't had those eyes. I should call out to him, tell him what Himeno said, and have him help me if possible. There he is. Pay attention to Kenji-san, who has come out of the souvenir shop mumbling to himself. Child, where in the world is she hiding? Huh? So is he after Mari? despite the fact that he's far away. His words shock me so much that as if they're hammered into my chest. That child? Red Mountain Aquarium and a child. Mari. Can't think of anyone else. Memory of Riko when she appeared by Himeno back at the stage, also saying she was looking for a child, sticks out in my mind. Why would the criminal who murdered the director be looking for Mari? And why is Kenji-san also looking for her? Red Mountain Aquarium. The murderer of Mountain Aquarium's director. The mysterious girl who was the director's daughter. All these scattered pieces, could they be part of the same puzzle? Give a loud gulp. Frightening surprises don't end there. I continue to follow Kenji with my eyes. Heads for the staff passageway behind the panel we pressed earlier. The moment he opens the door, is about to disappear. Riko. There's a slender shadow of a woman there. As soon as I see her, I can't grasp what she'd be together with Kenji-san. The man who had shoved her and tried to kill her before. Briefly avert my eyes from the scene before me. Quickly return looking through the crack in the door. They're putting their lips together. It's what society refers to as a kiss. Huh? I mean, odds are he already knows that she can't be killed. But the question is, well, he's being driven mad, so he's probably possessed. Why a kiss? That part I'm confused about. Being merely sinister. Get the feeling that I just saw something I shouldn't have. Lose sight of them as I'm wondering what to do and decide my next move. First, I should go over to him, find out what he was waiting on before. Once I've sorted out what's going on, I can still have time to find the girl. Trying not to make any sound, I head for the staff passageway in front of the souvenir shop. As I'm walking along, my fingertips feel as if they've touched something. It's right in front of the door to the souvenir shop. This is the keychain. Standing still, I pick up the small item. It's one of the prizes from the Gacha Gacha machine. The small starfish attached to the droplet. Flipping it over, there's a photo printed on a sticker stuck to the backside. Little girl and her father. This belonged to that girl. Could she be in here? Kenji-san's reacted as if she wasn't here. It probably means that Mari isn't here. Anyway, the fact that the keychain which I returned to her, the Fish of the World booth, is here in front of the souvenir stand means that at least she got this far. Take a deep breath. Have to go in and see. I have to go inside and confirm for myself. Fear of the poison frogs dropping down again floats through my mind, one way or the other. If that girl is inside, then according to the law of fixed coordinates, we should be able to get out safely. Even if we get caught up in some phenomena, won't be careless. Whether going or coming, no matter what does or doesn't happen, I'm risking my life. She's probably inside. Concerned about Kenji and all, but I should start by investigating nearby. Bracing my worries, I enter the souvenir shop. Doesn't seem like there's any frogs. As soon as I enter, I take a look around. No sign of ghastly sight of melted frogs. Still, air is as if something bizarre and grave as a foot enters my mouth, causing my tongue to curl. Place my hand to my chest, strengthen my vigilance. This is a bloodstain. It's hard to see in the dark, but the deep red blood is spread out here and there across the floor. God dang it. Goes all the way to the counter like a path. Something's here. That alone I can be sure of. From within the dark, something may jump out at me. If I take a step, I look around left and right using such great caution one might call it excessive. Echoing of my own footsteps provides me some relief. Closer inspection, the blood circumvents the counter and continues around the back. As I follow it, I notice something in the garbage can by the counter. This is... Huh? Now I'm confused. One name tag has been thrown away. It catches my eye because it looks like Kenji-san's. The cover for it is worn down and dirty. Had his on when he left the souvenir shop, so it's not like he threw this away. Contrary to my expectations, the name Kenji is on it. Having my doubts, I flip it over and immediately drop it. On the back of the name tag, written in big red letters, with a magic marker. Murderer. Huh? Also, it's been a while since I've heard this freaking audio cue in a game. Letters themselves are like a curse. I don't understand at all what this means, but I don't have any desire to take a closer look to find out. Having promptly thrown it away when he was here earlier, I satisfy myself with the thought that it's just a prank. Following the bloodstains takes precedence. Remaining cautious, I peek behind the counter. There's nothing here. Terror. I suddenly hear someone's voice shout without thinking. There's no one below the counter, just 2 boxes left here. There's no one behind me nor next to me. Could it be above? I consider this, I look up to the ceiling. Only thing there is the sprinkler. Feeling as if it hasn't been used in some time. Seems this place is a different phase than it was before. But more important than that is the voice's owner. Without thinking, I narrow my eyes and look around. Hey, don't make a sound. Huh? Big sister, big sister. Huh? That voice, Mari? Cardboard box and my feet skitters about. I have to be sure. What do we do if he's with her? Huh? Also this immediate upbeat music. That voice. Is it that girl? By him, do they mean Kenji-san? He was here before? It's fine. I'm here alone. Yeah. Wait, it might be a trap. As if the girl's voice didn't even reach Mari. She topples the large cardboard box over. Mari immediately jumps out and clamps onto my leg. Mari! Big sister! Embrace Mari's tiny shoulders in return. Huh. Why are you here? How... We can see each other. Is that really you? Hey. Saying this, Mari twirls around once. That innocent behavior is no mistaking it's her. Okay. Finally able to trust the girl before my eyes is Mari. Surprised, the first time that I've truly understood how people were shocked or left speechless. I'm able to see Mari, hug her again and confirm that it's actually true. I'm able to actually feel Mari's body, on the other side of that bulky fabric with my own flesh. Were you actually that small? Yeah, it's so big. You don't seem like yourself. Mari rubs her plump cheek against me. Difference in our height after 5 years is clear. Even though I was younger, I was a bit bigger, right? Hey, that's not true. We're the same height. I'm older, so even us being the same height is nothing to boast about. but the stubbornness itself is vital to my memories. Hug Mari again, clenching even my fingers even tighter around her. Then I realize it. Sorry, I know you're having a touching reunion, but the girl was inside one of the boxes. Despite how difficult it was to get in, it seems to be struggling to get out now. Finally, she breaks out of her box by tearing it open, and not the least bit bothered by it, speaks in a cold tone. Blood spattered here and there appears to be hers. Seems to have stopped now, but surely it was from the wound in her forehead having opened. That girl, she's already dead. Something I had already realized. It's because I couldn't feel Mari's body heat. Girl would put it into words, as if it were no big deal. I'd prepared myself in my heart, but actually being able to embrace Mari, that difference causes my chest to tighten. Man. I mean, I already knew the answer, but... Man. It's not something to apologize for, Mari. With an anxious expression on her face, I rub Mari's head. Her hair is silky. A fact that doesn't change whether she's alive or dead. Sayo-chan, can I tell my big sister about it? Got the girl's name? Yep, she told me. That's right. Oh, Mayumi, please drop the Chan. Sayo, is it? Okay, nice to meet you. There's nothing nice about it. The cold response. You a friend of my big sister? Not particularly. You not like her then? I don't particularly dislike her, Mayumi. What's so funny? Their exchange is so funny, I start snickering. Because it's funny to see Sayo wavering Mari's barrage of questions. So Mari, what was it you wanted to tell me? Well... Mari glances in Sayo's direction. Sayo tilts her head silently. Wait a second, Mayumi, why are you here? Why, you ask? Did you take that man's advice and leave me behind? Didn't see it, but you abandoning me felt... I didn't see it as you abandoning me and felt your actions were correct. But I do want you to tell me your reasoning. You heard all that? At that time, I couldn't move at all. Not even my lips. But it was conscious. Red Mountain Aquarium. What a dumb name. Your father calls it that too! Anyway, that's the only part of your conversation I caught. Nothing to hide from you then. Somewhere inside I feel relieved. My guilt at having left Sayo comes back, making me fully aware of its presence. She said what I did was right. Don't think Sayo's type. Person who would lie about that. The decision I made at that moment was definitely not wrong. I explained those feelings between Himeno and I. That without worry over whether they were right or not, brought me back here. So stupid. Should have just left me alone. My decision, I can't let things be anymore. No gratitude or apology. I don't see it as us having grown closer, but Sayo is accepting me just a little bit more. Unlike when I'm with Kenji-san, when I'm with Himeno, it's just the first time I've truly appreciated this feeling of relief. Now it's my turn, Sayo. Why are you with Mari? That story is a long one. Where should I start? First of all, how about you telling me when Riko tried to kill you? You heard that from the guy already. He's the criminal who killed my papa. Already dead. Spirit out for vengeance. She's merely a shadow. Only able to exist within Mountain Aquarium. When I pointed that out to her, she suddenly attacked me. She probably doesn't want to acknowledge that she's dead. She's looking for Mari. So she's looking for Mari after all. But why? She's already dead. Why is she? Her feelings have gotten really big, like a balloon. She can only think about one thing, So much so that she's forgotten everything else. The one who answers my question is Mari. Mari, likely unable to stay silent any longer, gets between Sayo and I and speaks while spreading both her arms out wide. I also heard that in other words, she's has lingering attachments from when she was alive. Vengeful spirits and their ghosts usually do. I don't believe in such things, so it's just theoretical. Sayo says this while leaning against the counter. I can see she's settling for a long conversation. Alright, if we're settling for a long conversation, I need to get myself a refill on my drink, because good lord, is my throat gonna be sore after this. Considering we've got an entire other ending and this is still going, I think that I'll actually take a full-on break for a hot second, make myself some tea, refill both my drinks, and then hit the bathroom. So I'm gonna hit an ad to kill pre-roll, because we're gonna be in this for the long haul to a certain degree. Back to this. Bring this back to the forefront. That's why you called out to me over and over again. I wasn't feeling like myself with no body. I was just fuzzy. Couldn't even come to see you. Fuzzy? Hey, fuzzy. I think I'm missing something fundamental in what Mari's trying to say. Wonder if Sayo's even listening, but when I look her way, her eyes are closed. She's your little sister, so you get what she's saying, right? Say that, but you don't get it either, do you? And to give her a hard time, Sayo sullenly puffs up her cheeks. Soon after, she clicks her tongue with it and looks away. If she wanted to tell me something, she didn't get it after all. She can't. Well then, how do you feel right now? Now? Normal? Normal. Anyway, let's set that subject aside. But you know, I remembered lots of stuff. After I met Sayo-chan? Maybe that was before. Until now, all I could think of was seeing you. But I did remember something important. Mari looks a little saddened. Still don't understand the reason why. Is that what you wanted to tell me earlier? Yeah, Sayo-chan... I can tell my big sister, right? She's not an enemy, right? It should be fine. Just too soft is all. Sayo, what are you filling Mari's head with? Sayo gives me no response. I look back at Mari and wait for her to continue. You see, Mari takes in a small breath. Saw a man getting hit until he couldn't move. That scary man, he did that with the scary lady. Huh? Saw a man getting hit until he couldn't move. That scary man did that with a scary lady. Mari quietly tells me the truth. That way of telling the story is unmistakably fitting for Mari. That's probably when the director, my papa, was killed. I understood that. However, Sayo readily reiterates it. The woman was the criminal. In other words, Sagumi Riku, right? And the man was the scary man who came after me. Who do you mean? I already know. That's why I had to be sure earlier, Mayumi. Genji-san would never do such a thing, Mari. You must be mistaken. Big sister, I'm not. I may be more grown up than when I saw it, but that man keeps coming after me. Okay. Interesting. That's because of the curse. He has to come back here at regular intervals. Lines up with what the diary says, so it's probably true, but that's not all. Came here with many different ladies and then did something scary. All of them screamed. What does that mean? With a frightened look on her face, Mari shakes her head. Even though it's a scene she witnessed herself, Mari doesn't seem to understand the meaning behind it. That life energy he was talking about. the number of people possessed by this place decreases. And don't you think the mere existence of the Red Mountain Aquarium is using that energy up? That's why I'm asking what it means. I yell suddenly. Became aware of the fact that through all of the things that have happened here, my own perception has gotten sharper. Talking to Mari and Sayo is causing connections to be formed in my mind, allowing me to guess some things. I yelled because I'm trying to deny the thoughts floating in my own mind. However, Sayo is not so gentle. They need lives or something like that. Essentially, he's bringing people here and killing them. Even if he doesn't kill them, he can probably at least steal their life energy. Don't you remember that rumor about the number of missing people increasing? Kenji-san said something similar, but Himiko knew that rumor as well. Himeno, people were saying rumors like that around me as well. You want to spread a rumor? You gather as many idiots as possible to do it. He knew that. Just come out and say it. I've been trying to say it this whole time. Sayo heaves a sigh and continues. Treating the rumors like bait that Mountain Aquarium scatters for its prey is kind of ironic. The one spreading those rumors is that man. To prove it, I'll let him pick me up. It was creepy. Kenji-san, I thought him hitting on girls was normal. Him spreading rumors is a completely different thing. I came here to look into some things and found someone who had escaped. She doesn't seem like she'll ever wake up, and it's probably because of having her energy exhausted. Before she came to the aquarium, some man called out to her. I have no doubts it was him. So if he's Riku's accomplice, then it's not odd for him to help preserve the Red Mountain Aquarium. Even if we refer to them as the worst of humanity, they probably don't want to disappear even now. They're probably still working together. Kenji-san's alive. Geez, I'm not done with my story yet. Mari spreads both arms and starts bouncing up and down. Yeah, sorry, I lost my cool for a bit. Speaking of which, I haven't heard this yet either. After I saw the man fall over, I was chased by a scary lady. It wasn't anything like the game of tag. I climbed this ladder and hid inside a giant tank. On the top part of the tunnel tank, right? The lady glared at me. I was so scared. But I tried to get her to leave me alone by running away. That's when that man showed up. Okay, so why does she have like a different recollection of... Well, okay, scattered memories, I guess. She hid in the tank, that still lines up. Kenji-san did. It was really, really scary. First he got rid of the lady. Then he turned something that looked like a handle and the water started pouring in. But from there I don't really remember anything. It gets kind of fuzzy. So he killed her? Like, yes, he killed Mari. But he killed Riko? Before Mari can finish, I break in. And that means Kenji-san, Mari, he killed her along with Riko. I think we can all agree he was the only one still living. No, this is a lie. Gotta be. Hey, Mari, do you maybe mistake what you saw? Are you doubting your freaking... Mari looks at me with large eyes. I'm sure she doesn't completely understand the horrific misfortune that befell our body. That's why she has been able to maintain her pure heart. A terrible big sister. Of course, Mari is the one I should believe over anyone else. I just just can't believe Kenji-san would do something like that. Sorry, but I'm also a bit confused. Definitely accomplice to the one who killed my papa. So then why would he kill her? Moreover, I can't grasp the reason they would work together now. Okay, so I'm guessing that she did possess him afterward. And that's why they're working together now. Oh, you also saw the two of them together? That's what I'm saying. Seeing these two after Mari... That's why I'm saying this. Seeing those two after... were after Mari, she and I ended up together like this. By also, then you mean you saw them as well, maybe. I saw Kenji meet up with Kenji meet up with Reiko, the staff passageway after he came out of the souvenir shop. You saw it too, then why don't you believe us? It's Kenji-san saved you, me, and Himeno as well. Ah, jeez, I don't get you. I don't get you either. Jeez, don't fight! It's Mari's words that stopped the heated quarrel between us. Both look at Mari, she's puffing up her cheeks, and her face is red. Looking at her face, even more strength leaves my body. Being so close to her, I had forgotten that Mari is already dead. She's aware of her own death. At this point, the futility of it all makes it hard to stay standing. I'm sorry, Mari. I really am. I don't really get it, but I forgive you. I don't want to ever fight with you again, big sister. Sunk to the ground, and Mari begins proudly rubbing my head. Her hand has no heat, but I can feel the slight warmth. Sayo pouts, puts some distance between us, standing a little ways away. Having reached a conclusion, I think the only thing left is to see what lies on the other side. But it seems I haven't reached the truth itself yet. I also want to know the truth. We have to find it no matter what. Big sister, you feel better? Sayo-chan, you okay too? We both nod. As I stand up, Sayo and I look at one another. Speaking of which, Sayo, you dropped this. Thanks to our eyes meeting, I'm reminded of the keychain tucked in my pocket. After taking the keychain from me, Sayo looks at the back. Sees the sticker of two people. Says a brief thanks, looks up and continues. I'm gonna see my papa. To be more accurate, it's probably a spirit. Papa is likely related to the creation of this closed-off world. I'm sure the truth lies here. I suppose there's no need to ask the two of you at this point. Right. Wonder what your father is like. Our father. That was a slight change. Sayo is no longer alone. May have been Mari who brought about this change. No matter what truth lies ahead of us, I get the feeling that if we don't forget what it is we believe in, we'll be alright. Ah. The tea soothes. Alright. We have reached a new chapter. So, this is the deciding point. So I do kind of want to start putting these separate. That way I can quickly get back to that without having to sort. Talking with Sayo, we decided to take the route to the director's office that passes through the tunnel tank, fish the world booth, and the back staff passageway. Small aquarium supposedly has a magnificent director's office. supposedly to reflect Sayo's father's preferences. Expensive foreign-made furniture situated around the room. Seems that, when the deep-sea fish booth was open, one could see through the tank and watch the deep-sea fish from the director's office. A little excited that I'll get to see such a magnificent room. It's pretty, but why is it so calm? Probably because they're among companions. The tank part of the tunnel no longer has any meaning. If all the air is filled with water the fish are swimming all about. Like a bizarre incident I witnessed with Kenji-san, the cutlass fish, I'm left completely confused. Yep, they're here. Mari gently pets a ray that passes by her. A group of sardine pass above our heads, casting shadows that look like bullets. Mari follows them with her eyes until they pass. A flat fish passes by my legs. That passes by my legs is a right-eye flounder? It's a large-tooth flounder. On the left, it's a large-tooth flounder. On the right, it's a right-eye flounder. Mayumi, you thought they were the same, didn't you? That's not true. Large-tooth flounder, so crisp and crunchy. Delicious as sashimi. Right-eye flounder is more soft and flaky. God dang it. Such a glutton. Even you, Mari? Geez, I say as I puff up my cheeks. At any rate, being able to actually enjoy the aquarium like this is refreshing. We're enjoying it, but the feeling is different if nothing scary happens. This unreality isn't bad. Straight ahead, where I'm walking, spacing out, the nose of a large shadow passes past me. Fall on my backside in surprise. Geez, don't get so scared. It's because you get scared that they all react. Yeah, I'm alright. Wasn't scared, just surprised. Is that a sunfish just now? Large fish with shape of a shuriken is an ocean sunfish. My feeling on being so close to his nose, so close his nose could brush against me was honestly grotesque. Its hollow face and its sleek to the touch skin. It's like the face of an alien swimming about. Because you're scared that they react. They react to our negative emotions. Just because these creatures are here, there's no indication that they'll attack. Right now, I think that they're just enjoying it a little. I don't really get it, but because I get along with them, they might not attack us. Even so, when you came with me to the souvenir stand, no matter how many doors we passed through, nothing happened. Maybe you're special, Mari. Mari, you're amazing. Mari proudly folds her arms. The other side of the tragic fact that fish like Mari are no longer living, it's the optimistic fact that they're not alone either. Mountain Aquarium, where it's not experiencing phenomena, it's smaller than I expected. Probably walked for about 15 minutes. This is the director's office. Sayo nods, her lips pressed together. Door is solemn, bringing about an odd atmosphere. Something of a mismatch, with a tranquil aquarium leaving a heavy impression. A little scared, big sister. We took a look around, but Papa was nowhere to be found. So he must be here. This is his favorite place. Is there any chance that he's gone crazy? He might have been taken in by his own hatred and malice? Yeah. Possibly. He did get murdered. Can't say I blame him for being a little bit peeved. There is. But Mayumi, you went back to someone who lost it before, right? No reason I can't either. In other words, you're prepared for whatever may happen? Yes. I've been from the start. Taking the lead, Sayo places her hand on the door. No. Why? After entering the director's office, that's the first thing Sayo says. Just as Sayo told us, the director's office is an expansive antique furniture. One of the walls is a tank. The director's chair looks soft and comfortable to sit in. Why is he sitting there like normal? The director is sitting in the chair calmly. Sayo-chan. I think something is different. Pale blue light is flowing out from the tank. Looking inside from the entrance, the form of the director sitting there is a transparency of projected on the screen, wavering about. Let's have a little look. Sayo, who is trying to make her way forward, stops, her shoulders shuddering. Seeing her father, who had passed away right before her eyes, it's natural that she would want to get closer. I understand such a feeling. Well, but I also understand that we can't lose our cool either. I stand the furthest forward, the three of us, my focus on the director's desk. It's the director, Isao. There's no mistake, it's my papa. A flashback? She doesn't look crazy. She looks normal. A screen of light, one more character appears. Riku. Was this like, frick. A video or something. Here she appears a little younger. Without even glancing our way, she faces the comfortably seated director. Riku has the frantic look on her face and places her hands on the desk. The director wipes away a spot where Riku had placed her hands on the antique desk. She glares at the director for a second before calming her expression. Why do you reject my plan? The greatest number of visitors to Muten East Building comes from women in their teens and 20s. There are also many couples. If we partner with the other tenants or offer paired tickets, as well as attach ourselves to an image of a fashionable nightlife, we can expect to set a minimum number of customers. We could also partner with magazines for coverage. Other aquariums aren't being touched as date spots yet. If we follow this course, it could be extremely advantageous to all involved. It goes without saying, an aquarium isn't some flashy attraction. Our purpose through and through is to display living things, having foolish young people point and laugh. Where's the respect for the living things in that? Yeah, even back then, even though she's not a crazy bitch, she still freaking had a little bit of disconcern for the living. In that case, shouldn't we convey to the people the splendor of marine life and teach them how precious it is, as well as the smallness of humanity? And what about this application? Saying nothing to me, throwing several million yen into an addition for the stage. Children would love that. Number of visitors would temporarily increase, but does it serve any other purpose? You employ animal trainers to train them from scratch. We don't have the know-how for this. Moreover, given the scope of Mountain Aquarium, how great of a show do you think we can offer? Show on a stage won't win against our competition. Let's make that clear. People get bored soon after we're all left with is a balance in the red. It won't end up that way if the staff as a whole works together for the end. Director, you understand nothing. What we need is a new measure that will yield fast results. As management, you at least should grasp the gravity of this issue, right? And your plan concerns itself with profit in the immediate future. It's not money that keeps us going. It's living things. If we forget our feelings of respect for them, Monten Aquarium has no future. If we shut down, many of them will be killed. Money absolutely supports Monten Aquarium. Us, living things, why can't you see that? Seems our ideas are fundamentally mismatched. Even so, I'm not merely thinking of profits in the immediate future. Couples nowadays will likely be married in the future. If they continue to enjoy Monten Aquarium, 10 years from now, they bring their own children to Monten Aquarium. See, this is actually, like, nice. She's actually, like, you know, showing that she wasn't always this crazy revenge. Well, I've already used the word enough times. As a result, in 1 year is better than waiting 10 years for one, is it not? That's not what I'm trying to say. Rather than focusing on couples and the like, shouldn't you worry about first getting married yourself? You're already 27, right? What is that? What's the point in that? Well, on the way to having children at that age, wouldn't they? Yeah, well. If you have nothing to say back, then you lack any persuasive ability. If you have time to think up nonsense plans, then you have time to think of ways to help the plan I'm pushing. Two forms waver and disappear. Nothing remains but the light leaking from the tank as I replay the conversation in my mind. My image of the director has completely changed. But he could have never said something like that in front of Sayo. Even Mari looks like she has something she wants to say, but she just bites her lower lip and holds it in. Yeah, that was kind of a dick thing to say. Horrible. Papa, you're the worst. I was the first to put her feelings into words. Guess I should have said something after all. His way of thinking was completely wrong. Still, oh, heck. Still, that was no reason to kill. Big sister, it's not over yet. Marsa's breaking through my words and points toward the desk. Oh, there's the familiar face. Image once again appears in the light. Similar to before, those two again. The director seems to have more gray hair this time around. Director, please take a look at this. What is this? I finalized the proposed budget plans to alter the jellyfish booth, so we can change it to be more cognizant of the lighting, keeping true to the creation of a universe befitting the name Monten. Baraki's Aquarium is saying they're making their own alterations and plan to decrease the number of jellyfish so we could cheaply inherit those jellyfish. The architect we've requested is popular. It's an artist who designed the monument in front of the Monten station using connections through an acquaintance of mine. I plan to make use of him at a discount. Prerequisite, I would like your word that if this plan succeeds, we can continue to request alterations to Monten Aquarium. I anticipate better synergy than I saw with the plan of mine you rejected 2 years ago. Although it's just fine if you don't think about it at all, just giving your stamp of approval is also more than enough. Tone of voice is different from the previous ones. Those 2 years she has spoke to him, something must have happened to increase her confidence. What nonsense. It's precisely because I've guided us toward appealing to children that our customer base has increased in the last 2 Boy? Bring your plan back into play now. Only put us in the red once more. So what? You just want to treat the living creatures we obtained like cheap objects? Excuse? She's putting all this time... Like, I can get her freaking point of view on it in this time before she goes, like, completely crazy. She's wanting to build actual freaking extra things to save these jellyfish from just being axed. Money we lost in addition to the stage was recouped by my plan to collaborate with town agencies. Do not forget that. The one who decided to make an addition to the stage was me. It was due to my intuition that we experienced success. Do I need to repeat myself? Your plan is rejected. From now on, we focus on the additions to the deep sea fish booth. Oh god, here we go. Even if you reject it, all the other employees are in agreement. Under circumstances, even if you don't approve my stamp, my stamp would be more than enough. In order for you to save face, Director Sakuragi, I humbly request your approval. How conceited. Always thought you were too brazen, ever since you came here on an internship in graduate school. You had no real business management experience, yet somehow you find nothing but fault with Mountain Aquarium. To say nothing of the fact that you decided to present it all to me in this form of a report. You have a point about my position as a graduate student at the time, but should I not tell you when it's relevant? Even if you had been an employee, proper procedures to address these things one by one with management. I'm at my limits with you. Listen, Mountain Aquarium is my aquarium. Commit that to memory. My. Didn't you say something about paying respect to living creatures? You seem to be contradicting yourself. I'm not making any sort of contradiction. It's because of your impulse that you can't... What is with him and freaking bringing up the marriage thing each time? Is that necessary? I get that it's like a thing over there. But good lord, you are just asking for it. Without even reading it, the director tears up the plan in his hands and throws it away. Okay, I'm beginning to understand her point of view, honestly. At any rate, I will reject that plan every time you bring it to me. Do you have anything else you need to say to me? No matter what the director says to Reiko, she boldly smiles back, possibly because she's trying not to show the fear she feels inside. Amaya grabs onto my fingers. In contrast, Sayo silently watches the replay shown in the light, without looking away. That's right, Director. It seems you've been taking the train to work lately. Yes, that's right. Company car is in for repairs. My, how unfortunate. There's some who speak badly of you, saying how you used funds to buy that car. That seems to have quieted down, just as you might have hoped. Did you come here to expel sarcasm? I received approval from the accounting before making that purchase. It's nothing to blame me for. Indeed, we mustn't forget to get the approval of our management and accounting, and you have a child, so you have need for a car. That's enough. You have time for such idle chatter. You have time to bring me a plan I can actually agree to. Yes. About half a month ago, I was on my way home from work, walking down the street at night, when I was almost hit by a car. At night, they were likely pressing their luck by speeding. Luckily, I was able to avoid them, and they lightly hit a telephone pole. But it was just barely. With there being no people out so late, it could have been bad if I were involved in hit and run. Yes. It's dark, so I couldn't see the license plate number, but I knew the model of the car. It was... Yes, a foreign sports car. because it's a fast car. There are probably lots of idiots who drive fast late at night. I believe that was about half a month ago, when you started taking the train, wasn't it, Director? You mean to say that I did it? Don't be absurd. I was merely seeing— God, he was just as bad freaking trying to kill her off. I was merely seeing if you had any thoughts, Director. Wouldn't dare bear such doubts in my heart. Get out now! My pleasure, Director Sakuragi. You should also be careful on the streets at night. Projection from the light begins to fade with Saganuma Riku's unsettling laughter, finally disappearing altogether. Remnants of the light become droplets and are drawn to the ceiling. Until the last of it disappears, the silence remains over the three of us. That's unacceptable. Unable to bear it any longer, I'm the first to open my mouth. The director probably did try to run Riko over, may have even killed her, but if hate is returned with hate, the cycle will never end. Anger can't beget anything but anger. Anger can beget nothing but anger. Hatred can beget nothing but hatred, and malice will be returned with nothing but malice. At that rate, people can do nothing but argue and fight. Well, Mayumi, the Himeno girl were killed. Would you be able to go on without hating, for example, the one who created this mountain aquarium, my papa? Trying to think of a rebuttal, I shut my mouth, but Seiya won't let me off that easily. Poison is something that exists to protect one's own body. Those dark feelings people direct at one another are the same. Because people know that someone else carries that poison, known as anger or hate, they basically won't come any closer than necessary, nor will they attack. Still, once one bears their fangs, there's nothing left but to fight in order to protect oneself. They'll return poison with poison. In that case, it won't end until someone dies. Sayo-chan, that's scary. Mari says this in a serious tone, but Sayo doesn't look in her direction. She merely bites her lips slightly. I pat Mari's head and say to Sayo, There's the possibility of light that can end the chain of hatred, right, Mari? Big sister, what do you mean? Nothing, I'm just saying how great you are, Mari. I don't get it at all, but I got complimented. Seeing her innocently cheered up so easily, I smile a bit. I wonder what was up with the projection earlier. Proceeded further into the director's office. No projector or anything of the sort. No explanation, but just like the impressions I got, images were projected on the light leaking out of the tank. Who knows? You said you wanted to see the truth with me. So maybe the aquarium reacted to that desire. Maybe, or something like that. No matter how ugly or terrible it is, we've reached the truth. Oh, it's nearly 7 o'clock. All we have to do now is find Papa. If we want to bring it to an end to this world, we have to end the curse. Red Mountain Aquarium will disappear. It's probably what's on the other side of the South Sayo seeks. To the truth Sayo seeks. At that time, what will happen to Mari? I'm unable to give a voice to the question floating in my heart. I'm sure this girl will easily give us those answers. What a shame. What you have arrived at is nothing more than facts. We still hold the truth in our hands. Huh? Alright. So, it is nearly 7 o'clock. And we've still got another ending to go down after this. So I am going to call that here. And contrary to usual, I will stream tomorrow. Because I do want to get to this ending. And I still want to keep, like... Let me, Research and monopolization. Oh, there's a different thing. Director of Montem Aquarium. Office doubles as a research laboratory. Room's tank is connected to the deep sea fish booth. From there, one can observe the fish of the deep sea. Like a two-way mirror. Those on the customer side cannot see the director. So, once the game closes, let me switch over to this. Wait for the program to respond, I guess. No, game. I mean, the game had a near crash earlier. Okay. So, let's get this. And let's go to this. So, I was originally going to do an art day. Well, I'm still going to do anime night and art day. But after I'm done with that, it won't be an art day. I'll do anime night and then I'll stream. Because I still want to do Mad Father on Thursday, assuming we're not done with this. But I'm going to stream tomorrow because I do want to see what continues and I want to know, like, who the heck the voice belongs to. I'm assuming it's like Rico. But this is definitely going to go longer than I thought. Which, let me... How long to beats? Sound of drop. So, Completionist, which is all the endings, and all the other stuff, says 12-hour on leisure. This is all lies. Like, I'd say that maybe if they, like, only hit the skip button and just balls rushed through it, they'd get 5 hours. Maybe. Even if you're, like, reading normal, and, like, being completely silent and whatnot, and not doing, like, these tangents, I do not believe that main and extras is 8 and 45. Completionist, 12 hours seems factually incorrect. I've gone nearly 8 hours today. I went 5 hours yesterday. We're at 13 hours, and we're only partway through the ending. One of the side endings. I do not believe for a second that these are accurate. And this is like the 4th time that this kind of thing has happened. The other one was, the one that stands out to me is Dawn of War. So if we do main story, rushed 8 hours seems BS. Even if you know what you're doing. Leisure 16 hours seems more probable, but like I spent 6 hours on one mission, and then the Eldar mission took me like 6 hours on its own. There were some shorter missions, but this is also BS. Because completionist implies that you take both the endings of each person, each faction. No, wait, Dawn of War itself is just the single run-through. But still. The game's long. Long. How long to beat is not accurate at all. Either way. My throat is sore. I have a long way to still go. So we're going to be making an executive call to I'm going to continue this tomorrow, despite it normally being my break day. There's the socials. I'm ending. I have no idea who I'm gonna raid on the way out, if anyone. There's still a Pahi going. He's probably nearing his end. Let me mute desktop audio temporarily. Because he's darked out. Oh, cool. We love it. Okay, Napahi is still going. I don't know. Let's see here. I hate how freaking the raid command defaults to... Oh. We'll start a raid. See if we're... I don't really want to raid with just one person. Yeah, I don't know. You can go do a pseudo raid. But yeah, I'll be doing this tomorrow. I might be later in the day than usual, but that kind of depends on, because anime night normally ends at like 10, so I should still be good. Either way, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the follows, hosts, and all that good jazz, and I'll see you apparently tomorrow. Bye. I forgot to do my goodbye screen, but bye.